we present at this time the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In a few moments, Father Coughlin will come to the microphone to address you on the subject of why leave your own. These famous words of George Washington were adapted by Father Coughlin as he pleads with Catholic, Protestant, and Jew to support only those policies which are in harmony with best Americanism, and to forego such policies which will lead us into international war. Father Coughlin's office is still busy mailing out many thousands of the books which contain the first 9 addresses delivered over the radio this year. As speedily as possible, these volumes are being mailed. Every request will be fulfilled. At the close of this afternoon's address, Father Coughlin has a very important announcement to make. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Father Coughlin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Barcelona has fallen. This forecasts victory for the Christian forces of Franco and defeat for the communist-led troops of the Loyalists. For many months, unfortunately, the attention of Americans has been focused upon the European situation. To students of international affairs, it was evident that a victory for the Spanish communists would have definite repercussions in France, England, and in the United States. Had the Red forces in Spain been victorious, the government of Daladier in France would have fallen, and a leftist regime under the leadership of Leon Blum would have risen to power. The Pacific administration of Neville Chamberlain would have given way to one headed by Leslie Hoare Belisha, the present Minister of War for Great Britain. As for the United States, an open alliance by this time would have been declared with these 2 radical administrations, which have as their advertised objective the destruction of Nazism in Germany and the preservation of democracy. Informed persons are aware, however, that their ultimate aim is to establish a modified form of communism. The ordinary American was not expected to piece together this crossword puzzle of international politics. However, he was conscious that a well-organized press was engaged in singing the praises of the loyalist communists and damning the endeavors of the Christian rebels in Spain. The ultimate objective for all this, I repeat, was not made clear until the last week, when the Communist Daily Worker, a newspaper printed in New York, made manifest a hitherto suppressed document supporting the theory which I have just exposed. It was a pity in one sense that for the past 2 years our attention was engaged by the Spanish question, when we should have been busy solving our own national problems. Nevertheless, it was inevitable, for our local leftists and their supporters insisted upon forcing Spain upon us and making of Spain an American problem. Did they not publicly go about the United States enlisting young men for the Red cause under the name of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade? Did they not collect huge sums of money from labor unions, church organizations, and many other social units for the enemies of Franco? And finally, were they not successful both in the press and in the cinema in stirring up propaganda to lift the embargo and thereby almost threw America officially on the side of the haters of Christianity? The entire story is now public. Public for those who have persisted in lifting the embargo in favor of communism. It was only after all these things had happened and were disclosed that we Christian Americans were forced to object to the planned interference of our country in Spanish affairs. let me outline for you the basic developments which almost catapulted us into the Spanish War, developments which, if not checked, will succeed in embroiling us in the impending World War. Some months ago, when the persecution of the Jews in Germany was the chief topic of the day, I had occasion to invite the religious Jews of the United States to join with us in a crusade to end all persecution, both of Jews and of Christians. In making my plea, I was careful to distinguish atheistic Jews from religious Jews. I regretted the callous silence in the press and on the radio, which had permitted the assassination of millions of Christians to go unnoticed. I rejoiced that extraordinary publicity was given to the persecuted Jews in Germany. It was also pointed out that if Jews rightly challenged Christians for their sympathy against Nazi persecution, it was logical for Christians to challenge Jews for theirs against communistic persecution, particularly when so many atheistic Jews had played such prominent parts in the birth and organization of radicalism in Russia. Following these broadcast statements, I became the subject of discussion and the object of attack in every Jewish magazine and in many secular publications. The assertions which I made, namely that Nazism was a defense mechanism set up against communism, and that atheistic Jews were altogether too prominent in the promotion of communism, these assertions were denied. But of most importance, the invitation which I extended to the Jews of America to join officially with the Christians in stamping out communism has gone unheeded. There the case stands. The argument is summed up like this. Father Coughlin asked the Jews of America to join officially with the Christians in stamping out communism only after they had asked the Christians of America to join with the Jews in liquidating the persecutions of Nazism. The Christians did their part. But because certain facts which Father Coughlin used in extending his invitation are not accepted by the Jews, therefore Jews will not join officially with Christians in opposing communism. That is the way the case stands today in the minds of millions of Americans. It is a case which takes on more significant importance in view of the fact that a multitude of Jews in America have been and still are open supporters for the communist cause in Spain. The case would end if the General Jewish Council, the most important body of Jews in America, were content to abandon it at this point. However, they have seen fit to extend the issue, not only in secular publications and in full-page advertisements, but in a booklet entitled Father Coughlin, which this organization recently published and distributed to the members of the Congress of the United States and to other influential citizens. Not for any personal satisfaction to be gained from argumentation do I take up this challenge to pursue the issue. I am more concerned in having the religious Jews of America commit themselves officially and forcefully against communism, as they have against Nazism, to the end that both Christians and Jews in our country will participate neither with the Nazis nor with the communists in the European war which appears to be inevitable. I am dealing with no abstract problem, I assure you. It is a most concrete reality. Thus, I am of the opinion that unless the Christian Americans are able to enroll the aid and sympathy of the religious Jews to oppose communism as well as Nazism, America eventually will regiment its men, money, and munitions on the side of the communists. For we recognize the tremendous influence which the sons of Jewry wield in the press, the cinema, and the radio, the three chief sources which control public opinion. Unfortunately for all, both Jew and Gentile, we are not united on this proposition of standing aloof from the impending war. Unfortunately for all, there are certain influential Jews in the United States who at this date, as I shall disclose with evidence, are looking towards the day when our country, together with England and France, will throw all their resources against Germany and on the side of the communists, because Adolf Hitler has persecuted the Jews resident in Germany. Permit me to develop this statement. It was November 20th, 1938, when I broadcast the proposal to American Jews to take sides with American Christians in liquidating all persecution. It was only then that I observed that the atrocities committed by the communists against Christians were exceedingly more serious than those suffered by the Jews at the hands of the Nazis. At that time, less than 3 months ago, I also had occasion to observe that the well-publicized persecution of Jews in Germany was remarkable, in that not one Jew was put to death officially for his race or religion. In comparison with this, more than 20 million Christians had been done to death under the Trotskys and Belakoons of communism, both of whom were Jews. 6 months before I made this appeal to the religious Jews of America, I was only one of many Christians who were disturbed by an article which appeared in the American Hebrew magazine, one of the most important Jewish publications in America. Precisely on June 3rd, 1938, an article in this magazine determined the necessity for our bringing into the open not the question of anti-Semitism, but the question of sound Semitism. A Semitism which is perfectly legitimate for all Jews to uphold and perfectly reasonable for all non-Jews to respect. On that date, I was shocked to learn how far-reaching and international in scope the unsound Semitism of certain Jews extended. It was a Semitism which confused race and nationality. Because their co-racials in Germany were suffering from the persecutions of the Nazi government, co-racials and co-religionists who were not co-nationals of the Jews in the United States, I was shocked when certain American Jews entertained the idea that the resources of this and other nations should be employed against the Hitler government on the principle that the entire world should go to war on behalf of German Jews to settle an internal problem in Germany. I asked myself the abstract question: if Irish Roman Catholics were persecuted by the Irish government, would it not be unpatriotic, unsound, and unjust for the Irish Catholics in this nation to propagandize the United States into war against Ireland? While persecution itself must be condemned, the Irish Catholics of America have no right to expect the Protestants and Jews and other racial Catholics of America and the resources of the entire nation to be placed at the disposal of the Irish Catholics in Ireland. For I believe they understand the difference between race and nationality. Then there was the concrete case in Mexico where Catholics actually were persecuted. There was also the concrete case in Germany where Protestants actually were persecuted. Neither Catholic nor Protestant groups in America sought to throw this nation's men, munitions, and money against Mexico or Germany, for we as Americans do not subscribe to such policy. Sound racialism admits that the allegiance of a man is owing to his nation in preference to his race. I now return to the article published in the American Hebrew magazine 6 months before I broadcast upon these subjects. The article referred to stated that the three outstanding leaders in the world today are the three Jews: Leon Blum, the radical of France; Maxim Litvinov, the reddest of Red Russians; and Leslie Hoare-Belisha, Minister of War in England. The article clearly shows that race is preferred to nationality, at least by its author. From the article, I quote the following quotations. Monsieur Blum, without portfolio, is still an important character in the French political picture. It is likely that Blum will continue to be the one to whom the masses will look for leadership. Maxim Litvinov, Commissar of Foreign Affairs, far outranks any comrade of the International, with the exception of the sallow-complexioned keeper of the Kremlin. Litvinov is the high-pressure gentleman who sold President Roosevelt on recognition of the Soviet government and the establishment of trade agreements. He has accomplished the ultimate in the diplomatic ken by keeping conservative England on the most amicable of terms with Red Russia. The English Jew of prominence, continues the article, is Leslie Hoare-Belisha, Secretary of State for War. Though sagacious, and through sagacious use of the public prince, at which he is a past master, having learned his stuff from Lord Beaverbrook, the daddy of all the press lords, he managed to keep his own name prominent. So it may come to pass, concludes the article, that these three sons of Israel, these three Jews, will form the combine that will send a frenzied Nazi dictator to the hell to which he has consigned so many of their kind of people. These forces of reaction are being mobilized. Regardless of the action of the Senate, which will shake him loose from the premiership, Blum, as leader of the strong socialist mass, will continue to have a firm finger in the Parisian political potpourri. Russia, as in the past, continues to look to Maxim Litvinov for her foreign policy. And England, amazed and gratified at the job turned in by her imaginative yet solid war minister, feels a new security in the capable military forces which complements the King's Navy. And when the smoke of battle clears, concludes this article, trumpets no longer blare and bullets have ceased to blast, there may be presented a tableau showing the man who played God, the swastika Christus, being lowered none too gently into a hole in the ground as the trio of non-Aryans intone a ramified requiem that sounds suspiciously like a medley of the Marseillaise, God Save the King, and the Internationale, blending in grand finale into a militant, proud, and aggressive arrangement of Ailey Ailey, unquote. That is the end of the quotation, which discloses for us, at least inferentially, a worldwide policy advocated not by religious Jews, but by international Jews, to coordinate and regiment the forces of Gentile Christian nations under the leadership of Jews, not only to cast Hitler into hell, but to substitute for the national anthems of the countries concerned the national anthem of Jewry. This is unsound Semitism, because it fails to place the nationality of Americanism above the racialism of Judaism. Sane Americans, be they Jew or Gentile, are generous with their sympathies for the persecuted wherever they exist. Nevertheless, they will not subscribe to a proposition of hurtling this nation into a war for the internal, religious, or racial difficulties that are extant in other nations. They are opposed to any policy designed to create a world war for the sake of revenging the ill treatment meted out to any Jew or group of Jews resident in Germany or elsewhere, as long as these Jews or groups of Jews are not American citizens or nationals. Were the thoughts contained in the article which I have just quoted privately circulated among the Jews themselves, I would not venture to discuss them publicly. But insofar as they have become publicized in one of the most important Jewish magazines in America, I realized that it was high time to counteract them to the best of my ability, particularly when there was scarcely a Jew of prominence in the entire United States who spoke out in favor of the Christians in Spain or against the irreligious forces of the so-called loyalists marshaled under the red flag. All these things woven together, and particularly the 6-month-old publication of this boast to inflict a world war upon all nations to satisfy a personal racial revenge against Hitler, a world war in which the 3 chief nations of Europe will be dominated by Jewish rulers. All these things certainly demanded of those who were cognizant of them to take whatsoever action was necessary to prevent the realization of this author's dream. Thus, if the Spanish question was made an American question by those who exercise so much control over the press, the radio, and the cinema, and a question in favor of the communists, it was our business to counteract it. For if Spain had fallen into the hands of the leftists, it were only a matter of weeks until Delage's government in France would have given over to the Jewish radical Blum. It were only a matter of weeks until the peaceful Chamberlain would have been forced into retirement with Paul Belisha holding the reins of authority in England. It were only a matter of weeks until the dream of the author of the article in the American Hebrew magazine would have been realized. Must the entire world go to war for 600,000 German Jews who are not American, British, French, Polish, Russian, or Mexican, or any other nationality citizens outside of being German citizens? Must unsound racialism be permitted to destroy the sound principles of nationalism? I am indifferent to the attacks which the General Jewish Council is busied in formulating against me. In their recent publication, entitled Father Coughlin, I shall gladly welcome any personal humiliation which I am asked to endure, as long as I can contribute anything to destroy the international complex, the world war complex, either in behalf of the communists or in behalf of the Nazis. Let Germany and Russia fight their own battles. Let Nazism and communism engage in their own wars. This is America, dedicated to the principle of no foreign entanglement. An America where race must be subordinated to nationality. The case as I have presented it stands on record. While individual Jews, to their credit, have castigated communism and upheld Americanism, the nation is still waiting for an official condemnation of communism by the most representative body of Jews known as the General Jewish Council, which is composed of the American Jewish Committee, the American Jewish Congress, the B'nai B'rith, and the Jewish Labor Committee. 4 years ago, on October 29, 1935. We Christian Americans who have opportunity to read radical literature in order to study trends, we were surprised at another article which appeared in the leftist magazine, The New Masses, a Jewish-controlled publication. The article referred to was written by James Waterman Wise, son of Rabbi Stephen S. Wise. This gentleman, aroused because individual Jews of prominence had issued public statements against communism, wrote the following amazing paragraph, quotation. Jews are not communists is the burden of a panic-stricken statement issued jointly by Dr. Cyrus Adler, Alfred M. Cohen, and B.C. Vladek. These gentlemen hysterically deny that communism is Jewish and frenziedly repudiate Jews who are communists. Their statement, concocted out of fear for themselves, libels our Soviet Russia and lies about the Jewish people. Behind high-flown phrases lies a poorly veiled invitation to potential Nazis of America to pogromize Jews. Let us analyze their statements, continues Mr. Wise. They first attempt to show that the Jews of Germany and of other countries are not and were not communists. And then, that communism and the Soviet Union are themselves foes of Jews and Judaism. Of Soviet Russia, the statement says, among the 36 commissars who constitute Soviet Russia, only 2 are Jews. Is it possible that the heads of the American Jewish Committee, the B'nai B'rith and the Jewish Labor Committee, continues Mr. Wise, have never heard of Litvinov, of Yaroslavsky, Kaganovich, Radek, Belakoon? Jews who deny that many Jews are communists are jockeying themselves into the position of citizens of toleration, says the son of the eminent Rabbi Stephen S. Wise. Will not the gentleman, continues he, will not the gentleman who today disclaim Jewish communists tomorrow disclaim Jewish socialists? Ultimately, these super patriots will deem worthy Americans only such Jews as have wormed their way into fascist organizations and vigilante groups. That the authors of this piece of perfidy do not represent the masses of American Jews, concludes Mr. Wise, will be made abundantly clear. To counteract its poison and to preclude its repetition, Jews must take active and positive measures. There must be a widening and strengthening of the united front against fascism. And if by taking full part in the forging of this united front, the Jews of America write themselves down as communists, so be it, unquote. Waterman Wise. Patriotism, or nationalism, according to this prominent view, must give way to racialism and internationalism. Since last November, 2 phases of our discussion on these subjects have been under consideration. I refer to the persecution phase of Jews and of Christians, and to the lifting of the Spanish embargo. Neither has been terminated as we enter upon the third and the most important. The third phase deals with the question, shall the United States become embroiled in a world war on the side of either Nazism or communism? The answer to the question is of such vast importance to the youth of this nation, to their parents, to the future of our country, yes, and to the rise or fall of civilization itself, that no effort may be spared to answer it according to American principles. Therefore, we not only welcome the cooperation of the religious Jews of America, We plead for it. We plead for it in order to keep America out of a war in which it has no good reason to enter other than a trumped-up commercial reason or a fictitious diplomatic reason. The real reason, that of becoming the policeman of the world to protect race minorities whenever they find themselves in disagreement with their national governments, that reason is never disclosed. The burden of my theme has been and will continue to be the leaguing together of all Americans, be they Jew or Gentile, against all persecution wherever it exists. But in doing so, I do not support the theory that this nation of ours should risk its future and destroy its democracy by permitting itself to fight the battles of any persecuted religious or race minority outside our nation, or of entering as a partisan into the internal struggle of any foreign powers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a multitude of tasks to perform at home and little time to expend on problems abroad, particularly when meddling with these problems begets ill will and ill feeling for the United States. There's the domestic problem of trade. According to the Washington Star, we read that our monthly trade with South America, Central America, West Indies, and Mexico during the first 11 months of 1938 averaged only about one-half of that of 1929. Meanwhile, European trade to these countries has increased beyond ours. Then there's the problem of forced idleness, which I discussed last Sunday. More than 10 million laborers and 20 million toasters, together with all the industrialists of our nation, are clamoring for a solution of unemployment. Then there's the problem, the complex problem of agriculture. God knows when that will be settled. It will never be settled as long as we entertain the heresy of curtailing crops, of plowing under cotton, and at the same time of importing our foodstuffs from foreign countries. Meanwhile, in the spirit of race revenge, we disregard these problems and prefer to entertain a policy of boycotting Germany, formerly the greatest importer of American cotton and certain other American products. On this point, permit me to read you a letter which the non-sectarian Anti-Nazi League to Champion Human Rights Incorporated addressed to the Compressed Yeast Corporation of America. That is a rather lengthy title, this non-sectarian Anti-Nazi League to Champion Human Rights Incorporated. But the letter has to do with our subject. This organization was founded by the eminent Jew Samuel Untermeyer. Its chairman of the board of directors is Dr. S. William Kolb. The letter which the self-styled League to Champion Human Rights Incorporated addressed to the Compressed Yeast Corporation reads as follows. Gentlemen, as you are probably aware, the name of your firm is at present among those listed in our monthly publication, the Anti-Nazi Bulletin, as handling merchandise imported from Germany. Since thousands of the members and friends of our organization throughout the country turn to our bulletin for information regarding those who are giving economic support to the Nazi regime by carrying on trade with Germany, we publish such names in every issue. According to our present information, your firm continues to deal in German goods, and we therefore believe ourselves justified in continuing to place you on our list. However, in order to make certain that we are absolutely fair to you, we take this occasion to request any statement that you may wish to make before the forthcoming issue of our publication goes to press, which will be within the next few days. Very truly yours, the Non-Sectarian Anti-Nazi League, signed Leo Spanglet, Research Division. N.B. Nazi Germany is the enemy of civilization. Refuse to trade with the enemy. Unquote letter. You will observe that while this league is anti-Nazi, it is not anti-communist. While it stamps Germany as the enemy of civilization, its silence infers that Russia is a friend of civilization. But more worthy of observation is the disclosure that the Jewish gentlemen who hold high office in this non-sectarian anti-Nazi league advocate a policy of boycotting Germany by intimidating every American importer who trades with Germany. This pro-communist, pro-racial propaganda must be checkmated, not in the interests of Germany, but in the interests of the United States. Were it permitted to proceed to its logical conclusion, the Irish, English, Poles, Germans, and other American racial minorities constantly would force us into serious trouble with all foreign nations by setting up boycotts. Up to date, Germany has not injured the persons of American citizens, although it has persecuted Catholic, Protestant, and Jews. Mexico, our next-door communist neighbor, has been notorious for injuring American citizens. It has confiscated their oil wells and their property. But no protest from this organization that styles itself the League to Champion Human Rights has been forthcoming in this instance. If certain American corporations are intimidated through threatening letters to cease trading abroad, what would the officers of this anti-Nazi league conclude if we Christian Americans had recourse to this vile, unsportsmanlike, un-American method towards those who import either goods or ideas from Russia, towards those who export to the communists either financial or moral support for their cause? Oh, behind the silken glove of these so-called human rights is the mailed fist of human hatred, which grasps a poisoned arrow. Shot from the bowstring of boycott, this arrow will inflict untold damage upon the 68 million Catholics and Protestants resident in Germany, who are as guiltless of the activities of the Nazi Party as are we in these United States. Meanwhile, as a result of boycott, American commerce suffers, American workmen are dispossessed of their jobs, American cotton farmers languish for trade, while we citizens permit ourselves to be enveloped by a complex of racial revenge. The appearance of anti-Semitism in America is to be deprecated now and forevermore. Every American must work towards the liquidation of all anti-racialism. But in doing so, we should remember that we are Americans, though we be Catholic or Protestant or Jew, of Irish, of English, of Hebraic, or of any other racial descent. We should remember that our American nationality takes precedence over our racial origin. We should remember that in this country, while freedom of conscience and of religion is guaranteed to every citizen, that freedom may not be exploited by any racial group to the end that all Americans will become embroiled in a world war, either to destroy Hitler or Stalin, either to defend Catholic or Protestant or Jew, as such in any other country of the world outside the United States of America. Why leave our own? Asked George Washington. Or may I ask, is this our own? Is this country, this nation, a private domain of any race, and we its citizens, their subjects? Therefore I plead with the religious Jews of America who entertain sound notions of Semitism to oppose the radicals in their midst who would exploit them and through them this country. The so-called Organization of the Anti-Nazi League to Champion Human Rights Incorporated should begin championing the rights of the Jews in America by judicious action instead of inviting disaster upon them through the partiality which they manifest towards the communist nation. They should recognize that they who deal in a program of boycott or intimidation are surely dealing with a double-edged sword. Let hatred be the only object of boycott in this fair land of ours. If we must hate, let us hate hate. In doing so, let us distinguish between radical policies upheld by the governments abroad and the patient populations thereof. As much as we are out of tune and tempo with the program of Stalin and his commissars, we American Christians look behind the veil of his government and visualize the 160 million Russians who are neither Roman Catholic nor Protestant, but Greek Catholic Christians. We recognize that these persons would be the ultimate sufferers of any boycott which we Christians in America might organize against Russia. Therefore, in conscience, we may not favor any pagan policy of boycotting the innocent victims of Stalin's rule in Russia. And so with the Jews of America. If they are intelligent and religious, and I believe great numbers of them are, they may not permit themselves to be regimented by factional, injudicious, super-racial leaders who are attempting to inflict the lash of economic persecution upon the backs of 68 million German Protestants and Catholics, and thereby add to the sufferings which already this victimized people experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, copies of this address will be mailed gladly to all who write to me this week. In the meantime, may I thank those of you who at your own personal inconvenience brought many letters of welcome to our office last week, asking me to mail you regularly copies of Social Justice magazine, the magazine that has told the truth fearlessly and will continue to tell the truth on these and on other subjects. Thus, after the little flower choristers will have sung for you the Benedictus, I will return to the microphone in 3 minutes. friends, permit me to spend the remaining minutes at my disposal mentioning not Social Justice magazine, of which I am editor, but Time magazine. In this week's Social Justice magazine, I wrote an article commenting upon a recent industrial conference held at Detroit under the jurisdiction of Archbishop Mooney. Incidentally, I joined with every right-minded citizen in applauding the statements made by His Excellency in favor of the laboring man. Curious to learn the reaction which Time magazine had towards the conference, I searched through its January 30th issue and discovered the following literary gem. Time magazine says, one of the great United States Catholic leaders, Detroit's Archbishop Edward Mooney, warned the conferees that religious leaders in the present struggle between Americanism and communism for the control of labor must make Christian principles articulate, or they will have to share their responsibility in the debacle that ensues. Next day, to make his own principles articulate, Archbishop Mooney summoned all the 542 priests of his archdiocese, including one whose parish work is something of a sideline and whose love for labor is not great, the Reverend Charles Edward Silo Charlie Coughlin, so nicknamed because his charity crucifixion tower reminds many Detroiters of a silo, unquote. Thus, Time magazine, which has never campaigned for labor, is readily forgiven for its inaccuracy when it says that my love for labor is not great. My record on that point was secure even before Time magazine was born in 1923. But it is not forgiven for directly insulting the hundreds of thousands of Catholics and Protestants who made possible the charity crucifixion tower. It is not forgiven for indirectly insulting the crucified Christ, whose monument is described by Time as a silo. By inference, are we Catholics and Protestants who receive our spiritual food and drink from the victim of the cross, are we cattle, content to fill ourselves with silage? By printing such classical Billingsgate, Time has stubbed its editorial toes against eternity. I believe that there are hundreds of thousands in this audience, both Catholics and Protestants, who resent this flood of intellectual and moral filth designed to destroy Christianity. I believe that in this day of desecration of patriotism, and desecration of religion, those who rejoice in the name of Christians are willing to pledge their talents and their services to Christ to preserve Americanism and Christianity from attacks originating both from within and from without our nation. Christ, the crucified Christ, is the Prince of Peace. His cross will always remain the pulpit of charity. There he hangs today as of yesteryear, preaching a sermon to all mankind, pleading with us to forgive our enemies, for they know not what they do. Among the priceless possessions at the shrine of the Little Flower is a small piece of the true cross upon which Christ was crucified, a souvenir which was sent to me by the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. Perhaps it means nothing to you. Perhaps it means much. But presuming that hundreds of thousands in this audience would be glad to possess a beautiful metal crucifix, presuming that each one of you would be glad to carry this symbol of your Christianity in your pocket or purse, a symbol to which I've touched the relic of the true cross, I offer on this occasion of desecration to send as a gift to each person in this audience who holds his patriotism, his Americanism, and his Christianity in high esteem, yes, to every person willing to die for them, I offer to send to each one of you this souvenir, this symbol of our faith, this sign of our salvation, and this reminder of our Christian obligation. Let the cross be your inspiration instead of the symbol of the swastika or the symbol of the sickle and hammer. Therefore, to all who write a letter to me this week, I will be glad to mail one of these precious crucifixes, which in one sense will bind us all together as we march forward for God, for country, for peace and prosperity. A symbol that will give us courage to fight those relentlessly who would embroil us in another carnage of destruction. Kindly address your letters directly to me at Royal Oak, Michigan. Good afternoon, and God bless you, my friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful metallic crucifixes that Father Coughlin has offered everyone in this audience are free for the asking. However, to expedite the work in the office, please ask for only one crucifix in each letter. Whether or not you can afford to contribute towards the expenses entailed in this project makes little difference. Please remember, one crucifix per letter. Write your name plainly and address your letter directly to Reverend Charles E. Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Until next Sunday afternoon at this same time, this is your announcer, Franklin Mitchell, bidding you good afternoon. We've
presented the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. The thoughts and opinions contained in this address were entirely those of the speaker and in no way reflect the policies of this station.
WHBI, Hoyt Brothers Incorporated, Newark, New Jersey.
Today, Father Cash and the Franciscan Friar has prepared another group of questions, which are planned to develop the distinction between Christianity and communism. It is my pleasure to introduce Father Cashin.
Thank you, Father. What you said last Sunday relative to communism being materialistic is no argument for brushing it aside. It is a mutually accepted viewpoint that if the communists have a better plan to supply the necessities of life than the one which is in vogue, then there is a possibility that their system will predominate, irrespective of its being concerned only with the things of this world. Do you agree that communism believes in action?
Certainly, Father.
Is it not true that it is interested in doing things for the oppressed people?
I grant that point.
During the past 20 years, has not communism brought more prosperity to the Russian people than was produced under the regime of the Tsars?
Well, for the sake of argument, I will not contradict you.
But under the regime of the Tsars, was it not the Christian philosophy which predominated in Russia? Must not the former backwardness of that nation and the former poverty be attributed to the inefficiency of Christianity?
Oh, I cannot admit the truthfulness of that assertion.
Before you discuss that point, let me question you in this fashion. Is it not true that Christianity is purely theoretical and that it is not primarily interested in action?
That is totally inaccurate. It is true that Christianity concerns itself with faith. It is likewise true that faith without good works is dead. In other words, Christians teach that one must believe in the divine origin of the commandments. They also teach that their adherents should obey the commandments. Merely believing in the doctrine of brotherly love does not make a man a Christian. He must square his belief with his daily life. It is a false notion, unfortunately entertained by too many persons, that the Christian philosophy should be regarded as an intellectual romance. If that were Christianity, it were better that it were abolished.
But the communists have historical facts on their side to substantiate their position. If they assert that the Christian religion is a deception practiced on the poor by the rich, or on the ruled by the rulers, they point with a great deal of accuracy to the last 1,000 years of Russian misery. Love your neighbor as yourself, they say, is the theory of Christianity. Its practice was to exploit your neighbor and to hold him in bondage.
Specifically, to what historical events are you referring?
Well, roll back the curtain of time almost 1,000 years. Behold Saints Cyril and Methodius, the two apostles who brought Christianity to the Slavic people. From that moment until 1917, Russia lived under the banner of the cross. For nearly 1,000 years, the poor peasants believed in heaven and hell and lived for the hereafter, while they suffered outrageously in the present. Where was there such national poverty and national hardship as were found north of the Caspian Sea? Prisons were filled with so-called malefactors. Siberia was populated with political foes. On the other hand, the dukes and princes lived in luxury. As far as Russia was concerned, religion was the opium of the people, an opium administered by czars and plutocrats for their own benefit. 1,000 years of Christianity was 1,000 years of misery. 20 years of communism has renovated the entire face of the Russian world because communism is practical, while Christianity concerned itself only with beliefs and theories not with actions and deeds.
Well, I grant that you have presented this communistic argument very ably.
How can you dispute these facts? Since 1917, religion has been outlawed, communism has been established, the czars, dukes, and princes have been liquidated. The wealth of the nation is owned in common, with the result that the people enjoy a modicum of happiness. These things you cannot deny.
Certainly I deny them. These points will be covered in the columns of social justice. For the time being, may I confine my rebuttal to your statements that communism acted where Christianity has failed to act, and accomplished in 20 years what Christianity failed to accomplish in 1,000 years?
Certainly. But before you enter into your argument, I will be fair in telling you the entire story of Christianity's failure. Do not forget that from the 11th to the 20th century, Christianity was the state religion of Russia. The Tsar was head of both the state and the church, in the same sense as the King of England is the head of the state as well as of the church. If Christianity could have functioned anywhere, Russia was the place where it should have been perfected. Incorporate in your rebuttal an argument to counteract that preeminent fact.
Willingly, Father, do I concede that Christianity was the state religion of Russia. Regretfully will I admit that the politicians in the persons of the czars, the dukes, and the governors of provinces were more or less responsible for the slavery which existed in that unfortunate country. And with shame do I acknowledge that even many of the bishops, prelates, and priests cooperated with these politicians in shackling the people. I could not argue with you and uphold my viewpoint successfully unless these things were first admitted. Now let us have the whole truth. Who were these archbishops, bishops, and priests? Since you are relying upon factual arguments, history plainly indicates that these ecclesiastics were nothing more than political appointees elevated to their high offices by the civil government. They were not chosen by the people. They were not nominated by the Pope or by any independent free body of clergymen. Although for the most part they were good men, yet they were nothing more than consecrated politicians, I repeat. I am not blind to the blemishes which characterize the activities of the czars. Classify these rulers as Neros, if you will. I shall not contradict you. But what kind of ecclesiastical politicians would these Neros appoint? You and I both know that their choice would fall upon weaklings who lacked the courage of a John the Baptist, upon men who feared to oppose publicly the misdemeanors of rulers in high places. The union of the church and the state in Russia to which you refer was one where the civil monarch was supreme and where the church was his menial servant. I am as much opposed to the states dominating the church as I am to the states dictating to the press or to the radio. More than any communist, I stand for free speech, free press, and free pulpit. I ask you why communists who pretend to be so factual and erudite, I ask you why they hide part of the truth and do not analyze the problem of Russia's misery in the light of the uncontradictable facts which I have presented.
You have been strangely silent in your presentation relative to the personal and public lives of the czars. They were Christians, were they not?
Yes, they were Christians, but in name only. They did not practice Christianity. We do not teach that everyone who is baptized shall enter the kingdom of heaven, any more than we teach that everyone who professes allegiance to the stars and stripes is a good American. In ancient days, the scribes and Pharisees boasted of their strict adherence to Judaism. Oh, but Christ coined the classic answer for all hypocrites, both ancient and modern, when he said, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, because you devour the houses of widows, praying long prayers. For this you shall receive the greater judgment. You bind heavy and insupportable burdens and lay them on men's shoulders, but with a finger of your own you will not move them." That was Christ's answer. Therefore, why blame the sins of wicked politicians upon Christianity when the truth is that wicked Christians, hypocrites, should be responsible for them? Communists are forced to accept that logic when they themselves oftentimes are compelled not only to excommunicate, but to murder communists who have betrayed their creed.
I am interested in this fresh and logical interpretation which Karl Marx and his communistic disciples have missed. Can you enlighten me further on this subject of silencing the pulpit?
Well, there is a piece of history on that subject. As far as I can recollect, it was Ivan the Terrible, a 16th century czar, who first uttered the theological heresy that a priest's place is in the pulpit. By edict, punishable with death, he forbade any minister of religion to mention either in public or in private, in the pulpit or out of the pulpit, anything not directly concerned with the Ten Commandments and with the laws of the church which he either formulated or approved. From the days of the prophet Isaiah, whose body was sawed in twain because he opposed the public practices of a tyrant, down to our own times when priests have gladly paid with their lives for freedom of speech, Christianity has upheld the right of every minister of religion to preach the gospel in season and out of season.
But Ivan the Terrible's laws were discarded in the 17th century. What prevented the Christian church from battling for industrial freedom for the oppressed people of Russia? What prevented priests elsewhere from battling for industrial freedom and from interesting themselves in the industrial and agricultural questions of the day?
Father, I fear that communists are inclined to emphasize Russia as if it were all Christendom. As a matter of fact, it was the poorest example of Christianity, where, I repeat, religion was shackled by politicians. But let us project ourselves back of the 17th century and view things in their proper perspective. You ask me why the Christian church did not interest itself in economic liberty at a time when the economic question was of minor concern. Prior to the 19th century, Christianity had major tasks to perform. The shackles of physical slavery, of intellectual slavery, and of political slavery had to be broken before it was even possible for Christian or communist to attack the enemy known as industrial slavery. Who, I ask you, won the battle over physical slavery? Was it not the Christian church and its good sons and daughters ages before communism was ever discussed? From the 3rd to the 13th century, which are often characterized as the Dark Ages, who was it that conquered intellectual slavery? Oh, paint the picture as luridly as you can. Exaggerate, if possible, the super superstitions that were rampant. Recall that reading and writing and the arts and sciences were cloaked by the pall of barbarism. Then trace the course of Christianity during these centuries. Christians not only builded churches, Christians erected the schools and colleges and universities of Europe. The stones of Oxford and of Cambridge, the hallowed towers of Heidelberg and of the Sorbonne, the granite pavements of Louvain, Salamanca, and dozens of other institutions of learning bear mute testimony to the victory of truth over error, of learning over ignorance.
Do you, Father, give Christianity credit for all this?
Well, the communists give Christianity discredit for all the evil in Russia. As a matter of fact, who made the 13th century the greatest of centuries? Greatest insofar as it marked the victory of light over darkness. Who, I ask you, dissipated ignorance in Ireland, in England, in practically every nation in Europe. Read Augusta Drain's Christian Schools and Scholars, or de Lambert's Monks of the West, if you would read a story where truth is stranger than fiction. The black-cowled Augustinians and Benedictines, the brown-robed Franciscans, the white-cassocked Dominicans were not only priests, they were physicians, schoolmasters, chemists, geologists, engineers, architects, botanists, and physicists. They builded more than 8,000 monasteries and convents, from whose sacred doors there went forth soldiers of learning, armed not with the sword, but with the word of God and the science of reason. Before state universities or state schools were ever heard of in Europe, or for that matter in America, these monks laid the foundations of many institutions of learning and cast around them a halo of sanctity and science. In other words, this Christianity which communists call the opium of the people, this Christianity which communists are attempting to drive from the face of the earth, rent the veil of intellectual darkness before the dawn of material progress was even visible. The ancestors of the friars and priests whom communists are massacring in Spain and elsewhere were the forerunners of Fulton and Arkwright, of Pasteur and Edison, and the geniuses who followed them. It is my observation, Father, that informed communists do not question these statements whatsoever. It is only illiterate communists whose historical education has been neglected who deny them.
Your argument, Father, does not sustain the entirety of your previous statement. You said that the Christian church was busied overcoming political slavery. You gave this as a reason for her neglect of the industrial problem. Do you wish to pass by that point without mentioning it?
One almost fears to boast of the contributions made by Christianity to liberty and to democracy and to politics in general. Communists, unfortunately, are not the only ones who profess a love for dictatorship. Everywhere it appears, this corpse of tyranny seems to be raising its unholy head from the grave of the past. Dictatorship and government by man seem to be in the ascendancy, while democracy and government by constitution appear to be on the wane. Oh, but there was a glorious past. More than 700 years ago, Christian bishops faced a dictator and forced him to sign the Magna Carta, thereby establishing a government by law. At a later date, it was Christians who challenged James of England and his theory of the divine right of kings. In our own glorious history, who are the vanquishers of George III and his arrogant imperialism? They were Washington and his compatriots, who leaned for their moral support upon the teachings of the fathers of the church. Lamentably, I admit those battles belong to the warfares of yesterday. Sorrowfully, I recognize that they must be fought over. Fought against communists and their dictator. Fought against the socialistic fascism propagated by Hitler. Fought against any person or group of persons who either at home or abroad would make mockery of government by law and a memory of government by free ballot.
But that would not be respecting authority, Father, should the German people rebel against their Hitler, or the Russian people against their Stalin. Does not your Christianity insist upon respecting authority?
All that is true, Father. Nevertheless, Christianity has not stultified herself by forcing its adherents to bend the knee before a despot who cringes behind a text of Scripture to support his misdemeanors. The devil can quote Scripture for his purpose. So can kings and emperors, rulers and presidents, forgetful of the fact that God never dispensed authority to any man for the purpose of scuttling the basic laws of Christianity. The Christian theory is that the governed must be freely governed, and that all who rule only rule with the consent of the people. This concept of government is essential for the preservation of liberty. Liberty which must be preserved at all costs.
You talk of liberty. What is liberty without bread? How empty is all liberty when men are forced to subsist upon the crumbs which fall from Dives' table? Christian men who are compelled to want in the midst of plenty. Has the church lost her charm? Is not Christianity capable of battling against industrial slavery, if in former days it fought for physical, intellectual, and political liberty?
Let me remind the communists in this audience that first things had to come first. The industrial problem did not require a solution before the 19th century.
What do you mean about first things first?
Well, for example, before you could build the bridge across San Francisco Bay, it was necessary to have an engineer, a chemist, a physicist, a geologist. Before this vast expanse of steel could have been fabricated, it was necessary to have power machinery, steam hoists, electric dynamos. But back of all these, it was necessary to have institutions of learning. Further removed, these institutions were predicated upon scholars. Oh, could that bridge trace its genealogy? It would take you back to the cradle of learning in some monastery, where a Thomas of Aquin, a Duns Scotus, or a Roger Bacon began unfolding the secrets of the mind and the secrets of nature. First things first. The blind world sometimes sees only effects and results, with little or no ability to envision the causes, without which even a bridge could not have been constructed.
But what bearing has that upon the inactivity of the church to meet the industrial problem? Is she satisfied to rest upon her laurels? refusing to participate in the battle for economic liberty?
Not at all, not at all. Need I remind you that there was no industrial problem before Fulton and Arkwright invented their steam engine and their power loom? Need I recall for you that the 19th century was the beginning of this problem, that it did not become acute until the year 1900, when giant mass production factories became so prevalent? How can it be honestly maintained that we were inactive when we were the first in the field with our doctrine of the living wage, which was explained last Sunday? From Christ who enunciated it, centuries before the first steam engine was conceived, down to von Kettler and on through the days of Leo XIII, Christianity was active in forming trade unions as it had done in the days of feudalism and as it did here in Detroit only 2 years ago. In 1864, the socialist, LaSalle by name, acknowledged von Kettler's splendid efforts in this activity when Marx was content to philosophize. Oh, today we are not inactive. We are still preaching the gospel of Christ and the principle of the laborers in the vineyard. But over and above the din of a wordy industrial war, there sounds the voice of Pius XI warning us that it is impossible to gain economic liberty before the peoples of the earth regain control in their parliaments, in their congresses, and in their assemblies of the regulation of credit or money.
What has that to do with economic liberty? Practically every communist condemns you for even mentioning this question of money. They maintain that they are interested in an industrial problem, and you in a financial one.
Oh, Father, if that is true, then communists are certainly impractical. Let me ask them this question. Why are persons interested in the industrial problem? Is it not to the end that the laborers will receive more wage money? Pause to consider several phenomena related to the labor question. You will admit that the problem of production was solved through the invention of power production machines. You will agree that day by day, new machinery is being invented with the result that, through the labor of one man working with modern equipment, twice as much wealth can be produced as was hitherto possible. The same workman with a modern machine is equivalent to 10 workmen with obsolete equipment. But the one modern machine operator does not receive 10 times the pay. Oh no, he does not get even 3 times the pay. Oftentimes the owners of the modern machinery are still paying the laborer the equivalent of what he earned when he was producing half the wealth 10 years ago on an obsolete machine. Now that is neither equitable nor reasonable. This injustice has brought the industrial problem and the wage problem before the attention of every thoughtful citizen. It is a problem which must be solved by paying the laborer an annual living wage based not upon how long he works necessarily, but upon the amount of wealth which he helps to create while he works with modern equipment.
I agree with that. That is the objective, at least the immediate objective which the communists have in mind.
Oh, but Father, that is only one half the problem which is related to economic liberty. Do you agree that in many cases the owners of mass production industry are controlled by those men who regulate the purchasing power of the dollar?
I am not clear as to what you mean.
Father Coughlin continues on side 2 of this cassette.
through the Congress have little or no voice in stating how much butter or bread or cotton or pork a dollar bill will buy?
Oh, certainly, Father. Everybody recognizes that congressmen do nothing about that.
Well, because they do nothing about it, although they are empowered to, what happens? When wages are raised, is it not true that the cost of living is likewise raised? Thus, with that condition obtaining, what real gain accrues to laborers who strike for higher wages? I agree that the communists have observed this phenomenon throughout the years, but lacking intelligence to understand how substantially the industrial problem depends upon the solution of the financial problem, communists cry, let us confiscate the factories and operate them for ourselves. Never were they intelligent enough to say, let us recapture the power of regulating the dollar, a power that was bestowed upon the American people by its constitutional founders. With a dollar that is easily manipulated by the exploiters of labor, it is evident that higher wages mean nothing if they will not be able to purchase more of life's necessities. Therefore, Father, when you ask what Christianity is proposing to do about the payment of a living annual wage, her answer is clear and definite. It is this. Her desire is to obtain for labor a living annual wage that will remain a living annual wage through the regulated purchasing power of the dollar. In America, we are doing the same thing that you are doing about it. You are trying to educate the public to your viewpoint, with the possibility of their eventually confiscating factories. We are trying to educate the public to our viewpoint, protecting private ownership and guaranteeing a real living annual wage. Sometimes you lose faith in converting the American people to your standard, and then you say, down with democracy and up with tyranny. On the contrary, Father, we have learned how to suffer rebuffs and disappointments, but we have never learned how to lose faith in the political liberty, the democracy, and the people whom we love.
The thoughts which you have expressed, Father, suggest many questions to me. Next Sunday afternoon, it would be of interest if you would discuss strikes in general, and this democracy to which you have just referred. You Christians evidently believe in democracy, and the communists, of course, believe in dictatorship, which operates behind the veil of a quasi-democracy. In fact, it appears that the present administration in America day by day is departing from the Washingtonian concept of democracy. Will you comment upon that next Sunday, which happens to be the eve of Washington's birthday?
Well, since you asked me to do it, Father, I will consider it. In fact, I will give my answer now. I will do it. Although I am not prepared for any emergency this afternoon, would you care that I use the following few minutes when I return to the microphone on the Thought for the Week to discuss democracy and the Supreme Court? This interval will give my stenographers an opportunity to prepare to copy down what I am about to say.
And now, Father Coughlin's Thought for the Week, FDR versus the Constitution.
My friends, this Thought for the Week is truly impromptu. It is an answer based on a question which was just put to me at the end of that period of discussion. So bear with me if at this moment I appear to be an intruder, because I speak to you not in the spirit of animosity, but in a spirit of patriotism. I am motivated by a love for the past and by a hope for the future. A future which under God depends so mightily upon the free institutions established by the inspired patriots who founded this nation. A future in which I envision the little children who are in this church and elsewhere as growing to manhood and womanhood. I ask myself, will they enjoy the liberties which were ours? Or will they enjoy greater liberties than we ever dreamed of? Before my mind, I see two dramas being enacted upon the stage of American life. The last act of the first drama was produced here in Michigan in the form of an automotive industrial strike. It is not the last act of that entire drama because others will be enacted. Stranger characters will come upon the scene. Stranger reprisals will occur. Stranger strikes, perhaps, will eventuate. It is not the last act because those who have been exploited and those who have been oppressed, those who have had their pay envelopes robbed from them by an economic system that was unjust in its concept and unjust in its practice, will not remain forever silent beneath the heel of an oppressor. They will rise as every patriot has risen, and they will die if necessary, as every patriot knows how to die, rather than speak the word surrender. Surrender. I am not speaking these thoughts or outlining for you the vision of the drama which I see before my mind. I am rather copying a page from history which tells us that liberty that was born in the mind of God and brought to earth in the humble circumstances of the cradle of Bethlehem will go marching down the centuries, even though its way today may be a Via Dolorosa, even though tomorrow it may be crowned with thorns, and even though the next day, with its body lashed with scourges, its hands pierced with nails, it will become a victim on some Calvary's heights. I say this because I know that death is not the end all of liberty. Liberty crushed to earth by the heel of an oppressor shall rise again just as cruelly as Jesus Christ arose again from the grave that encompassed his corpse. That drama is fresh in my mind. That drama I can foresee unto its end. That drama, in the last scene of its last act, will find liberty victorious, and the oppressor's heel, wounded as was the heel of an Achilles, wounded mortally. On the other hand, my friends, I turn my gaze upon another stage in this our American life, and behold there another drama being enacted, more important in one sense than the scene of the last drama enacted upon the stage of Michigan. The one to which I am referring takes me to Washington. Oh, I am not proud if I have been a prophet. Prophets sometimes hang their heads in shame, hang their heads in sorrow when they see the realization of those dreams which they have foretold. I am not proud, I repeat, if I have prophesied that democracy is in danger and that dictatorship at least has cast its shadow upon our flag, upon our lives. Oh, no, that is not the point. I know, perhaps, I should say I am positive that I know how our chief executive is desirous to win for liberty a victory in that last act of that last drama to which I referred, industrial freedom, economic liberty, for the children of Michigan, for the children of Pennsylvania, for the children of men who everywhere bear the yoke of burden upon their shoulders, as they use the pick in the mine, as they use the lathe in the factory, or as they sweat and toil, mingling blood and sinew with steel and iron, as they try to make this a better country in which to live, and as they endeavor to eke for themselves and their loved ones a livelihood that has been denied them. I grant you, I repeat, that is the thought uppermost in the mind of our chief executive, that these sons of toil shall be victorious. Oh, but pause a while. Liberty has won other victories on other stages at other times. The liberties of which I spoke this afternoon, the physical liberty by which man gained freedom from the iron shackles of a Nero in the Roman galley, the political liberty by which men gained their independence over a tyrant when King John was forced to sign the Magna Carta, the intellectual liberty that was battled for with the sword of the Word of God when Thomas of Aquin preached his doctrine at Paris, when Bonaventure sounded the trumpet of his wisdom throughout Italy, and when the Jesuits and when everyone else gifted with God's love and God's faith and God's knowledge carried the torch of learning from university to town, from town to village, from village to wilderness, as the cross of Christ was uplifted for 19 centuries, gallantly carrying the Word of God, the Word of liberty, the Word of love to all mankind. I know, I repeat, these are the victories which liberty has gained, and I know something more than that. We in America have those liberties. In 1773, we did not have them. In 1773, there was a tyrant of another empire who imposed upon us his will and who inflicted upon us the oppression of taxation. And in 1776, when our forebears leagued together, even at the cost of life, even at the cost of property, and even at the cost of their loved ones, they won and wrung from him the liberty that is ours. And then, before the blood of the wounds was dry, they dipped into those wounds a pen of glory and wrote the proud escutcheon upon time's palimpsest, the escutcheon of the Constitution of the United States, that shall live as long as man shall live, that shall endure as long as sons of man have breath to look upon the past and say of the past, there wrote I in 1776, there wrote I the liberty of a government by law, of a government by reason. Away with the tyrant's attitude of a government by man. I tell you these things, my friends, because I recognize that the Constitution of the United States is the guardian of all the liberties that we possess. I look upon it, therefore, as I glance into the future, I look upon it with a longing glance and say, it too will be the guardian of this economic liberty which we are about to win in the factories of Flint and Detroit, in the mines of Pittsburgh and Scranton, and in the mass production factories wherever men are struggling and wherever women are praying for that day when a living annual wage shall come to keep forever the wolf of poverty from the door and grant them a share of the great benefactions that are ours. Why then shall only one man in all this nation think that he is concerned with industrial liberty, with economic freedom, when we're all concerned with it? Why then break down the structure of the past that preserves all the liberty and that will preserve our industrial liberty when it comes? Why set himself up, therefore, shall I say as a dictator? Because perchance the Supreme Court has grown old in age and in wisdom, and perchance because the Supreme Court is taking only the laws that we have, squaring them with the Constitution that is ours, and finding that they do not fit. Oh, let us write new laws that will fit. And if the Constitution requires an amendment, have faith in the American people who elected this government. Have faith in the ballots of a free people who have guaranteed the perpetuation of liberty. We are not defeatists, and we will not buy industrial freedom at the price of scuttling religious freedom, at the price of endangering political freedom, at the price of jeopardizing the freedom which our Constitution holds sacred for us. Oh, would that I had time perhaps to jot down one single simple little note that would give some continuity to this expression that comes pouring forth from my heart and not from some manuscript. Would that I had time to implore you, you who are former members of the National Union, you who are former enemies of mine, as if I were a radical, you who are indifferent. I know history. I know how to interpret events, at least in some small degree, and I know that it's better to walk on, it's better to stir up the people for the injustice that is perpetrated against them by industry and finance. I know that it is better for all of us to amalgamate and win good legislation upon our statute books that will guarantee economic freedom rather than pack the Supreme Court with men the appointees of a president who may always remember that they were his appointees. Our government consists of three separate branches: a president to execute the laws, a Congress to make the laws, and a Supreme Court to interpret them. There must be no rubber-stamped Congress. There must be no rubber-stamped Supreme Court. There must be no rubber-stamped president. Each must be independent America must remain America. Let's not cast all the past upon the throw of the dice of fortune. Let's preserve liberty and win liberty and keep America for Americans and by Americans in its Constitution. Good day, my friends, and God bless you.
This program is produced and distributed by Keep the Faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present at this time the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 2 weeks ago, Father Coughlin delivered a most appropriate discourse on the subject of labor unions. Please be advised that due to the great demand for copies of this address and for copies of the address delivered by Father Edward Lodge Curran last Sunday, some delay in mailing is to be expected. Now Father Coughlin instructs me to announce that these two discourses, together with the stirring talk which you are about to hear today, will be mailed to all those who request them this week. Today's discourse sounds a call to action. Following 1936, Father Coughlin retired from all active organization. Today, he is encouraging the growth of the Christian Front. Not that it is his organization, but that he speaks to its promoters a word of encouragement and a word of advice. Write to Father Coughlin this week for a copy of this historic address. Before inviting the Reverend Speaker to the microphone, may I inform you that these presentations are paid for at full commercial rates. They depend upon your support and upon the circulation of Social Justice magazine. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to present Father Coughlin, who will speak to you on the subject of the Popular Front versus the Christian Front. Father Coughlin.
My friends, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps you're expecting that I shall devote today's broadcast to John L. Lewis and to the devastating explosion for which he was responsible, not only within the ranks of labor, but also in the domain of politics. Today's references to that unfortunate incident will be brief. However, my friends, the cause of labor is not lost. The cause of labor depends upon no one man. All the mistakes of the past eventually will be rectified. Under Christian American leaders endowed with the courage to oppose, but also communism, there are certainly better days to come. Today's broadcast is concerned with the Popular Front that persists in coddling communists, and with the Christian Front, which is opposed to communism as well as Nazi and other foreignisms. It is an address prompted by an editorial which appeared in this week's America magazine, edited by the Reverend Francis X. Talbot, S.J. Before referring to the editorial which appeared in America, permit me to ask you certain questions. Is it not true that we Americans have enjoyed liberty of speech for the past 150 years? Because of this God-given and constitutionally guaranteed right, is it not true that we have suffered our bookstalls and our street corners to be littered not only with filthy magazines, but with newspapers and periodicals which berated our Christianity and contemned our Americanism? By virtue of freedom of speech and of press, have not the communists published their daily worker? Have not the leftists and radicals hawked the sale of the new masses, the nation, and equality, and such magazines? When during the past 150 years, and particularly during the past 15 years, when have the vendors of these publications been attacked in public? When have goon squads descended upon the newsstands
or the newsboys who hawked the sale of publications, whose advertised principles were religion is the opium of the people, world revolution, and America for the Soviets. It is true that formal and officially and constitutionally, groups of ecclesiastics and laymen have complained about the sale of lascivious, pornographic, sexualistic literature. But when have the ministers of the Christian church or organizations of Christian laity incited their followers to do violence contrary to the Constitution, to the Bolshevik publications which are displayed and sold with impunity on every newsstand in the nation? The answer is never. The principles of freedom of speech and freedom of press never have been called into question by the American citizenry until the past 2 years. And what I ask you has occurred during this interim to disturb this long record of liberty. Before answering this question, I shall read for you excerpts from an article which appeared in the Communist Daily Worker of July 23rd, 1939. It reads as follows. Mayor LaGuardia last night, commenting on an article and editorial in this week's Nation, that's the name of a magazine, which calls attention to the growing Coughlinite and Christian Front terror in this city, New York, upheld the right to free speech, but declared that inciting to riot and creating racial and religious hatred does not come within the guarantee of freedom of speech. The magazine, The Nation, cited numerous instances of terror inspired by members of the fascist Coughlinite Social Justice Unit and the equally infamous so-called Christian Front. The editorial statement averred that democracies can put up with occasional crackpots, but, these are direct words, when a group sets out to cultivate a state of war in the streets of our cities and to inflame the police against the whole racial section of the population, the time has come to bring that group to its senses or strip it of every last vestige of power. May I interrupt by asking, what proof do the editors of The Nation produce to indicate that the Christian Front cultivates a state of war in the streets? Mere assertion is no proof. And what vendor of social justice inflames the police force of New York against the Jews? No proof is offered against that. The Nation's editorial sympathized with Mayor LaGuardia, continues the Daily Worker, and the city administration in the difficulties encountered in evolving a method to cope with the situation created by these fascist groups. So we're fascists. We who are Americans are dubbed fascists. However, the editorial of The Nation continues, we must not allow the present trend to continue in the name of democracy, and yet democracy itself must not be undermined in its own defense. As for those members of the police department who fraternize with Coughlinites and similar provocateurs, the editorial recommended that these policemen should be purged out of the police department to the last man. Well, so the Reds are setting forth to purge the Christian cops from the New York police force. And the editorial continues, demotions are a powerful argument. And there is always expulsion for cause. There is no doubt that under reactionary administrations, such procedures are utilized up to the hilt. They must be used now, continues this editorial, by a liberal administration for the safety of the city. My friends, the above is a news excerpt from the Communist Daily Worker, which commented upon an editorial that appeared recently in the radical publication called The New Masses. It speaks of street rioting. It sets down the statement that when a group sets out to cultivate a state of war in the streets of our cities and to inflame the police against the whole racial section of the population, the time has come to bring that group to its senses or strip it of every last vestige of power. Well, that's a challenge. And I ask the question, when was street rioting inaugurated in New York over the sale of magazines? And the answer is, not until literary opposition to the Daily Worker, the New Masses, and the Nation appeared on the streets of New York. Not until Social Justice magazine challenged the publication of the Reds. Not until Communism was challenged word for word and move for move. And this new Red publication pronounces the ultimatum that the time has come to bring that group of Coughlinites and Christian fronters to its senses or strip it of every last vestige of power. When was such an un-American challenge ever pronounced before? By any Christian group that might have had reason to complain against the Bolshevik literature? No. But by that very group itself which cannot stand the white, piercing rays of truth, which make manifest that group's depredations against our liberty. The compliment which the Nation and the Daily Worker has paid to Social Justice magazine is priceless. By indicting our news weekly, the Bolsheviks have indicted themselves and have let America know that we are in the field to fight them. For some time past, the accusation that the Coughlinites have been responsible for street rioting in New York has been widely circulated. Innocent persons throughout America have been prone to accept this propaganda because they fail to remember that the so-called riot did not begin until Social Justice magazine began to unveil the truth, the untruth of the communistic periodical. Last Sunday, over this network, the Reverend Dr. Edward Lodge Curran indirectly clarified this situation. And today, an editorial appearing in one of the most outstanding Catholic publications in the world, America, edited by the Reverend Francis X. Talbot, squarely meets this issue which I have presented to you. The America editorial reads as follows, quotation. The cops of New York, God bless them and all the cops like them, are being assailed. Thousands of them, according to the Nation, are fascists and Coughlinites and Christian fronters, and they must be dismissed, inquired into, reprimanded, or at least told not to arrest communists and Semites. It seems that there has been a reign of terror during the past 6 months, or more in certain sections of Mayor LaGuardia Town. Coughlites start an alleged fight. The policeman arrests the poor person the burly Coughlinite picks on. Not much is needed to make the nation scream, but the provocation now makes the nation scream through an editorial and 10 columns and 2.5 columns. Not only must the cops be discharged, but the Coughlites and Christian front boys must be cleared from the streets. The liberals used to champion freedom of speech and assembly. That was before all liberals turned out to be all leftists. The nation, fronting for the Semites and the communists, wants no freedom for any opposition. Wants LaGuardia's police at its beck. Wants no competition for the daily worker and the new masses and equality. And wants social justice suppressed. You will pay attention to the screams of the nation. We pay attention, continues America Magazine, because we recognize this added attack on Father Coughlin as part of a vicious campaign to sling slime at him and of a determination to silence him. More than that, the attack on Father Coughlin has become in reality an attack on Catholicism. Unquote America Magazine. There, my friends, are 2 current pieces of publicity. The one from the Communist Daily Worker, the other from that intrepid Christian magazine, America. And back of these recently publicized articles, there's a story which is astounding to the ears of liberty-loving Americans. It is admitted that there have been, there still are, and what more, there will continue to be disturbances on the streets of New York. More than 6 months have passed since these disturbances were first noted. Dating from that time, those who raise their voices against Nazism only, and those who are notable for their silence, which eloquently condones communism, they inaugurated a campaign to boycott the sale of social justice in the metropolitan center. Oh, they were not satisfied in silencing my voice. They determined to dull my pen because they and their supporters control the newsstands of Greater New York. They succeeded in preventing the sale of social justice magazines in these places. And then when God-fearing men and women dared to compete with them on the sidewalks of New York, and even in Union Square, the hotbed of communism, the disciples of Marx, of Lenin, of Stalin, and of atheism, and anti-Christianity, and anti-Americanism, they initiated disturbances to embarrass us, disturbances aimed at blaming us for the rioting. For a Coughlinite, a burly Coughlinite, attacking one who is against the sale of social justice. And today, at Royal Oak, one of these burly Coughlinites is visiting. A little girl, 21 years of age, who on 14th Street in New York was almost murdered by a mob of 300 Reds and Radicals last week for attempting to sell why, I ask, did the leftists adopt this policy of ostracizing social justice from the sidewalks of New York? Is it not more than coincidental that these alleged fights took place only when the daily worker, the nation, and the new masses and equality were challenged? Only when the lovers of God and of American republicanism sought the exercise of the American right of free speech and free press, which the enemies of free speech and free press enjoyed unmolested over a period of 150 years. Meanwhile, the radicals have bellowed aloud across the nation the cry of "Stop thief!" And they have modernized it effectively by spreading the malicious libel of anti-Semites. Oh, they've been very efficient in creating the belief in our country that anti-communists are anti-Semites. Do the respectable Jews of America thank them for that? Were they clever in adopting that childish strategy of impugning motives, of avoiding facts, and of refraining from meeting argument with argument by having recourse to their smear campaigns in which they have indulged, and by a mob of 300 persons attacking a little girl? Are the leftists so bereft of the fundamentals of psychology that they and those who sustain them in their defamation do not understand that they have contributed to piling up an unfortunate wave of anti-Semitism which is beginning to wash over this country? Determined to gain their red victory at any price, why do they persist to the discomfiture of the thousands of good Jews in America in identifying communism with Semitism? Most opportunely did that eminent Jesuit, Father Francis X. Talbot, inform the readers of this week's America that the editors of the Bolshevik lover magazine, The Nation, are demanding the dismissal of the cops of the city of New York who are in sympathy with the Coughlinites and the Christian Fronters. Or at least, if not their dismissal, that these cops be directed to refrain from arresting communists and Semites. And well did Father Talbot say that he and his staff recognizes this added attack against Father Coughlin as part of a vicious campaign to sling slime at him, and of a determination to silence him, and more than that the attack on Father Coughlin has become in reality an attack on Catholicism. Gentlemen of the Popular Front, yes, you are listening. Gentlemen of the Radical Front, gentlemen of the sworn allegiance to atheism, to Bolshevism, and to the hammer and sickle, your smear campaign will never be answered by my lips, because Christian America recognizes that you are too cowardly to meet facts with facts, because Christian America now knows that when you are confronted face to face with deserved opposition, you cringe and run like Oriental brigands to the executive and juridical authorities of this nation, beseeching them to muzzle your opponents and leave without competition the field of propaganda for you to plow, to sow, and to reap for the ultimate destruction of religion and patriotism. Or you may be well schooled in the tactics of Moscow, in the arts of mob violence, in the science of the law's obstruction. But you forgot to learn the rudimentary lessons of Christian fortitude, of American fair play, of liberty and independence. You may have been successful in boring from within the ranks of the CIO to destroy it. You may have been efficient in taking advantage of the apathy of God-fearing Americans to insinuate your minions in government, in press, in cinema, and on radio. But all that belonged to yesterday. Well, yesterday that to us is a nightmare. You may have been cunning to organize your League for Peace and Democracy. You may have been adroit enough to inculcate your philosophy within the ranks of these institutions and to assume their leadership. And you may have been powerful enough and intriguing enough to persuade gracious but ill-informed citizens to speak words of comfort for you. You, the persecuted one. Yes, 300 of you persecuting a little girl. Oh, but you overplayed your hand. You have taught, and you still continue to teach Americans that anti-communism is anti-Semitism, which is a lie. You have deceived our citizenry with the poppycock of democracy by insisting that not only Great Britain and France belong in that category, but that your dictatorship of Red Russia enjoys the same qualification. In the name of democracy and free speech, you Bolsheviks, you publishers of the nation and the New Republic and the New Masses and the Daily Worker, together with your lesser hierarchy in the press, you tried to convince us that the cause of Negrin, of Del Valle, of the Pasionaria was the cause of liberty, when these three red leaders of Spain just recently informed the world that they were fighting not for democracy, but for communism. And now you have the effrontery to prate of free speech, of free press, and of liberty, when you are caught in the act of running to the mayor of the city of New York to suppress the sale of Social Justice magazine. Oh, certainly you've overplayed your hand. And in overplaying it, you have invited repercussions upon yourselves and your followers. Have you forgotten, you Bolsheviks, what occurred in Poland following the revolution in 1917? A defense mechanism rose up against you and your satellites. Have you forgotten what happened in Germany, in Hungary, and in Austria? A defense mechanism rose up against the butchery of your Lenins, your Trotskys, your Zinovievs, and Belakoons. Have you forgotten what transpired in Spain? A defense mechanism was organized against your atrocities, your atheism, and your world revolution. But like the Bourbons, you will never learn. God be good to the poor religious Jews in Europe whom you and your godless communists labeled as communists because you did not have the courage to stand and fight on your own principles. And you had to raise the cry of anti-Semites against anyone who opposed you. Only cowards would assert the anti-communists or anti-Semites, and you and your kind are cowards to hide behind such a nefarious lie. Now that you've spoken it, now that you've printed it, now that you've circulated it from Bangor to Los Angeles and from Minneapolis to New Orleans, what will you contribute to undo it and to save the decent Jews from the unjust persecution which you are inviting upon their heads? I'll tell you, as usual, you'll do nothing. Like Bela Kun who fled from Hungary, you'll flee. Like Trotsky who fled from Russia, you'll seek the rat holes of obscurity. Veos and Negrin and Lepasianaria who fled from Spain, you'll seek sanctuary in some new land to begin once again your gnawing, devastating, destructive work of world revolution. What are your aspirations for America? You're dreaming dreams that although Marxism failed in Russia, in Poland, in Germany, in Hungary, in Austria, in Spain, and in Mexico. Yes, I said failed. You're dreaming dreams that it failed. You're dreaming dreams that it will succeed here in this land, where Columbus and his crew from the Santa Maria, where Washington fought for freedom and righteousness, and where the founders of our Constitution wrote an instrument of civilization which is obnoxious to your understanding. And if you fail, you who will flee as did your comrades in Spain, you're hoping to leave behind the ashes of grief and the chaos of destruction. Oh, but you will be disappointed. I'll tell you what you will leave behind and what you are creating at this moment. You are arousing the peaceful Americans from their repose and security. Unconsciously, you are Paul Revere's, God save the comparison, insofar as you are marshaling the Christian American forces to unite to the last man against your Oriental invasion. You are assembling the ranks of militant Christianity, of militant Americanism, in a defense mechanism against your un-Christianity and your un-Americanism. Go on and carry on your campaign. Try your utmost to divide the rank of priest against priest, of citizen against citizen, of industry against labor, of Catholic against Protestant, of Gentile against Jew. Try to do that, and you will meet with a worse failure than you and your kind have ever faced in any sector of this modern world. Oh, we regret that for the moment only, you and your kind have succeeded in Russia under one form, where you destroyed the last vestige of liberty, and in Germany under another form, where the defense mechanism for which you were responsible proved to be a backwash which engulfed in its ocean of tears the religious liberties of Catholic, Protestant, and Jew. But you will not succeed in America. And the defense mechanism which unconsciously you are originating will not be misdirected into the channels of inordinate Nazism. You will not succeed in creating your popular front from the labor movement. The unsound leadership and the blunders of John Lewis have proven that. You will not succeed in seducing Catholic and Protestants to hate the Jews because they're Jews. You will not succeed in propagandizing America into a world war for the purpose of upholding the leaning bulwarks of your Russian Soviet experiments and your international plunderbuns. You will not succeed in doing any of these things, but you will succeed in flipping your It is not a Russia where 90% of the population was untutored and devoid of the facilities of the radio and free press. A Russia that had been exploited for years by the knout, the dungeon, and the Siberia of a tyrannical tsardom. I ask you, have you not learned from your saviors? Gentlemen of the Popular Front. Or rather, gentlemen behind the Popular Front, for you're afraid to assume the first rank. This is America. The same spirit which motivated our forebears in 1776 inspires us today. If then the heroes of our homelands risked their fortunes and their lives against a George III for his financial aggressions, rest assured that we, his descendants, and we who have made of this our homeland, we will risk our fortunes and our lives against your invasions, calculated to destroy both political and religious and financial liberty. On that point, do not be mistaken. For there is no power under God which will bid us bow our heads and bare our breasts and minds either to the barrage of your bullets or your propaganda. Refresh your memories on the events which have transpired this past 3 years in Spain. You and your kind had a popular front. Forced you to deceive the millions of the laboring class. By your control of the press. By your fanciful names of freedom. By your high-sounding phrases of democracy. Oh, at length, you resorted to force. You forced your ideologies upon a Christian nation. You forced your political experimentations upon a peaceful people. And finally, when nothing else was left but to meet fire with fire and force with force, there arose a Franco. Yes, you in America do not like his name, the name of your nemesis. You in America who collected funds from the CIO and from 1,000 other agencies to aid and abet the enemies of Franco. You congregated the American Abraham Lincoln Brigade to fight for the cause of the hammer and sickle. Your comrades from France and Germany and Russia and England and from every nation in the world assembled in the Foreign Legion to help tear down the cross and massacre Christians in the name of your democracy. Oh, but when the crisis came, there came a Franco. And when Franco came, there came the dissolution of your lost, diabolical cause. And I'll ask you who composed Franco's forces. And I'll answer the question. It was the Christian Front. Do you want history to repeat itself in America? Or are you ready to retreat and admit that you and your snarling breed have no place beneath the stars and stripes? You, the panderers of communism, the protagonists of anti-Semitism, the defamers of Americanism, and the cringing, cowardly advocates of press muzzling. Yes, gentlemen of the Christian Bolshevik Front, As the American magazine says, this mere campaign which you are directing at my person is a subterfuge, and we know it. For in truth, it is directed primarily at Catholicism. And if at Catholicism, at Christianity. For I assure you, Catholics and Protestants will not be found divided in this crisis, and you and all the control of the press and the radio which you exercise can never divide them. In one sense, we thank you, communists and fellow travelers, for giving the religious people of this nation an opportunity to arouse themselves, to unite themselves for God and country. Long enough we've been apathetic. But today, I assure you, we're aroused. And your challenge is hereby met by a mightier challenge. We will fight you shoulder to shoulder and cheek to jowl and be content to use your weapons. If you choose to fight in the American way, according to the rules of liberty of press and liberty of speech, well and good. But if you persist in carrying on your fight by denying us liberty of speech, liberty of press, and consequently liberty in politics, we will fight you in Franco's way if necessary. Call this inflammatory, if you will. It is inflammatory. Rest assured, we'll fight you and we'll win. I understand that units of the Christian Front have formed and are forming in New York City and elsewhere. Does that mean anything to you Bolsheviks? Do you forget how units of your communistic front formed in Russia in 1918? And do you forget what Zinoviev said to the Northern Communes on September 19, 1918? Well, to refresh your Oriental memories, here is the barbarism to which he gave utterance. Quotation from Zinoviev. To overcome our enemies, we must have our own socialist militarism. We must win over to our side 90 million of the 100 million of population in Russia. As for the rest, we have nothing to say to them. They must be annihilated, unquote Zinoviev and the Popular Front. Gentlemen, do you want the Christian Front to adopt the same technique as the Zinoviev Front? The technique of annihilation? Or do you want the Christian Front to retain the Christian teaching? Well, gentlemen of the Popular Front, I advise you tonight to assemble your meeting. Tomorrow, call your caucuses. And I advise you to revise your tactics. But ponder upon this fact that the Christian Front is no longer a dream. It is a reality in America. A reality that grows stronger, more courageous, and more determined under the threat of your ideological invasion. Were I a member of the Christian Front, had I any influence in blueprinting the principles and the policies of the Christian Front, I would say this. Gentlemen of the Christian Front, since you have adopted a name that was hallowed in the poverty of Bethlehem, made glorious in the streets of Nazareth, and on the temple steps of Jerusalem. Since you have chosen to designate yourselves by his hallowed name, whose hand clasped the nails, whose brow bore the crown of thorns, and whose lacerated body was sealed in a tomb from which he arose glorious and immortal, bear in mind, gentlemen of the Christian front, that he is the Prince of Peace. He came not to destroy, but to perfect. He dwelt amongst us not to teach the doctrines of subjugation and slavery, but the gospel of liberty and brotherhood. It was his lips that pronounced the counsel of love one another. It was his voice that sounded the warning that they who use the sword shall perish by the sword. Therefore, gentlemen of the Christian front, before your spokesmen ascend the rostrum to discuss Americanism and Christianity, I pray you model your speech after the Sermon on the Mount. If you are assailed or assaulted, be mindful that when he was spat upon, contemned, stripped of his garments and lashed at the pillar, he suffered pain. Recollect his admonition to render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. Yea, even when you are arraigned before some Pontius Pilate of judge, when you are victimized by slander, when you are maligned and calumniated, be mindful that though you could summon a legion of angels to your defense, you must not take the law into your own hands. You are not fighting against the law. You are organizing to protect the law and to perfect the law. What though the modern scribes and Pharisees form your part? What though they accuse you of stirring up the multitude? What though they maintain that you consort with sinners, be they Nazis or anti-Semitic or whatnot? Well, not more scurrilous epithets than these. Oh, that Jesus Christ. Gentlemen of the Christian front, I am sadly conscious that in Germany, when Adolf Hitler protested that his movement was in the defense of Christianity, oh, beware of falling into his evil ways by assuming to yourselves the interpretation of Christianity and its practices, by perpetrating in its sacred name the excesses which are frowned upon by Christianity. Oh, be ye Christian in the full sense of the word. The Crusaders of old were Christians when they repulsed the Mohammedan hordes. We saw the brave Polish people establish a Christian front. We saw it spring up in Italy. In the past, we have witnessed the activities of a Christian front that was forced to defend the lives, the liberties, and the properties of Spain against the invasion of the international popular Bolshevik front. Christianity, however, does not teach that you and your fellow citizens shall submit to any injustice which definitely aims at the destruction of the immortal souls of men. Christianity does not teach that you gentlemen shall submit to an invasion of ideologies when these ideologies are aimed at the destruction of Christianity. Christianity does not teach that the mystical body of Christ shall submit to the mystical body of Satan. Christianity does not teach that a peaceful citizenry will surrender unjustly private properties, liberties, and national culture to an unjust aggressor. Nevertheless, the Christian way is the peaceful way until all argument having failed, all civil authority having failed, there is left no other way but the way of defending ourselves against the invaders of our spiritual and national rights, the Franco way. And when your rights have been challenged, when all civil authority has succumbed before the invaders, then and only then may Christians meet force with force. Remember this, gentlemen of the Christian Front. In no way can you collaborate with the Bolsheviks. In no way can you compromise with the Bolsheviks. There is only one way we will deal with them. They must retreat from the theater of their activity, and their atheistic plans for Sovietizing America must be abandoned. There is only one flag of Bolshevism that we respect, and that flag is the white flag of surrender. Need I warn you against false leaders? Recollect that your principles, gentlemen of the Christian Front, may be as pure as the driven snow, and recollect that these principles can be perverted by self-seeking men. Carry always with you this thought, that a Christian front must never become an anti-racial front. If in your contest for the supremacy of Christ and his principles, and for America and its traditions, if you come in conflict with individuals who are anti-God or anti-American, characterize them not as persons of such and such a race, be they Jew or Gentile. And most important, a worthwhile Christian front must be a united Christian front. Factionalism must be abandoned. The desire for leadership on the part of individuals must be sacrificed. Under one head, who is forsworn to practice the principles of Christianity, every group in every city in every state must be marshaled. The Christian Front Organization is not a debating society. It is an action society. It is not a destructive force. It is a constructive force. It is not an organization for warfare, but it is an organization for peace. Again, I repeat, if unity is lacking, if the spirit of Christ is wanting, the Christian front will be nothing more than a barbaric mob front. Finally, gentlemen, be not negative in your activity, but be a positive. Be for Christ, be for America, carry on for God and country. A word to you, gentlemen of the Bolshevik front. Your aggression, your treatment of atheism, your challenges against free press and free speech, your incitements to hatred and your attempt to Bolshevize America in politics, in industry, in education and government, your practiced campaign of vilification, your browbeating and manhandling of those who would oppose you. These and many other causes have been responsible for the just indignation which we Americans entertain against such policies and practices, and you can extend your popular front across America and try to hide behind it. But at last we've discovered you, and we've penetrated right through to the very source of your malevolence. And your challenge has been accepted. And I assure you that this battle between truth and error, between God and anti-God, between nationalism and internationalism, this will continue until your red flag is hauled down, until the white flag of surrender is unfurled. And in the meantime, if you care to carry on, you have the discomfort of knowing of your past failures. In the meantime, if you do not emulate the traditions of your European comrades who ran like rats for safety, leaving behind their disillusioned followers to bear the brunt of defeat, you will be responsible for building up such a defense mechanism as this world never witnessed. A defense mechanism which will either isolate you or obliterate you if you persist in pursuing your attacks against religion and constitutional Americanism. There's no question of your compromising with us. We know that. And no question of our compromising with you. You've been told that. This fight, then, is a death struggle between your internationalism and our Americanism, between your atheism and our cherished religion. What though you send me threatening letters? What though you have even designated the day of my death, unless I withdraw from this contest? I'm not important. Nor is this a battle between individuals who are important. Carry out your threats if you dare, but recognize that this contest is between God and anti-God, between the principles of Americanism and the principles of Sovietism. I warn you, members of the Bolshevik front, that the stars and so keep flying from all public institutions long after the red emblem of Russia shall have been furled in the dust of time, and the cross of Christ shall continue to adorn our temples long after the hammer and sickle shall have taken their place with the emblems of the pagan past. Look ye in yonder evening sky, and you will see there, as did Constantine of old, the cross of the crucified one. And above it, if you have spiritual eyes to see, there are inscribed these words, in hoc signo vinces, in this sign thou shalt conquer. Nothing like that was ever said about the sign of the hammer and sickle. You of the daily walker and of the new masses, you of the nation, and you the fellow travelers who form the popular front, better known as the Bolshevik front, recognize that in this modern era, the contest stands between the forces of the Jew, Karl Marx, and the forces of the Jew, Jesus Christ. You must choose one or the other. For, as Christ said, you are either with me or against me. Oh, you cannot succeed. You Bolsheviks arouse the opponents into the ranks of the Christian front, and they will succeed if the spirit of the Christian front is the spirit of Jesus Christ. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen, who have the Christian courage to oppose not only Nazism, but also communism.
As Mr. Mitchell said, a copy of this afternoon's address, together with copies of the 2 previous Sundays' addresses, will be mailed to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present at this time the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. After you listen to the address by Father Coughlin, you're invited to write your comments to WHBI, Newark, New Jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, Father Coughlin will address you today on the subject, not anti-Semitism, but anti-communism. Hundreds of thousands of persons have requested copies of his last 2 addresses. During the past week, criticism of these addresses have occupied much space in the press. These will be answered today. Hundreds of thousands of persons in this audience will be anxious to have a copy of the address about to be delivered in order to read it carefully and analytically. Copies of these can be had by writing directly to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Before Father Coughlin comes to the microphone, the Shrine of the Little Flower Choristers, by transcription and conducted by Emile Cote at New York, with Mr. Cyril Guthrell before me at the console of the organ, will sing Schubert's Ave Maria. Approximately 4 1/2 minutes will be occupied with this singing. During these 4 1/2 minutes, each one of you has time to telephone at least one friend or family to listen in to this most important and courageous address. Please go to the telephone and invite some friend to join you in this audience. Schubert's Ave Maria. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Father Charles E. Coughlin from the Shrine of the Little Flower at Royal Oak, Michigan, in his address, Not Anti-Semitism, but Anti-Communism. Copies of this address can be had if you will write a letter to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak this week. Father Coughlin.
Good afternoon, my friends. 2 weeks ago, the minds of our American citizens were focused upon the latest outburst of Nazi persecution directed against the Jews of Germany. Every newspaper heralded abroad the news of a $400 million fine imposed upon 600,000 German Jews by a government which already had restricted the liberties of Catholic and Protestant and Jew. A government which, thanks be to God, has not resorted officially to the guillotine, the machine gun, or the kerosene-drenched pit. This was the first time our apathetic generation was aroused to the cries of distress which were sounding upon heedless ears since 1917. This magnificent publicity was regarded as a rainbow of hope which filtered through the dark clouds of despair. Recognizing it as such, I seized the opportunity to raise my voice not only in condemnation of this latest manifestation of persecution, but to amalgamate the forces of a sympathetic world against all persecution, be it that of Catholic or Protestant, Jew or Gentile. Surely, thought I, these barbaric outbursts against race or creed must be traceable to some common origin. Surely a chastened world must be willing to sacrifice its selfish, racial, and nationalistic objectives to militate against the common cause of all the afflictions experienced by all our fellow men resident abroad. Without attempting to minimize the atrocities of Nazism, I drew to the attention of this audience the excesses of communism. I insisted that Nazism was only a defense mechanism against communism. To an intelligent audience composed of intelligent Christians and intelligent Jews, I appealed. Let us distill our sympathies not only from the tears of the oppressed Jews, but also from the lifeblood of 20 million Christians. That was my prayer. Let us attack communism and destroy it from the face of the earth. If we are scientific in our approach to the whole problem of persecution, for causes must be removed before effects can be destroyed. That was my counsel. For having made this appeal, for having suggested this counsel, for having pointed out that atheistic Jews were too prominent in furthering the cause of Lenin and Trotsky with its religion of atheism, its patriotism of internationalism, and its security of confiscation, I was most unexpectedly assailed by those who characterized my address as a defense of Nazism and as an expression of anti-Semitism. Of these misunderstandings I tried to dispose last Sunday when I produced the previous Sunday's broadcast by transcription. Unfortunately, those who seemingly reject both my pleas and my counsels, and whose official, organized silence towards communism manifests a most alarming situation, unfortunately, they have not seen fit to meet my challenge of distilling their sympathy both from the tears of Jews and the blood of Christians. Instead, They have intentionally dodged the issue by endeavoring to confuse the public mind, particularly through the use of managed editorials and mismanaged interviews. For emphasis, let me repeat that the controlled press has failed to face the issue which I presented. Would not a dispassionate judge be inclined then to conclude that the effort on the part of my critics to assail my person and scoff at my presentation of facts, would he not conclude that this is related to their desire to protect communism? My friends, there would be no warrant for my continuing to occupy your attention with further argumentation on this subject had the press inaugurated an honest effort to arouse sympathy against the atrocities of communism as well as against the injustices of Nazism. But the press has failed. Therefore, in loyalty to my fellow Christians, I in turn am challenged to pursue my course. Permit me first to restate the underlying principle which is associated with persecution. To remove all persecution from the world, persecution both of Jew and of Christian, it is necessary first to consolidate the fair-minded support of all fair-minded citizens, Jew and Gentile. To organize successfully public opinion against not only Nazism, which no sensible American Christian can logically support, but also against communism, which no religious Jew can honestly sustain, we must have as our objective social justice for all. Social justice whose principles are founded upon the teachings of Jesus Christ. Since then, there is a weapon which my adversaries choose. I am constrained to continue my battle. I must lift up the shield of defense against false assertion. I must use the sword of factual truth to oppose them, lest my silence be interpreted as surrender, and lest such a surrender be regarded as a victory for the anti-Nazis over those whose battle cry is anti-Nazi and anti-communist and anti-injustice with Christ over all. Therefore, this afternoon, I will pursue my case by considering the arguments presented by my critics last week to sustain their untenable position of silence regarding Christian persecution. My opponents' arguments are classified first in the editorials of certain newspapers, second in the arguments of Alexander Kerensky and Leon Trotsky, third in the publicized statements made by Kuhn-Loeb Company, fourth in the statement attributed to the office of the American Secret Service. As to the newspapers and their adverse editorials of the past week, do you recollect the complaint which I uttered 2 Sundays ago? On that occasion, I expressed the thought that when millions of Christians in Russia, Mexico, and Spain were made targets of the machine gun, little or no publicity was given by the public press to these persecutions, which future generations will regard as the worst atrocities of all time. Then there was a silent press. Then there was a venal press that eulogized those responsible for establishing a policy of recognizing Russia. Then there was a calloused press that belittled the grief of Spain and Mexico. Although many newspapers have not taken a position of hands off the communist question and hands off those whose silence supports it, yet a powerful group of papers practically have adopted that attitude. They gloss over our recognition of Russia. They applaud when congratulations are cabled to the haters of Christ. They vacillate between the Spanish loyalists and rebels. They praise the liberalism of Mexico. And why? You ask me why? Oh, do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? Or can the fig tree, my brethren, bear grapes or the vine figs? It is not in a spirit of retaliation that I remind you of these things, for you know that the editorial content of many papers is colored by the logic of the advertising dollar. The advertising dollar which manages editorials. Nor is it in the spirit of revenge that I use the following concrete example to prove the viciousness of an inspired press whose editorials and news articles manifest a serious lack of responsibility and honesty. But in a spirit of truth and of courage to defend truth, I dare to unfold for you the following concrete story of a typical controlled newspaper. A story where those, or their representatives who control the advertising dollar, control the freedom of the press. Last week, Rabbi Leo M. Franklin of Temple Bethel, Detroit, Michigan, sought an interview with Mr. Henry Ford to discuss with him, among other things, the possibility of the Ford organizations engaging the services of certain refugee Jews whom the rabbi expected to be expelled from Germany. In the presence of Mr. Ford and his executives, this matter was discussed at some length. A resume of Mr. Ford's conversation was written by the rabbi. Confessedly, it was the rabbi's composition, not Mr. Ford's. It was the rabbi's concept of not what Mr. Ford actually said, but what Rabbi Franklin would prefer he had said. Following this meeting, the Detroit Free Press printed a purported first-person interview with Mr. Henry Ford. It was captioned by front-page headlines which read, quotations, "Ford assails Nazis, persecutions, and welcomes Jewish refugees as valuable addition to U.S. life." In a statement severely critical of the Nazi persecution of the Jews, continues the Free Press, Henry Ford Wednesday night declared that he favored the admission of persecuted Jews to this country under the selective quota system, unquote. The purported interview, quoting Mr. Ford and carried in all the newspapers at home and abroad, this purported interview, quoting Mr. Ford in the first person singular throughout, was not given by Mr. Ford. The interview which the Detroit Free Press said was given out at Dearborn, Michigan on Wednesday of last week was not given out by Mr. Ford or by any of his executives on Wednesday night or at any other time. Here, my friends, was a gigantic attempt to put into the mouth of America's foremost manufacturer words that he did not say. To my mind, a new low in editorial responsibility, a mark seldom equaled in the history of American journalism, was attained. Social Justice magazine, distrustful of the purported interview carried in the Detroit Free Press of December 1st relative to Nazi persecution, sent its investigators to ascertain the facts of the case. Mr. Harry Bennett, speaking officially for the Ford Motor Corporation, and in the presence of Mr. Henry Ford, the same Harry Bennett who arranged the meeting between Rabbi Franklin and Mr. Ford, permits Social Justice magazine to say the following in a signed statement. Quotation. 1. The direct quotation carried in the paper is totally inaccurate and was not written by Mr. Ford but was composed by Rabbi Franklin. 2. Rabbi Franklin came to see Mr. Ford to ask him if his factory would assimilate Jewish refugees, the result of Nazi persecution. Mr. Ford said that he believed there was little or no persecution in Germany. If any, it was due not to the German government, but to the warmongers, the international bankers. Moreover, while Mr. Ford expressed his humanitarianism for all people, yet he believed that Jews wouldn't be content to work in factories. That was the essence of the talk between Mr. Ford and Rabbi Franklin. But the story handed to the Free Press was written by Rabbi Franklin and handed to it by Rabbi Franklin and not by Mr. Ford. Unquote the signed statement. Ladies and gentlemen, the above quotation from an article which will appear in Social Justice magazine on this travesty in journalism is authentic. There, then, is a sample of inspired news of a controlled newspaper dispensing for public reading as if it were a direct statement composed by Mr. Ford himself. For what purpose, I ask? Possibly for the same purpose and subject to the same influences. When some newspapers find it profitable to adopt a policy of silence on Christian persecution abroad, they are willing to headline the $400 million fine levied against 600,000 Jews day after day. Oh, by their fruits, these news journals shall be known. However, after the deluge of last week's editorial tidal wave, whose origin we now know, I was expected to feel pretty much as Mark Twain did. Mark Twain, who related in his memoirs his experience, which he had as an editor in Virginia City, Nevada. As well as I recollect, the humorist said, seated in my editor's chair one day, I was confronted by the gargantuan figure of a man I had abused in an editorial a few days before. He glowered at me. I knew I was in for it. But as always, my native resourcefulness pulled me through. As the giant advanced on me, I stood up. He charged. Cleverly, I contrived to get his arm around my waist and his elbow under my chin. We wrestled about for a moment, and I succeeded in keeping my feet high in the air. We fell to the floor. Again, my resourcefulness asserted itself. For by a deft movement, I got his knee in my stomach and his fingers tight about my throat. Then I had him. My friends, next permit me to analyze and refute the statements publicized by Mr. Kerensky and Mr. Trotsky. Alexander Kerensky, one of the chief witnesses whose testimony is supposed to stultify my plea to oppose communism together with Nazism, a witness whose contribution was intended to confuse the public mind, is not well known to the younger generation. Mr. Kerensky was prominent for a period of 7 months in 1917. He was the leader of the first of 3 Russian revolutions. Most men of our generation believe that he had gone to the happy hunting ground of lost causes. Presupposing that the American public had forgotten the 3 Russian revolutions since 1917, presupposing that the public mind entertains the error that there was only 1 Russian revolution since that date, Mr. Kerensky arises from the tomb of the past to remind us that he fathered the revolution, which for shortness of life and insignificance of effect will be classified with the frequent uprisings which come and go with every sunset in Central America. As a matter of record, Mr. Kerensky's revolution came in like a lion in the windy month of March 1917 and left the stage of this troubled world like a lamb in October of that same year. Contrary to common opinion, Mr. Kerensky did not successfully annihilate Tsarism. On the contrary, it was the guns and bayonets of the Trotskyites and Leninites that accomplished that in July 1918. They of the Second Revolution, who succeeded in overthrowing the Kerensky government. The First Revolution was devoid of atheistic Jewish domination, and for that reason, possibly, was a failure. It lasted only 7 months. But the Second Russian Revolution, which, for the sake of clarity, we now refer to as the Trotsky Russian Revolution, this one not only drove Alexander Kerensky as a wanderer over the face of the earth, not only murdered the Tsar and his family in 1918, but inaugurated the mass murder of 20,400,000 Christians. That was the real Russian Revolution with its dictator, its subjugation of 160 million people, its pogroms against Christians, its professed atheism, and its advertised internationalism. Mr. Kerensky, the father of the first assault against the injustices of Tsarism, practically vanished from the headlines in 1917. But on this, the occasion of his reappearance, I welcome the opportunity to agree with him heartily that the Jews had only an insignificant part in his failure. I agree with him that after he fled Russia ignominiously with the coming of the Lenins and Trotskys in October 1917, I agree with him wholeheartedly that the Jews who were successful in establishing communism over the stillborn corpse of his socialistic effort, that these were apostate Jews, as he calls them, or atheistic Jews, as I term them. On one important point, I do not agree with the testimony given by this revolutionary, a testimony which was accredited extensive space in all the important news journals of America. This witness said, according to the Detroit News, November 30th, quotes, "The suggestion is ridiculous that the Jews financed the revolution," unquote. He should have qualified his statement by saying, "my revolution." He continues by stating that, quotations, "the revolutionary government obtained credits not through any bankers, Jewish or Gentile, in America, but from the United States government," unquote. I say that according to reputable testimony, it was financed by Jacob Schiff. Remembering that we are discussing the first Russian Revolution, which flourished only from the spring until the autumn of 1917, let me be of assistance to the failing memory of this witness by quoting the New York Times of March 24, 1917, a photostatic copy of which I have before me. On that date, this newspaper said, quotations, "The movement," referring to the Kerensky Revolution, "the movement was financed by a New York banker you all know and love," quoting Mr. Kennan and referring to Mr. Jacob Schiff. Following this statement, made by one of the then leading foreign correspondents, Mr. Kennan, the New York Times informs us that a Mr. Parsons arose on the platform of Carnegie Hall and said, quotations, "I will now read a message from White Sulphur Springs sent by the gentleman to whom Mr. Kennan referred," unquote. A portion of the message reads as follows, quotations, "Will you say for me to those present at tonight's meeting how deeply I regret my inability to celebrate with the friends of Russian freedom the actual reward of what we had hoped and striven for these long years." Signed, Jacob H. Schiff. To confirm my contention that Mr. Jacob Schiff contributed to the activities of the Kerensky Revolution, let me quote the Jewish Communal Register of New York City, 1917-18, edited and published by the Coughlin, the Jewish community, of New York City. I speak these words certainly holding no brief for Germany or for Nazism. Simply as a student of history, I am endeavoring to analyze the reason for the growth of the idea in the minds of the Nazi Party that communism and Judaism were too closely woven for the national health of Germany. Nor do I speak these words to defend the atheistic international Jews and Gentiles throughout the world who follow the footsteps of Lenin and advocate the principles of Marx. I do ask, however, that an insane world will distinguish between the innocent Jew and the guilty Jew, as much as I would ask the same insane world to distinguish between the innocent Gentile and the guilty Gentile. Believe me, my friends, it is in all charity that I speak these words as I seek to discover the causes that produce the effect known as Nazism. Nazism, which was evolved to act as a defense mechanism against the incursions of communism. Let us not forget the object of this discussion. My purpose is to contribute a worthwhile suggestion to eradicate from this world its mania for persecution. Thus, while we are concerned with destroying the causes which beget persecution from this civilization of ours, let us profit at this occasion when the attention of our country has been called to this international immorality, particularly on the occasion of a $400 million fine being levied against 600,000 Jews. I ask you, should not all good men, Jew and Gentile, Catholic and Protestant, Christian and non-Christian, should not all good men coordinate their forces to restore sanity, peace, and justice to an era which, for its ferocity, its barbarism, and its hatred, has outstripped the Diocletians, the Neros, and the Torquemadas of old? I was thrilled to hear the most intellectual Archbishop of San Francisco remind his compatriots that this universal surge of sympathy whose waters are now about to wash clean the impure emotions of a materialistic America, I was thrilled, and so were you, to hear him state that at long last the press and the radio of this nation are beginning to play their part in arousing a dormant people to the other injustices and persecutions which are besmirching our civilization. The persecutions in Russia, in Mexico, and in Spain. Persecution is an injustice wherever it exists. Today's persecution was born from the loins of yesterday's persecution. Thus, if Nazism, a persecutor of Jew and Catholic and Protestant, if Nazism is a defense mechanism against communism, be assured that communism, another persecutor, was a defense mechanism against the greed of the money changers who persecuted and pilloried the teeming populations of Europe. Permit me to restate that important principle. If Nazism is now memorable for its injustice and its persecution, so was communism. And so was the economic system which made slaves of millions in the midst of plenty, the system which generated communism. Thus, one persecution begets another as one injustice evolves into another. The inevitability of cause and effect will pursue its course to its logical destiny of chaos as one injustice continues to reproduce a worse injustice. It is our concern, therefore, to destroy the cause in order to prevent a succession of disastrous effects. To abolish persecution, let us destroy hatred. To eliminate hatred, let us establish justice. Justice for all without exception. Any other approach to our problem is unscientific. And may I add, there can be no justice without God. There can be no God without love. Love for him and for our fellow men whom he fashioned according to his image and likeness. Be not mistaken, therefore, in analyzing the cause of Nazism. Trace it courageously to its legitimate lair, to its occasioning cause. Therefore, I say to the good Jews of America, be not indulgent with the irreligious atheistic Jews and Gentiles who promote the cause of persecution in the land of the communists, the same ones who promote the cause of atheism in America. Be not lenient with your high financiers and politicians who assisted at the birth of the only political, social, and economic system in all civilization that adopted atheism as its religion, internationalism as its patriotism, and slavery as its liberty. In our possession, we have a copy of the official white paper issued by the English War Cabinet in 1919. This official paper prints the names of the Jewish bankers Kuhn, Loeb and Company of New York among those who helped to finance the Russian Revolution and communism. Since then, both Jewish and Gentile financiers have been according financial comfort to the Soviet Republic. Perhaps these financial overtures were made in innocence. Perhaps not. Moreover, I have before me a quotation from the periodical named The American Hebrew of September 10, 1920, which says, quotation, "The achievement, the Russian Jewish Revolution, destined to figure in history as the overshadowing result of the World War, was largely the outcome of Jewish thinking, of Jewish discontent, of Jewish effort to reconstruct." Unquote. Let our remarks be couched in the language of charity when referring to that quotation. It was a Jewish effort to reconstruct. But in justice, we expect that results, that truth founded upon fact and experience, now will convince all Jewish leaders worthy of the name to repudiate vigorously atheistic communism and its followers whence emerges the fanged serpent of persecution. Then and only then can we coordinate our forces to banish hatred and injustice from the nations of the world. Now that experience has proven that this effort to reconstruct society by means of communism died a borning, now that the same experience teaches us that from the birth cradle of communism there rose the stench of Nazi persecution, now that this communism is permeating the entire world with the fumes of hate, of destruction, and of irreligion, is it not time for those Jews and Christians who have escaped unscathed to repurify the atmosphere of the world, first from communism, lest by its continued presence an unjust defense mechanism similar to Nazism will spring up to assail us? Thus it is my hope that the thousands of erudite, sincere Jews in this nation, together with all informed Christians, will recognize that as long as misguided Jews and Gentiles both, and in such great numbers, continue to propagate the doctrines of anti-God, anti-Christ, anti-patriotism, and anti-property, so long there will always exist some defensive mechanism against communism. Today, it is Nazism in Berlin. Tomorrow, it will be some otherism in New York. But always, it will be characterized by persecution. It would be ignominious for Christians at this hour to cloak themselves in the garments of class silence on the subject of Nazism or communism, the latter from which cesspool there originated Nazism, and it would be ignoble for us to raise our voice in defense of persecution and not to raise our voice to defend the 600,000 Jews of Germany. However, it is my opinion that Nazism, the effect of communism, cannot be liquidated in its persecution complex until the religious Jews in high places, in synagogue and finance, radio and press, attack the cause, attack its forthright, and the errors and the spread of communism, together with all our co-nationals who support it. My fellow citizens, I am not ignorant of Jewish history. I know its glories. I am acquainted with its glorious sons. I am aware of the keen intellectuality which has characterized its progress in commerce, in finance, in all the arts and sciences, and particularly in the field of communication. But I am also aware that every nation from time immemorial has lifted in its hand the lash of persecution to strike the back of Jewry. From Nineveh to Berlin, from ancient to modern times, a constant moan of suffering has been raised from the weeping wall whose structure now has encompassed the entire world. Portugal and Spain, France and Germany, England and the northern countries, Italy and Russia, all in turn have taken their stand at the pillar of persecution to wield the leaden lash about the shoulders of Jews. For what reason, I need not detail at this moment. I will satisfy myself simply by drawing to your attention that since the time of Christ, Jewish persecution only followed after Christians were first persecuted. Persecuted either by exploiters within their own ranks, as in the Middle Ages, or by the enemies from without, as in our own day. Many historians, in fact a vast majority of them, maintain that the Jews were persecuted because of their social philosophy. And parallel with their persecution has been the persecution of Christians, not for their social philosophy, as historians point out, but for their religion. Relative to Christian persecution in our day, in this most enlightened day of the 20th century, witness the price that Christians have paid to uphold their religion against those who were anti-religious, to uphold their Christ against those who were anti-Christ, to uphold their patriotism, their nationalism, against those who were unpatriotic and international. Between the years 1917 and 38, more than 20 million Christians were murdered by the communistic government in Russia. Between these same years, not $400 million, but $40 billion at a conservative estimate of Christian property was appropriated by the Lenins and Trotskys, the Zinoviev and the Kamenets, the Litvinovs and the Lipinskys, by the atheistic Jews and Gentiles both of Russia. Those were the desperate days when Christians were not expelled from their native land. Oh, no, they were targets for the machine gun which beat out its tattoo against human hearts. Incredible days when the altars of Christ were desecrated and the servants of Christ were massacred on ever-multiplying Calvary. Our president recently said, such news from any part of the world, speaking of the persecution of the Jews in Germany, such news would inevitably produce a similar profound reaction among American people in every part of the nation. Alas, the news of Christian persecution came to our shores. Alas, the press and the radio were almost silent. Alas, this present government made friends of these murderers by recognizing their flags. Those were the days when there was silence in the press, days when there was silence on the radio, because opposition to communism was a controversial subject. Turn the pages of history to recent years, when the disciples of the communists, atheists, and internationalists, and anti-Christians obtruded their philosophy into Mexico. Although the Christian world stood aghast, while hundreds of millions of dollars of property, including ecclesiastical institutions, were confiscated. There was no condemnation officially uttered against the Cardinal. There was no recall of the ambassador Josephus Daniels. There was no national protest on that occasion, and there was no invitation extended to the persecuted Christians of Mexico to seek refuge in our land. Almost contemporaneous with this Mexican madness, directed and operated by the commissars of the Kremlin, the world began to hear the story of a disconsolate Spain. Spain that has become the battleground of communism versus Christianity. What is the record of that unfortunate country? 700,000 men have fallen in battle. 300,000 of the noblest non-combatants, men and women and children, have been butchered because of their religion. The press of America succeeded in the meantime in muzzling the truth about these horrors. No symposium of radio protest was organized to decry the Christian lifeblood spilled upon the pavements of Barcelona. Barcelona, with its population of over 1 million persons, where at this moment there is left open only one small, semi-official chapel. Nor was Trabals, our Spanish ambassador, called back to Washington to tell his story, the most ghastly story in all the pages of civilized or uncivilized history. Nor did our State Department forbid the 3,200 members of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, recruited from the Jewish and Gentile communist youth, from participating in once more dragging Christ down from his cross and slaughtering his innocent followers. And most recently, why, then I ask, was there this silence on the radio and in the press? Ask the gentlemen who control the 3 national radio chains. Ask those who dominate the destinies of the financially inspired press. Surely these Jewish gentlemen and others must have been ignorant of the facts of Russia, Mexico, and Spain, or they would have had a symposium in those dark days, especially when students of history recognize that Nazism is only a defense mechanism against communism, and especially the persecution of the Christian always begets persecution of the Jew. However, let the dead past bury its dead. Today, this is our day, Christians and Jews. We were not responsible for the atrocities of yesteryear. We will be responsible for the persecutions of future years. My friends, unless all persecution is stopped, unless all the causes that lead to persecution are removed, this 20th century, which will have become renowned in the chronicles of the world as the most bloodthirsty period in all its existence, will continue to procreate scientists who in turn will beget new means for destruction, to generate radicals who will conceive new plans for revolution, and to multiply persecution, unless we have courage to remove the basic causes of exploitation which have been busied confiscating the properties of the poor. Therefore, we are in hearty accord with our government, which has seen fit to recall its ambassador from Germany for the purpose of discussing the injustices of a government which has been challenged for persecuting the Jews. But if we are sincere, we will not stop there. We will recall the ambassadors or ministers from the communist countries. From Mexico City, where a price is still placed on the head of a priest. From Barcelona, in whose suburbs 300 innocent nuns, the breath of life still in their bodies, were drenched with kerosene and burnt alive by official order of the military communists. And from Moscow, where our temples have been turned into museums, and where our Christ has been crucified anew. Yes, 20 million times anew. By all means, then, let us have a convention of ambassadors. By all means, let us have courage to compound our sympathy, not only from the tears of Jews, but also from the blood of Christians. 600,000 Jews whom no government official in Germany has yet sentenced to death, and 25 million Christians at least whose lives have been snuffed out, whose property has been confiscated in its entirety, and whose altars in Christ have been desecrated since 1917 without official protest from America. America that has extended and still extends the right hand of recognition to the murderers themselves. Let us distill this sympathy into a program of peace. Peace the result of order, order the offspring of law, and law the child of justice. Thanks be to God, both the radio and the press at length have become attuned to the wails of sorrow arising from Jewish persecution. May these notes rise in rapid crescendo until a symphony not of hate, but of love, not of protest, but of determination, fills the heart of every human being in America. May every honest Jew, every God-fearing Jew, as well as every honest and God-fearing Christian, find themselves cooperating in this common objective. This address is certainly displeasing to communists. I am reliably informed that they have organized to complain to the radio station because I have traced Nazism to the lair of communism. But Gentiles must repudiate the excesses of Nazism. Jew and Gentile both must repudiate the existence of communism from which Nazism springs. In conclusion, may we Americans not engage in unreasonable reprisals against any nation. Let charity be the norm of our conduct, and let justice for all be our guiding star.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the transcription which brought you my recorded voice. Speaking to you directly through the microphone, I now address you, the judge and jury. But before the presentation of my case is completed, let me offer rebuttal to the charges issued by Professor Smearstinkle. It is regrettable that I am forced to read into the record a part of a closely guarded, certified document. I trusted that I should be spared doing this in order to avoid personalities. However, since I am forced to defend myself not for myself, but for the cause I uphold, let me introduce into court as my witness the scholarly Professor Dennis Fahey, one of the most outstanding scholars in Ireland, professor of philosophy at Blackrock Seminary, Dublin. He says on page 88 in The Mystical Body of Christ in the Modern World the following quotations. The chief document treating of the financing of the Russian Revolution is the one drawn up by the American Secret Service and transmitted by the French High Commissioner to his government. It was published by the Documentation Catholique of Paris on March 6, 1920, and preceded by the following remarks, namely, the authenticity of this document is guaranteed to us with regard to its exactness and the exactness of the information which it contains. The American Secret Service takes responsibility. Now, in Section 1 of this official report, we read, it was found out that the following persons, as well as the banking house mentioned, were engaged in this work of destruction. Jacob Schiff, Guggenheim, Max Breitun, Coughlin, Loeb and Company, of which the following are the directors: Jacob Schiff, Felix Warburg, Otto Kahn, Mortimer Schiff, S.H. Hanauer, all Jews. There can be no doubt that the Russian Revolution, which broke out a year after the information given above had been received, was launched and fomented by distinctively Jewish influence. On page 90 of this same book, Father Fahey brings out the point in Section 3 of this American Secret Service report that the real name of Lapinski is Lowensohn, and that the 56 out of 59 members of this quasi-cabinet were Jews. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, I submit evidence which cannot be gainsaid easily by Professor Smearstinkle, the professional anti-Nazi whose source of information was an expurgated edition of the British White Paper, an edition from which the parts which I quoted to you just now were deleted, as every honest student in history knows. As for the quotation I used last Sunday from the American Hebrew magazine, I still stand by it. Any child can verify it in any well-organized library. My appeal is nearly completed. In review, may I submit that the plaintiffs in the case are my critics. The charges that I have been guilty of un-Americanism, that I've been a supporter of Nazism, that I've been a spreader of anti-Semitism, and that I'm guilty of sadism, What have they with which to substantiate them? All false witnesses once before swore in Pilate's hall. Appreciating that the majority of Americans had not heard last Sunday's discourse, these witnesses held it abroad the charge that I named Stalin and Lenin as Jews. Now you know that I did not make such statements. They scoffed at me for having broadcast that 30 million Christians had been murdered when your own ears tell you I said 20 million in one place and 25 million for all the world. Before you I stand as the defendant. I rest my case on the internal evidence of the faithful recording of last Sunday's address. I ask you to weigh the evidence carefully. In conclusion, may I refer to the American Jewish Congress recently held in New York last October. Speaking of this group representing the Jews of the United States of America, the New York Times of October 31st has the following excerpt, quotations. The mention of communism threw this convention into an uproar when delegates and visitors attempted to shout down Abraham Levine of St. Louis, a delegate who demanded that a proposed declaration of the convention's principle be amended to include a denunciation of communistic theories. After heated discussion, Mr. Levine withdrew his demand, unquote the Times. There is evidence that Jewry is silent on communism and is reluctant to oppose it. There is the question of so-called anti-Semitism, which is really a question of anti-communism. My friends, you are invited to write to me directly for a gift copy of this afternoon's address, with which I will be glad to supply you. Believe me, I shall be honored if you request of me this copy. I ask you, was that the most un-American speech you ever heard? Was it a pack of lies, as one prominent rabbi maintained? Am I a supporter of Nazism, which charge was printed by the Detroit Times? Oh, if it is un-American to bestow sympathy for persecuted Christians, I plead guilty. If I'm an advocate of Nazism when I decry communism, I plead guilty. And if I have no argument to offer you to disprove that I'm a sadist, then I humbly bow before the charge and rest my case before the kindly tribunal of this audience. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the judge and the jury. I am the defendant. Truth, crushed to earth, shall rise again. You are welcome to write to me directly for a copy of this discourse.
You are earnestly requested to write in for copies of this afternoon's presentation. Arm yourself with a copy in order to be able to refute whole cloth allegations. Write directly to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Until next Sunday afternoon, this is your announcer, Franklin Mitchell, on behalf of Father Coughlin, wishing you good afternoon.
We've presented the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. The thoughts contained in this address were entirely those of the speaker and in no way affect the policies of this station. Your announcer, Winfield Beck. Your dial is set at 1250. WHBI, Hoyt Brothers Incorporated, Newark, New Jersey. We present at this time the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Father Charles E. Coughlin in his address, Let Us Consider the Record. Gift copies of this address may be had by writing directly to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan.
Good afternoon, my friends. Following last Sunday's broadcast, a vicious campaign of misrepresentation, based upon fancy and not upon fact, has been carried on not only against me, but against the cause I represent. These attacks, originating with an unprecedented and unsupportable announcement made by station WMCA New York, were the results of last Sunday's broadcast. Please bear that point in mind. These attacks stand or fall on the contents of last Sunday's broadcast. They were centered upon the following unjustifiable accusations. 1. Coughlin attacks Jews in the most un-American speech ever delivered. 2. Coughlin defends Nazism and the Nazi pogroms, which means mass murder. 3. Coughlin asserts that Lenin, Stalin, and Lapinski are Jews. 4. Coughlin says that 30 million Christians were murdered in Russia. 5. Coughlin is in error when he refers to certain Jewish bankers and when he quotes from the American Hebrew magazine. 6. And finally, Coughlin is a sadist, S-A-D-I-S-T, which word means that he is a sexual pervert who obtains gratification from witnessing the sufferings of others. Passingly, may I state that some of the critics did not hear last Sunday's broadcast, as evidence proves. Passingly, I remark that this afternoon's presentation will enable us to distinguish the supporters of communism from its opponents. Respect for myself and my Christianity compels me to answer every one of these charges. I beg no quarter. It is my hope that my critics ask for none. Following this afternoon's address, I trust that henceforth these gentlemen, both in the press and out of it, will change their outmoded, inefficient, and childish tactics which belong to a previous century. Let me become more specific in discussing these 6 charges. Specifically, some rabbis maintain that last Sunday's discourse was an attack against all Jews and was totally un-American. Rabbi Franklin of Temple Bethel, Detroit, said, quotations, "The address of Father Coughlin was one of the most vicious talks that I have listened to in a long time," unquote. Rabbi Cohen of the Cleveland Jewish Center said, "Last Sunday's talk was the most un-American speech I have ever heard. It was a pack of lies and statements shrewdly calculated to arouse anti-Semitic reaction in the country," unquote. Now, from proof which I am able to offer, this vast audience will be able to judge for itself if the speech was either vicious or un-American or a pack of lies. It was an address whose main objective was to point out the cause of all persecution of Christians as well as of Jews. Admittedly, I did attack and will continue to attack atheistic Jews and atheistic Gentiles and those who sustain them. But as a matter of record, I will prove that actually I invited and still invite the non-communist, non-atheistic Jews whom I respect and with whom I deeply sympathize to join with me in combating communism. And specifically, I am referring to the Detroit Times and to the Communist Daily Worker. The headlines of the former shouted in last Monday's edition, quotations, "Storm of protest rises here as Coughlin defends Nazis. More than 100 telephone calls and 25 telegrams and letters were received by station WJR last night and today, protesting the radio address of Father Charles E. Coughlin defending Nazism, unquote. The latter's headlines, the Daily Worker, says, Coughlin, defender of Nazi pogroms. I will prove that these are gross misrepresentations of fact. I will prove that I did not defend Nazism, but condemned it vigorously. I will prove that I condemned the Nazi pogroms. The 100 telephone calls and 25 telegrams and letters referred to as a storm of protest is worse than a half-truth. This journal forgot to say that many of these telephone calls and some of the telegrams were sent to station WJR before my address was even on the air. I am permitted to make this statement by the management of WJR. And specifically, I am referring to the editor of the Jewish Chronicle, Philip Slomovitz, who said, quotations, the entire thesis of the address was based on false data. The man who labels Lenin and Stalin as Jews apparently will not hesitate also to call all the other communist leaders Jews. The burden of proof is upon Father Coughlin when he speaks in staggering figures of 30 million murdered, unquote. These statements, or misstatements, are easy to refute. But as for the concluding part of the charge made against me by Mr. Slomovitz, a charge that was printed in the Detroit Times as a direct quotation from him, I am at a loss for suitable words with which to meet this accusation. I refer to his associating my name and my person with that of a sadist, S-A-D-I-S-T. He said, quotations, it takes a sadist to scoff over the misfortunes of a people who produced his Savior, unquote. Open your dictionaries and read the definition of the word sadist. A sadist is a sexual pervert who obtains gratification from witnessing sufferings of others. When this editor reminds us that his is the nation that produced our Savior, he releases for us the flood waters from the sacred fountains of memory. Oh, yes, your nation produced the Christ, the same Christ whom your ancient prophets foretold, the same Christ who always had compassion upon the multitudes and still has, though they be Jew or Gentile. The same Christ, sir, beloved by the people, but alas, often hated by the people's leaders. Eminent sir, I will restrain myself, although perforce I must remind you that this Christ, this cornerstone of civilization, who was once rejected by the builders of your nation, rose from the tomb in which they sealed his corpse. In another sense, and in our day, the great tomb of ignorance, of deception, and of publicized calumny, wherein our generation is buried, is awaiting the dawn of a new Easter morning. Once more Christ is about to move among the children of men. Even now his voice is sounding in the ghetto of Berlin, in the Bronx of New York, in the Red Square of Moscow, and on the battle-scarred fields of Spain, sounding and re-echoing the invitation to Jew, to careless Christian. Come to me, all ye that labor and are burdened, and I will refresh you. For centuries you have been tied to the pillar of persecution. I will release you. In every land, under every flag, you have been forced to wear the crown of thorns. Come unto me, and I will refresh you. Specifically and finally, I mention Professor John Smearstinko. He is the executive director of the non-sectarian Anti-Nazi League. This anti-Nazi, I do not know if he is anti-communist. This gentleman said that I was in error in stating that 56 of 59 members of a certain Soviet group were Jews. He also said that there was no reference in my official publication of the British War Cabinet in 1919, or in the White Paper that Coughlin, Loeb and Company had financed the Russian Revolution. And finally, this spokesman for station WMCA asserted that I misquoted the American Hebrew magazine and invented the name of Lapinsky as one of the leading Jews in the Russian Revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and critics, I am ably prepared to defend my position within the next half hour. Without fear of intelligent contradiction, I shall repeat verbatim last Sunday's broadcast. The voice you will hear will be my voice, but I shall not be speaking directly to you. It will be my recorded voice. Be it known that previous to last Sunday, arrangements were made to have last Sunday's discourse recorded as I spoke. An exact recording of every word and syllable, every cough, every rustle of the paper from which I read. All was recorded electrically at Steinway Hall, New York City, while I was speaking. There is not the slightest opportunity to change that record. This is the new invention which I hereby make use of to confound the critics who attempted to put untruthful words in my mouth and malicious motives in my mind, when as a matter of record, I was simply inviting the good Jews and the good Gentiles of America to stand fast together against communism, from which Nazism was born. Ladies and gentlemen, judge and jury, the next voice you will hear will be the recorded voice, not the direct voice, of last Sunday's announcer, Mr. Franklin Mitchell. At the conclusion of his introduction, my recorded voice will be heard. In the meantime, I, the defendant, shall be seated here in my chair, listening to myself delivering last Sunday's broadcast, upon which depends your verdict. As you weigh well the words and the tenor of the transcribed speech, please bear in mind that on the basis of last Sunday's discourse, on that basis alone, I was accused of being un-American, a defender of Nazism, a sadist, and an anti-Semite. Bear in mind that I am accused of saying Stalin and Lenin are Jews, that 30 million Christians were murdered by communists. Ladies and gentlemen, the recording.
Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, Father Coughlin will discuss one of the most vital and burning questions of our day, the question of the Jew and of the Christian and of persecution. Hundreds of thousands in this audience will desire to have a permanent copy of this memorable address. It will be printed in full only by Father Coughlin. He will be glad to distribute to all those who write to him a copy of this address, either in pamphlet form or a copy of Social Justice magazine, whose editors plan to carry this speech in full. Undoubtedly, it will occasion considerable controversy, but undoubtedly it will do much to clarify a vexed problem in our midst. After Father Coughlin delivers his address, the Little Flower Choristers, directed by Emil Cote of New York, and they're transcribed, will sing for you, What Could Jesus Do More? Mr. Cyril Guthrell is at the console of the shrine organ. Following this musical rendition, Father Coughlin will again appear before the microphone in his prayer and thought for the week. Be it known that this broadcast is in no wise donated. Its expenses are met by the contributions of this audience who desire to retain Father Coughlin on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present Father Coughlin in his address entitled Persecution, Jewish and Christian.
Good afternoon, my friends. At long last, a calloused world has come in personal contact with the persecution which it understands. At long last, it appears that the better sympathies of an indifferent citizenry are aroused to protest against the mad injustices now being meted out to a minority people resident abroad. This afternoon, bear with me while I add my voice in protest against persecution.
that murderous weapon of hatred. Bear with me while I endeavor to trace to its lair the fanged serpent of hatred whose sting has struck once again to spew poison and deal out death over the face of the earth. A fanged serpent which on every previous occasion has been successful in beating a slimy retreat to rest in security until appropriate conditions summon it to emerge and repeat its devastation. This time, a united world must shatter the cruel weapon of their persecution. This time, we must assault hatred, so that never again will it lift its head to assault us. Thus, I shall ask an intelligent audience composed of intelligent Christians and intelligent Jews, why is there persecution in Germany today? How can we destroy it? Before attempting to answer these questions, permit me to review for the uninformed members of this audience the chief incidents immediately preceding the latest manifestation of persecution suffered by thousands of innocent Jews, natives of Germany. A persecution which, fortunately for all, has received a superabundance of publicity both at home and abroad. A few days ago, a young Polish Jew fired a shot that was heard round the world. Because his Polish Jewish parents were dismissed from Germany by an order issued by the Nazi government, expelling all foreign-born Jews from the Reich, this frenzied youth murdered a German public official in Paris. Reprisals for this imprudent act were rapid on the part of the Hitler government. Peculiar reprisals. Instead of demanding an eye for an eye or a tooth for a tooth, the German government levied a fine of approximately $400 million against the 600,000 German Jews resident in Germany. Following this, the American newspapers were aglow with headlines. Our public officials were loud in their denunciation. Our ecclesiastical leaders were quick to disapprove of this vengeance. Our president bore on the nation's sympathetic emotions by saying, I myself could scarcely believe that such things could occur in a 20th century civilization. Now, to be effectual in our discussion, which is not content merely with offering sympathy for the innocent German Jews, not content with registering protests against the German government, to be effectual in our discussion, which aims at unveiling the cause of persecution and then of destroying it, it is necessary to record the following facts. Although cruel persecution to German-born Jews has been notorious since 1933, particularly in the loss of their citizenship, nevertheless, until last week, the Nazi purge was concerned chiefly with foreign-born Jews. German citizen Jews were not molested officially in the conduct of their business. The property of German citizen Jews was not confiscated by the government, although a few synagogues and stores were destroyed by mob violence. The children of German citizen Jews were permitted to attend public schools with other children. The German citizen Jewish bankers pursued their business as usual. The German citizen rabbis were permitted the practice of their rights, although recently some of their synagogues have been razed. Until this hour, however, no German citizen Jew has been martyred for his religion by government order, although restrictions were placed upon Jewish professional men. While it is true that foreign citizen Jews resident in Germany were disparaged, were expelled, it is likewise true that many social impediments were placed in the pathway of Catholics and Protestants by the Nazi government. Impediments which are revolting to our American concepts of liberty. But despite all this, official Germany has not yet resorted to the guillotine, to the machine gun, to the kerosene-drenched pit as instruments of reprisal against Jew or Gentile. My friends, it is only natural, however, that the civilized world was shocked at the turn of recent events, at the imposition of a tremendous fine levied against innocent German Jews, because a Polish Jew murdered a German government official. It is only natural that the Jews resident in America are aroused because they're co-nationals and co-religionists, living under the jurisdiction of Chancellor Hitler, have been subjected to such an unreasonable reprisal. It is likewise natural that Christians in every nation, particularly in our own, condemn this unjust persecution not only because it is unchristian, but because it is unwise. In all countries, Jews are in the minority. They have no nation of their own. They have no flag. The World Almanac states that there are only 15 million Jews in all the world, and only 4 million resident in North America. Certainly they are in the minority, but a closely woven minority in their racial tendencies, a powerful minority in their influence, a minority endowed with an aggressiveness and initiative which, despite all obstacles, has carried their sons to the pinnacle of success in journalism, in radio, in finance, in all the sciences and arts. Thus, with these facilities at their disposal, no story of persecution was ever told one half so well, one half so thoroughly, as the story of this $400 million reprisal which culminated a series of persecutions. Perhaps, may I resubmit, this is attributable to the fact that Jews, through their native ability, have risen to such high places in radio and in press and in finance. Perhaps this persecution is only the coincidental last straw which has broken the back of this generation's patience. Whatever be the reason of this unparalleled publicity, we are all thankful to God that it has happened, for it gives both Jew and Gentile, Christian and non-Christian, an opportunity to write a new precedent, to establish a new tradition, a precedent and tradition by which we will all unite, with all our facilities, for all time, to oppose all persecution, wherever it may originate. The Jew has challenged the Christian for his sympathy and cooperation. In turn, the Christian challenges the Jew for his. Thus, in a spirit of mutual cooperation, in a scientific spirit of coldly facing causes in order to remove effects, let us pause to inquire why Nazism is so hostile to Jewry in particular, and how the Nazi policy of persecution can be liquidated. It is the belief, be it well or ill-founded, of the present German government, not mine, that Jews, not as religionists, but as nationals only, were responsible for the economic and social ills suffered by the fatherland since the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. Imbued with this idea, be it right or wrong, an idea that spread rapidly, particularly since 1923, when communism was beginning to make substantial advances throughout Germany, a group of rebel Germans under the leadership of an Austrian-born war veteran, Adolf Hitler by name, organized for two purposes. First, to overthrow the existing German government under whose jurisdiction communism was waxing strong. And second, to rid the fatherland of communists whose leaders, unfortunately, they identified with the Jewish race. Thus, Nazism was conceived as a political defense mechanism against communism, and was ushered into existence as a result of communism. And communism itself was regarded by the rising generation of Germans as a product not of Russia, but of a group of Jews who dominated the destinies of Russia. Did these Germans have facts, as they said, to substantiate this belief in the minds of the Nazi Party? Official information emanating from Russia itself informed the world that communism, while barbarously opposed to every form of Christianity, made it a crime for any comrade to utter a single word of reproach against the Jews. Uncontradictable evidence, gleaned from the writings and the policies of Lenin, proved indisputably that the government of the Soviet Republic was predominantly anti-Christian and definitely anti-national. More than that, the 1917 list of those who, with Lenin, ruled many of the activities of the Soviet Republic disclosed that of the 25 quasi-cabinet members, 24 of them were atheistic Jews, whose names I have before me, published by Nazis and distributed throughout Germany. This list, a German list and not mine, will be published in the pamphlet which I will gladly distribute to all who request a copy of this address. But be it emphasized that these Jews were not religious Jews. They were the haters of God, the haters of religion. Thus, throughout Germany, antipathy towards all Jews grew rapidly. It was increased year by year, and particularly in 1935, when the official disclosure made manifest that the Central Committee of the Communist Party operating in Russia consisted of 59 members, among whom were 56 Jews, and that the 3 remaining non-Jews were married to Jewesses. The litany of these names, too long to read to a radio audience, also will be printed in a pamphlet for distribution to all who request it.
And parallel with their persecution has been the persecution of Christians, not for their social philosophy, as historians point out, but for their religion. Relative to Christian persecution in our day, in this most enlightened day of the 20th century, witness the price that Christians have paid to uphold their religion against those who were anti-religious, to uphold their Christ against those who were anti-Christ, to uphold their patriotism, their nationalism, against those who were unpatriotic and international. Between the years 1917 and 38, more than 20 million Christians were murdered by the communistic government in Russia. Between these same years, not $400 million, but $40 billion at a conservative estimate of Christian property was appropriated by the Lenins and Trotskys, the Zinovievs and the Kamenevs, the Litvinovs and the Lipinskys, by the atheistic Jews and Gentiles both of Russia. Those were the desperate days when Christians were not expelled from their native land. Oh, no, they were targets for the machine gun which beat out its tattoo against human hearts. Incredible days when the altars of Christ were desecrated and the servants of Christ were massacred on ever-multiplying Calvaries. Our president recently said, such news from any part of the world, speaking of the persecution of the Jews in Germany, such news would inevitably produce a similar profound reaction among American people in every part of the nation. Alas, the news of Christian persecution came to our shores. Alas, the press and the radio were almost silent. Alas, this present government made friends of these murderers by recognizing their flag. Those were the days when there was silence in the press, days when there was silence on the radio, because opposition to communism was a controversial subject. Turn the pages of history to recent years, when the disciples of the communists, atheists, and internationalists, and anti-Christians obtruded their philosophy into Mexico. Although the Christian world stood aghast, while hundreds of millions of dollars of property, including ecclesiastical institutions, were confiscated, there was no condemnation officially uttered against the Cardenas. There was no recall of the ambassador Josephus Daniels. There was no national protest on that occasion, and there was no invitation extended to the persecuted Christians of Mexico to seek refuge in our land. Almost contemporaneous with this Mexican madness, directed and operated by the commissars of the Kremlin, the world began to hear the story of a disconsolate Spain. Spain that has become the battleground of communism versus Christianity. What is the record of that unfortunate country? 700,000 men have fallen in battle. 300,000 of the noblest non-combatants, men and women and children, have been butchered because of their religion. The press of America succeeded in the meantime in muzzling the truth about these horrors. No symposium of radio protest was organized to decry the Christian lifeblood spilled upon the pavements of Barcelona. Barcelona, with its population of over 1 million persons, where at this moment there is left open only one small, semi-official chapel. Nor was Claude Bowers, our Spanish ambassador, called back to Washington to tell his story, the most ghastly story in all the pages of civilized or uncivilized history. Nor did our State Department forbid the 3,200 members of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, recruited from the Jewish and Gentile communist youth, from participating in once more dragging Christ down from his cross and slaughtering his innocent followers. And most recently, why, then, I ask, was there this silence on the radio and in the press? Ask the gentlemen who control the 3 national radio chains. Ask those who dominate the destinies of the financially inspired press.
surely these Jewish gentlemen and others must have been ignorant of the facts of Russia, Mexico, and Spain, or they would have had a symposium in those dark days, especially when students of history recognize that Nazism is only a defense mechanism against communism, and especially that persecution of the Christian always begets persecution of the Jew. However, let the dead past bury its dead. Today, this is our day, Christians and Jews. We were not responsible for the atrocities of yesteryear. We will be responsible for the persecutions of future years. My friends, unless all persecution is stopped, unless all the causes that lead to persecution are removed, this 20th century, which will have become renowned in the chronicles of the world as the most bloodthirsty period in all its existence, will continue to procreate scientists who in turn will beget new means for destruction, to generate radicals who will conceive new plans for revolution, and to multiply persecution, unless we have courage to remove the basic causes of exploitation which have been busied confiscating the properties of the poor. Therefore, we are in hearty accord with our government, which has seen fit to recall its ambassador from Germany for the purpose of discussing the injustices of a government which has been challenged for persecuting the Jews. But if we are sincere, we will not stop there. We will recall the ambassadors or ministers from the communist countries, from Mexico City, where a price is still placed on the head of a priest, from Barcelona, in whose suburbs 300 innocent nuns, the breath of life still in their bodies, were drenched with kerosene and burnt alive by official order of the military communists, and from Moscow, where our temples have been turned into museums, and where our Christ has been crucified anew. Yes, 20 million times anew. By all means, then, let us have a convention of ambassadors. By all means, let us have courage to compound our sympathy, not only from the tears of Jews, but also from the blood of Christians. 600,000 Jews whom no government official in Germany has yet sentenced to death, and 25 million Christians at least whose lives have been snuffed out, whose property has been confiscated in its entirety, and whose altars in Christ have been desecrated since 1917 without official protest from America. America that has extended and still extends the right hand of recognition to the murderers themselves. Let us distill this sympathy into a program of peace. Peace, the result of order, order the offspring of law, and law the child of justice. Thanks be to God, both the radio and the press at length have become attuned to the wails of sorrow arising from Jewish persecution. May these notes rise in a rapid crescendo until a symphony not of hate, but of love, not of protest, but of determination, fills the heart of every human being in America. May every honest Jew, every God-fearing Jew, as well as every honest and God-fearing Christian, find themselves cooperating in this common objective. This address is certainly displeasing to communists. I am reliably informed that they have organized to complain to the radio stations because I have traced Nazism to the lair of communism. But Gentiles must repudiate the excesses of Nazism. Jew and Gentile both must repudiate the existence of communism from which Nazism springs. In conclusion, may we Americans not engage in unreasonable reprisals against any nation. Let charity be the norm of our conduct, and let justice for all be our guiding star.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you desire to receive a copy of the address to which you have listened? Thousands of you will want to reread it carefully and analyze it technically. Thousands of you will wish to put a printed copy of this outstanding speech in the hands of your friends. No newspaper will print this talk in full. Copies are available only by writing this week to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. And now, while the pastor of the Shrine of the Little Flower is preparing his prayer and thought for the week, the Little Flower choristers will sing for you, What Could Jesus Do More?
Our Father who art in heaven, O Almighty God, we who pronounce the sacred name of Father, we who glory in it, mock thee if we did not accept as brothers every human creature fashioned by thy hand. Behold us in our misery. Brothers though we are, our sinful deeds proclaim that we are enemies. With a rivalry that exceeds that of the beasts of the jungle, we seek to destroy each other. Instead of gifts to the afflicted in distant lands, our ships carry cargoes of death. Instead of peace, we plan for war. Maginot lines, fortifications, bayonets, and bombs, these we extend in our right hand of fellowship to those whom we will not accept as brothers.
threats, insults, and vituperations, these fearful manifestations of hate, we have exchanged for words of peace, of justice, and love. O God, cleanse our lips, which speak the words, Our Father. Once more deign to teach us that fatherhood in God means brotherhood in man. Once more instill in our hearts the fear of chastisement, if we persist in the blasphemy of uttering the Lord's Prayer, which calls thee Father, while we insist upon treating our fellow men as if they were enemies. Hallowed be thy name. Too long have we been sounding the praises of men of blood, men who have marshaled the youth of every nation for death. Too long have we been honoring the names of those who have been memorable as trumpeters of war. Too long have we been loud in our praise for those who preach the gospel of hate, of lust, of worldliness, of cowardice, and of self. Thy name and thine alone must be hallowed, for thy name signifies power that is illimitable, love that is unmeasured, beauty that is incomparable, justice that is infinite, and goodness that is unbounded. Thy kingdom come. O God, grant that the tears of this world will be turned into pearls. God, grant that needless poverty shall be banished. God, grant that needless heartache shall vanish. God, grant that needless suffering shall cease. God, grant that thy kingdom soon will come. Oh, we have lived to see the day when the royal king whom thou didst send to rule us has been torn from the throne of justice and love. We have witnessed mad usurpers wielding scepters of terror, before which cringes millions of thy sons, awaiting the lash of persecution in a new dungeon. Oh, God, grant that foolish men will unite to rebel against this fierce tyranny, this tyranny of hate, of injustice. God, grant that as brothers solidly united, we will restore thy Son to his rightful throne. May his scepter of love and justice rule every nation, rule every department of life, our homes and factories and fields, our industries and commerce, our government itself. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Today, O God, we mourn as we reflect upon the once glorious capitals of Europe, run red with the blood of martyrs. Today, O God, we are sad because our legislators have written laws reflecting the minds of materialists, laws that blot out the laws of God. And today, O God, we repent because thy will be done has not been our policy. We repent because we have substituted the sickly candle of our flickering reason for the noonday shining of thine infinite intelligence. God, give us power. Give us courage. Courage even unto death, O God, to marshal our forces, to battle for thy will, for without it, man's arrogant will leads but to the grave, to dissolution, and to death. Give us this day our daily bread. O God, our Father, whose loving heart has called into bloom the grains of the field and the fruits of the trees, thou, our benefactor, who did share with some of thy sons thy wisdom, enabling them to discover for us the secrets of nature, to the end that their inventions would lift the burdens from the shoulders of men. O God, who through thy children then hast multiplied machinery and wealth, give bread to the hungry, clothing to the naked, shelter to the homeless in this land of plenty. And more than that, God, not only for the daily bread by which our bodies live do we ask, give us this day our daily bread that our minds may know the truth. Give us this day our daily bread that our hearts may know the sweet emotions of a brother's love. Give us this day our daily bread, which will enlighten the souls of all thy children to seek first the kingdom of God and his justice, whence all good things flow. All wicked men have conspired against thee and thy Christ, O God. Forgive us for this. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. O God, no one realizes better than thou dost the enormity of our sin. We have turned our face from thee, the light supernal. We have praised what thou didst condemn. We have practiced what thou didst forbid. And we've worshipped in the temple of the thief for abbot, trading hatred for love, reason for faith, and worldliness for the throne which thou hast prepared for us in thy mansion above. About us thunder recriminations, charges, and heated words of anger. About us factories that should be busied manufacturing the productive things of life are busied fashioning munitions, battleships, shrapnel, and death. On every hand is heard the whir of persecution's lash. Upon every shoulder are raised the welts of suffering. Oh God, we have learned at last that persecution cannot be destroyed by persecution, that security cannot be achieved by unjust wars or unjust treaties. God, let us learn to forgive and be forgiven, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Thus, O God, in these days when the spirit of thy sons is tempted to raise on high the sword of anger, let us remember that they who use the sword shall perish by it. From these things, O God, deliver us. From hate and lust, O God, deliver us. From pride and self, O God, deliver us. From false prophets, false leaders, and false philosophy, O God, deliver us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. God bless you.
In bringing to you this presentation, Father Coughlin and his associates trust that they have found a welcome in your homes. They hope that you will bid them welcome every Sunday afternoon. This is your program. No effort will be spared on our part to make it radio's most worthwhile hour. Whether you are a constant listener or one who has casually dialed to this program, may I assure you once more that you are welcome to a copy of this afternoon's address, and also welcome to a copy of Social Justice magazine, whose editorial matter is under the direction of Father Coughlin, as it teaches social justice to a nation where want exists in the midst of plenty. Please write to Father Coughlin this week. Address your letter directly to him at Royal Oak, Michigan. In turn, he will be glad to mail you the literature which you request. Music this afternoon was again furnished by the Little Flower Choristers, transcribed at New York and directed by Emil Cote. Cyril Gutherell was at the console of the shrine organ.
The facilities of this station for the past hour were engaged by the Reverend Charles E. Coughlin, who spoke over a nationwide hookup of stations from his pulpit at Royal Oaks, Michigan. Unfortunately, Father Coughlin has uttered mistakes of facts, and station WMCA wishes to reiterate its position that the views expressed by Father Coughlin on these broadcasts are his own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the station. This is the Intercity Broadcasting System.
WMCA in New York City, at the top of the dial.
The facilities of this station for the next hour have been engaged by the Reverend Charles E. Coughlin, who will speak over a nationwide hookup of stations from his pulpit at Royal Oaks, Michigan. At this time, station WMCA wishes to reiterate its position that the views expressed by Father Coughlin on these broadcasts are his own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the station.
Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, Father Coughlin will discuss one of the most vital and burning questions of our day, the question of the Jew and of the Christian and of persecution. Hundreds of thousands in this audience will desire to have a permanent copy of this memorable address. It will be printed in full only by Father Coughlin. He will be glad to distribute to all those who write to him a copy of this address, either in pamphlet form or a copy of Social Justice magazine, whose editors plan to carry this speech in full. Undoubtedly, it will occasion considerable controversy, but undoubtedly it will do much to clarify a vexed problem in our midst. After Father Coughlin delivers his address, the Little Flower Choristers, directed by Emil Cote of New York, and they're transcribed, will sing for you, What Could Jesus Do More? Mr. Cyril Guthrell is at the console of the shrine organ. Following this musical rendition, Father Coughlin will again appear before the microphone in his prayer and thought for the week. Be it known that this broadcast is in no wise donated. Its expenses are met by the contributions of this audience who desire to retain Father Coughlin on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present Father Coughlin in his address entitled Persecution, Jewish and Christian.
Good afternoon, my friends. At long last, a calloused world has come in personal contact with the persecution which it understands. At long last, it appears that the better sympathies of an indifferent citizenry are aroused to protest against the mad injustices now being meted out to a minority people resident abroad. This afternoon, bear with me while I add my voice in protest against persecution, that murderous weapon of hatred. Bear with me while I endeavor to trace to its lair the fanged serpent of hatred whose sting has struck once again to spew poison and deal out death over the face of the earth. A fanged serpent which on every previous occasion has been successful in beating a slimy retreat to rest in security until appropriate conditions summoned it to emerge and repeat its devastation. This time, a united world must shatter the cruel weapon of their persecution. This time, we must assault hatred, so that never again will it lift its head to assault us. Thus, I shall ask an intelligent audience composed of intelligent Christians and intelligent Jews, why is there persecution in Germany today? How can we destroy it? Before attempting to answer these questions, permit me to review for the uninformed members of this audience the chief incidents immediately preceding the latest manifestation of persecution suffered by thousands of innocent Jews, natives of Germany. A persecution which, fortunately for all, has received a superabundance of publicity both at home and abroad. A few days ago, a young Polish Jew fired a shot that was heard round the world. Because his Polish Jewish parents were dismissed from Germany by an order issued by the Nazi government, expelling all foreign-born Jews from the Reich, this frenzied youth murdered a German public official in Paris. Reprisals for this imprudent act were rapid on the part of the Hitler government. Peculiar reprisals. Instead of demanding an eye for an eye or a tooth for a tooth, the German government levied a fine of approximately $400 million against the 600,000 German Jews resident in Germany. Following this, the American newspapers were aglow with headlines. Our public officials were loud in their denunciations. Our ecclesiastical leaders were quick to disapprove of this vengeance. Our president spurred on the nation's sympathetic emotions by saying, I myself could scarcely believe that such things could occur in a 20th century civilization. Now, to be effectual in our discussion, which is not content merely with offering sympathy for the innocent German Jews, not content with registering protest against the German government, to be effectual in our discussion, which aims at unveiling the cause of persecution and then of destroying it, it is necessary to record the following facts. Although cruel persecution to German-born Jews has been notorious since 1933, particularly in the loss of their citizenship, nevertheless, until last week, the Nazi purge was concerned chiefly with foreign-born Jews. German citizen Jews were not molested officially in the conduct of their business. The property of German citizen Jews was not confiscated by the government, although a few synagogues and stores were destroyed by mob violence. The children of German citizen Jews were permitted to attend public schools with other children. The German citizen Jewish bankers pursued their business as usual. The German citizen rabbis were permitted the practice of their rights, although recently some of their synagogues have been razed. Until this hour, however, no German citizen Jew has been martyred for his religion by government order, although restrictions were placed upon Jewish professional men. While it is true that foreign citizen Jews resident in Germany were disparaged, were expelled, it is likewise true that many social impediments were placed in the pathway of Catholics and Protestants by the Nazi government. Impediments which are revolting to our American concepts of liberty. But despite all this, official Germany has not yet resorted to the guillotine, to the machine gun, to the kerosene-drenched pit as instruments of reprisal against Jew or Gentile. My friends, it is only natural, however, that the civilized world was shocked at the turn of recent events, at the imposition of a tremendous fine levied against innocent German Jews because a Polish Jew murdered a German government official. It is only natural that the Jews resident in America are aroused because they're co-nationals and co-religionists, living under the jurisdiction of Chancellor Hitler, have been subjected to such an unreasonable reprisal. It is likewise natural that Christians in every nation, particularly in our own, condemn this unjust persecution not only because it is unchristian, but because it is unwise. In all countries, Jews are in the minority. They have no nation of their own. They have no flag. The World Almanac states that there are only 15 million Jews in all the world, and only 4 million resident in North America. Certainly they are in the minority, but a closely woven minority in their racial tendencies, a powerful minority in their influence, a minority endowed with an aggressiveness and initiative which, despite all obstacles, has carried their sons to the pinnacle of success in journalism, in radio, in finance, in all the sciences and arts. Thus, with these facilities at their disposal, no story of persecution was ever told one half so well, one half so thoroughly, as the story of this $400 million reprisal which culminated a series of persecutions. Perhaps, may I resubmit, this is attributable to the fact that Jews, through their native ability, have risen to such high places in radio and in press and in finance. Perhaps this persecution is only the coincidental last straw which has broken the back of this generation's patience. Whatever be the reason of this unparalleled publicity, we are all thankful to God that it has happened, for it gives both Jew and Gentile, Christian and non-Christian, an opportunity to write a new precedent, to establish a new tradition, a precedent and tradition by which we will all unite, with all our facilities, for all time, to oppose all persecution, wherever it may originate. The Jew has challenged the Christian for his sympathy and cooperation. In turn, the Christian challenges the Jew for his. Thus, in a spirit of mutual cooperation, in a scientific spirit of coldly facing causes in order to remove effects, let us pause to inquire why Nazism is so hostile to Jewry in particular, and how the Nazi policy of persecution can be liquidated. It is the belief, be it well or ill-founded, of the present German government, not mine, that Jews, not as religionists, but as nationals only, were responsible for the economic and social ills suffered by the fatherland since the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. Imbued with this idea, be it right or wrong, an idea that spread rapidly, particularly since 1923, when communism was beginning to make substantial advances throughout Germany. A group of rebel Germans under the leadership of an Austrian-born war veteran, Adolf Hitler by name, organized for two purposes. First, to overthrow the existing German government under whose jurisdiction communism was waxing strong. And second, to rid the fatherland of communists whose leaders, unfortunately, they identified with the Jewish race. Thus, Nazism was conceived as a political defense mechanism against communism and was ushered into existence as a result of communism. And communism itself was regarded by the rising generation of Germans as a product not of Russia, but of a group of Jews who dominated the destinies of Russia. Did these Germans have facts, as they said, to substantiate this belief in the minds of the Nazi Party? Official information emanating from Russia itself informed the world that communism, while barbarously opposed to every form of Christianity, made it a crime for any comrade to utter a single word of reproach against the Jews. Uncontradictable evidence, gleaned from the writings and the policies of Lenin, proved indisputably that the government of the Soviet republics was predominantly anti-Christian and definitely anti-national. More than that, the 1917 list of those who, with Lenin, ruled many of the activities of the Soviet Republic disclosed that of the 25 quasi-cabinet members, 24 of them were atheistic Jews, whose names I have before me, published by Nazis and distributed throughout Germany. This list, a German list and not mine, will be published in a pamphlet which I will gladly distribute to all who request a copy of this address. But be it emphasized that these Jews were not religious Jews. They were the haters of God, the haters of religion. Thus, throughout Germany, antipathy towards all Jews grew rapidly. It was increased year by year, and particularly in 1935, when the official disclosure made manifest that the Central Committee of the Communist Party operating in Russia consisted of 59 members, among whom were 56 Jews, and that the 3 remaining non-Jews were married to Jewesses. The litany of these names, too long to read to a radio audience, also will be printed in a pamphlet for distribution to all who request it. I speak these words certainly holding no brief for Germany or for Nazism. Simply as a student of history, I am endeavoring to analyze the reason for the growth of the idea in the minds of the Nazi Party that communism and Judaism were too closely woven for the national health of Germany. Nor do I speak these words to defend the atheistic international Jews and Gentiles throughout the world who follow the footsteps of Lenin and advocate the principles of Marx. I do ask, however, that an insane world will distinguish between the innocent Jew and the guilty Jew, as much as I would ask the same insane world to distinguish between the innocent Gentile and the guilty Gentile. Believe me, my friends, it is in all charity that I speak these words as I seek to discover the causes that produce the effect known as Nazism. Nazism, which was evolved to act as a defense mechanism against the incursions of communism. Let us not forget the object of this discussion. My purpose is to contribute a worthwhile suggestion to eradicate from this world its mania for persecution. Thus, while we are concerned with destroying the causes which beget persecution from this civilization of ours, let us profit at this occasion when the attention of our country has been called to this international immorality, particularly on the occasion of a $400 million fine being levied against 600,000 Jews. I ask you, should not all good men, Jew and Gentile, Catholic and Protestant, Christian and non-Christian, should not all good men coordinate their forces to restore sanity, peace, and justice to an era which, for its ferocity, its barbarism, and its hatred, has outstripped the Diocletians, the Neros, and the Torquemadas of old? I was thrilled to hear the most intellectual Archbishop of San Francisco remind his compatriots that this universal surge of sympathy whose waters are now about to wash clean the impure emotions of a materialistic America, I was thrilled, and so were you, to hear him state that at long last the press and the radio of this nation are beginning to play their part in arousing a dormant people to the other injustices and persecutions which are besmirching our civilization. The persecutions in Russia, in Mexico, and in Spain. Persecution is an injustice wherever it exists. Today's persecution was born from the loins of yesterday's persecution. Thus, if Nazism, a persecutor of Jew and Catholic and Protestant, if Nazism is a defense mechanism against communism, be assured that communism, another persecutor, was a defense mechanism against the greed of the money changers who persecuted and pilloried the teeming populations of Europe. Permit me to restate that important principle. If Nazism is now memorable for its injustice and its persecution, so was communism. And so was the economic system which made slaves of millions in the midst of plenty, the system which generated communism. Thus, one persecution begets another as one injustice evolves into another. The inevitability of cause and effect will pursue its course to its logical destiny of chaos as one injustice continues to reproduce a worse injustice. It is our concern, therefore, to destroy the cause in order to prevent a succession of disastrous effects. To abolish persecution, let us destroy hatred. To eliminate hatred, let us establish justice. Justice for all without exception. Any other approach to our problem is unscientific. And may I add, there can be no justice without God. There can be no God without love. Love for him and for our fellow men whom he fashioned according to his image and likeness. Be not mistaken, therefore, in analyzing the cause of Nazism. Trace it courageously to its legitimate lair, to its occasioning cause. Therefore, I say to the good Jews of America, be not indulgent with the irreligious atheistic Jews and Gentiles who promote the cause of persecution in the land of the communists, the same ones who promote the cause of atheism in America. Be not lenient with your high financiers and politicians who assisted at the birth of the only political, social, and economic system in all civilization that adopted atheism as its religion, internationalism as its patriotism, and slavery as its liberty. In our possession, we have a copy of the official white paper issued by the English War Cabinet in 1919. This official paper prints the names of the Jewish bankers Kuhn, Loeb and Company of New York, among those who helped to finance the Russian Revolution and communism. Since then, both Jewish and Gentile financiers have been according financial comfort to the Soviet republics. Perhaps these financial overtures were made in innocence. Perhaps not. Moreover, I have before me a quotation from the periodical named The American Hebrew of September 10, 1920, which says, quotations, "The achievement, the Russian Jewish Revolution, destined to figure in history as the overshadowing result of the World War, was largely the outcome of Jewish thinking, of Jewish discontent, of Jewish effort to reconstruct." Unquote. Let our remarks be couched in the language of charity when referring to that quotation. It was a Jewish effort to reconstruct. But in justice, we expect that results, that truth founded upon fact and experience, now will convince all Jewish leaders worthy of the name to repudiate vigorously atheistic communism and its followers, whence emerges the fanged serpent of persecution. Then and only then can we coordinate our forces to banish hatred and injustice from the nations of the world. Now that experience has proven that this effort to reconstruct society by means of communism died a-borning, now that the same experience teaches us that from the birth cradle of communism there rose the stench of Nazi persecution, now that this communism is permeating the entire world with the fumes of hate, of destruction, and of irreligion, is it not time for those Jews and Christians who have escaped unscathed to repurify the atmosphere of the world, first from communism, lest by its continued presence an unjust defense mechanism similar to Nazism will spring up to assail us? Thus it is my hope that the thousands of erudite, sincere Jews in this nation, together with all informed Christians, will recognize that as long as misguided Jews and Gentiles both, and in such great numbers, continue to propagate the doctrines of anti-God, anti-Christ, anti-patriotism, and anti-property, so long there will always exist some defensive mechanism against communism. Today, it is Nazism in Berlin. Tomorrow, it will be some otherism in New York. But always, it will be characterized by persecution. It would be ignominious for Christians at this hour to cloak themselves in the garments of crass silence on the subject of Nazism or communism, the latter from which cesspool there originated Nazism, and it would be ignoble for us to raise our voice in defense of persecution and not to raise our voice to defend the 600,000 Jews of Germany. However, it is my opinion that Nazism, the effect of communism, cannot be liquidated in its persecution complex until the religious Jews in high places, in synagogue and finance, radio and press, attack the cause, attack it forthright, and the errors and the spread of communism, together with all our co-nationals who support it. My fellow citizens, I am not ignorant of Jewish history. I know its glories. I am acquainted with its glorious sons. I am aware of the keen intellectuality which has characterized its progress in commerce, in finance, in all the arts and sciences, and particularly in the field of communication. But I am also aware that every nation from time immemorial has lifted in its hand the lash of persecution to strike the back of Jewry. From Nineveh to Berlin, from ancient to modern times, a constant moan of suffering has been raised from the weeping wall whose structure now has encompassed the entire world. Portugal and Spain, France and Germany, England and the northern countries, Italy and Russia, all in turn have taken their stand at the pillar of persecution to wield the leaden lash about the shoulders of Jews. For what reason, I need not detail at this moment. I will satisfy myself simply by drawing to your attention that since the time of Christ, Jewish persecution only followed after Christians were first persecuted. Persecuted either by exploiters within their own ranks, as in the Middle Ages, or by the enemies from without, as in our own day. Many historians, in fact a vast majority of them, maintain that the Jews were persecuted because of their social philosophy. On page 1019, it states, quotations, Mr. Schiff has always used his wealth and his influence in the best interests of his people. He financed the enemies of autocratic Russia and used his financial influence to keep Russia from the money market of the United States, unquote. Surely these are reputable sources of information which I present to refute Mr. Kerensky, who said, quotations, the revolutionary government obtained credits not through any bankers, Jewish or Gentile, in America, but from the United States government, unquote. I am not mistaken in my previous contentions, unless Mr. Jacob Schiff assumes to be identical with the American government. Ladies and gentlemen, the Alexander Kerensky abortive revolution was a failure. Possibly, I repeat, because it was not managed by the revolutionary atheistic Jews, although it was financed by Mr. Jacob Schiff, the senior partner of the Coughlin, Loeb and Company. Let us now turn our attention momentarily to the Second Russian Revolution, which began in the autumn of 1917. Mr. Leon Trotsky was one of its prime movers. He was a successful revolutionary. Now in exile in neighboring Mexico, this witness was persuaded to enter the lists against me last week. A revolutionary who, after the death of Lenin and the advent of Stalin, was in turn forced to become a wanderer over the face of the earth. I believe that history will support me when I state that Leon Trotsky has come to court with most unclean hands. He is the crystallization of Nero, Diocletian, Julian the Apostate, Ivan the Terrible, Cromwell, and Napoleon Bonaparte, the outstanding mass murderer of time and eternity. This Leon Trotsky, whose correct name is Bronstein, this most unfortunate of all possible witnesses whom my opponents could persuade to testify against me, said last week, quotations, "The name of Jacob Schiff means nothing to me. If Mr. Coughlin indicated an important sum, then it must be pure invention," unquote. I should not dignify such, shall I say, such an unreliable witness as is this Bronstein with a rebuttal, lest the ghosts of his 20 million victims should rise from their resting places to assail me. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to discuss the widely read statement issued last week by the banking firm of Coughlin, Loeb & Company, disavowing its connection with Russian revolutions in general and Mr. Jacob Schiff's financial association with them in particular. This statement appeared specifically in an early edition of the New York Times on Tuesday, November 29, and was withdrawn from the later editions of that paper on that same day. The statement, in part, reads as follows. Coughlin, Loeb & Company, in a statement last night, said, "The firm of Coughlin, Loeb & Company has never had any financial relations or other relations with any government in Russia, whether Tsarist, Kerensky, or communist," unquote. An additional paragraph of the same statement informs us that the late Jacob Schiff, quotations, had no relations with any fomenters of the Bolshevik uprising which destroyed the Kerensky government, being utterly out of sympathy with their methods and principles, unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, the documents to which I referred in speaking of Mr. Alexander Kerensky are pertinent to this last contention upheld by the Coughlin, Loeb & Company last Tuesday, for Mr. Jacob Schiff was the senior partner of that firm. When considering the Coughlin, Loeb & Company, we are considering a unit of that generic abstraction so often referred to as international bankers. In every nation throughout the world, the various units of this fraternity operate, shuttling gold back and forth to balance exchanges, issuing credits from nation to nation, not only for productive commercial enterprises, but also for destructive and military ends. From the sunset which marked the passing of the glories that characterized the 13th century, down through the welter of wars which besmirched the pages of each succeeding age, the shadow of the international banker hovered over every battlefield, cast gloom over every home, and fastened the burden of death upon every innocent babe. Theirs is a fraternity which owes allegiance to no flag. Theirs is a patriotism which transcends the boundaries of every nation. For them, empires and kingdoms, principalities and republics are chessboards. With their shuttling of gold and credits, scepters fall, crowns roll in the dust, and millions of pounds victimized by purchased propaganda are claimed by death. Mammon is their god, the god of greedy gold. Internationalism is their religion, the religion of fettered slavery. The Coughlin Loeb statement opens the avenues of thought which lead to such considerations. For the present members of this firm are anxious to deny any relationship to any revolution. First, they should prove to a suspecting world that they have no relationship to the international bankers resident abroad. Coughlin, Lord and Company is an international banking firm. As such, then, I will refer to it when now considering the statement it issues, as well as on future occasions, if there be further need. Once more, then, I hereby refer to the British White Paper, which contains documentary evidence received from the Secret Service. The existence of this White Paper and of the reports incorporated therein cannot be brushed aside by idle denial. Last week I telephoned to Dr. Dennis Fahey at Blackrock Seminary, Dublin, Ireland, asking him to re-inspect an original British White Paper from which I quoted. He assures me that an original copy is still available, safely guarded, and at my disposal. And he assures me that it contains not only the references which I made to it last week, but also the excerpts from which I am about to read now in connection with the assertions issued by Coughlin, Lord and Company to the effect that neither the firm of Coughlin, Lord and Company nor any of its partners, past or present, assisted in any way to finance the communist revolution in Russia or anywhere else. Section 8 of this British White Paper reads as follows. Quotations. If we bear in mind the fact that the Jewish banking house of Coughlin, Lord and Company is in touch with the Westphalian Rhineland Syndicate, German Jewish house, and with the brothers Lazar, Jewish house in Paris, and also with the Jewish house of Günzburg of Petrograd, Tokyo and Paris, if in addition we remark that all the above-mentioned Jewish houses are in close correspondence with the Jewish house of Spire and Company of London, New York and Frankfurt on the Main, as well as with the Naya Banken, Judeo-Bolshevik establishment at Stockholm, it will be manifest that the Bolshevik movement is, in a certain measure, the expression of a general Jewish movement, and that certain Jewish banking houses are interested in the organization of this movement. Unquote White Paper. Now permit me to elaborate on this statement, which I supported with quotations from the British White Paper, which was re-inspected just last week for reassurance. Let me elaborate by referring to another collection of documents known as the Cezanne Report. This latter collection of documents, whose authenticity is guaranteed by the National Board for Historical Service of the United States and is accepted by the United States Congress, is official. Document number 57 of the Cezanne Report is a circular issued on November 2nd, 1914. Among other things, it says, quotations, Zinoviev and Lunashevsky got in touch with Imperial Bank of Germany through the bankers Rubenstein, Max Warburg, and Parvis. Zinoviev addressed himself to Rubenstein and Lunashevsky through Altwater to Warburg, through whom he found support in Parvis, unquote. Here, then, the international bankers, among them a Warburg of the same family of Warburgs associated with the Coughlin Lower Bank, is one of the internationalists aiding and abetting revolution. Document 64 of this same official government report is a letter written by J. Furstenberg to Raphael Scholand on September 21, 1917. And it says, quotations, Dear Comrade, the office of the banking house, M. Warburg, has opened in accordance with telegram from President of Rhenish Westphalian Syndicate an account for the undertaking of Comrade Trotsky. Signed, J. Furstenberg. Of course, the world knows the relationship existing between M. Warburg and the banking house of Kuhn, Loeb and Company. The banking house which last week is reported to have said also that the late Jacob Schiff, its senior partner one day, had no relations with any fomenters of the Bolshevik uprising which destroyed the Kerensky government. The document from which I just quoted definitely relates to Trotsky's revolution against Kerensky. And it definitely indicates the activities of international bankers in fomenting communism, bankers who have intimate financial relations with the firm of Coughlin, Lord and Company. In quoting the Cezanne Report, which deals with the German Bolshevik conspiracy, we read in the introduction, quotations, that the Committee on Public Information publishes herewith a series of communications between the Bolsheviks themselves and the Germans and the Bolsheviks. The documents show that the present heads of the Bolshevik government, 1918, Lenin and Trotsky, and their associates, are German agents. The quotation continues to say that they show that the Bolshevik Revolution was arranged for by the German Great General Staff, financed by the German Imperial Bank, and other German financial institutions, unquote. However, it is perplexing to find that these so-called German bankers who dominated the government and its officials were oftentimes Jewish international bankers. Germany was their residence, but the world was their home. Now, supplementing all these documents which I have quoted, documents which I've used in helping to refute the charge of Mr. Kerensky and the statement issued by the Coughlin Banking Company of last week to the effect, in the Kerensky instance, that his revolution was financed not through any bankers, Jewish or Gentile, in America, and in the Coughlin instance, that the firm of Coughlin & Company had no financial relations or any other relations with any government in Russia, may I produce the startling evidence of another governmental document as a refutation. It is a document published by the United States Department of State in a now rare volume entitled Papers Relating to the Foreign Relations of the United States, 1917, Supplement 2, The World War, Volume 1, page 25, file number 763-72119-5638. It reads as follows. The Secretary of State to the Ambassador in Russia, Mr. Francis. Washington, April 16, 1917, 1321. Please deliver following telegram. I'm only quoting the last two sentences. We are confident Russian Jewry are ready for the greatest sacrifices in support of the present democratic government as the only hope for the future of Russia and all its people. American Jewry holds itself ready to cooperate with their Russian brethren in this great movement. Marshall, Morgenthau, Schiff, Strauss, Rosenwald. Addressee, Milyukov, Petrograd, or Baron Gunsberg. If sent to Baron Gunsberg, add, may we ask you to submit this to your government. Signed, Lansing. My friends, comment upon this startling document is almost unnecessary. Two names of the Coughlin firm, Schiff and Strauss, are mentioned in this telegram by the Secretary of the United States, Secretary of State, Robert Lansing. But of more importance, of astounding interest, my friends, you learn from this communication that Woodrow Wilson's Secretary of State, Robert Lansing, was in this instance, and in his official capacity, the Secretary of the Jewish International Bankers in helping to plot revolution with its subsequent mass murder and practiced atheism. May I pause to repeat what the whole world knows, that these German financial institutions referred to in the Cezanne report were dominated by international-minded Jews, warmongers, who more than any other classification of citizens in all the world were responsible for the Holocaust of 1914-1918. One could add that they not only dominated the imperial government of Germany, but it appears they had tremendous influence in our own government. Page after page of the Overman report, in which the Cezanne report is incorporated as a government document, displays this incontrovertible fact. Alas, my friends, history will not only attribute the financing of the Bolshevik Revolution to this type of internationalists, history will become more eloquent day by day in proclaiming to posterity the part they played in manipulating the press and propaganda, in controlling public opinion, in bestirring racial and national animosities, and in unleashing the four horsemen of the apocalypse to run roughshod with their devastation over the face of civilization. once before we fell victims to their greed for power and lust for wealth, and awakened civilization, throbbing to the experience of the past 20 years, must not let history repeat itself. In passing from this point of discussion, and in face of a plenitude of evidence submitted by eminent Jews, that 65 to 75% of the officials of Soviet Russia are Jews who form only 2% of the population, what then is the purpose, or where is the substantiation for Professor John W. Stanton's article, which is scheduled to appear in today's issue of the Detroit News, an article which says, quotations, to say that the Russian Revolution owes its origins to the activities of any group or foreign interests is to show only a superficial understanding of the facts underlying the forces that led to the downfall of the Romanovs and the advent of the Bolsheviks to power. Unquote. What is the purpose for making such an incorrect assertion in face of these government documents to which I have referred? Thanks be to God that the majority of Jews, poor, humble persons like the majority of Christians, played no part in this. They, as were we, were the pawns upon the checkerboard of death and persecution. These I invite to stand with us in our battle against communism and Nazism. My friends, by inviting the religious Jew and religious Gentile to join hands in assailing Nazism and communism, together with the injustices which produce the latter, I shall be castigated as one who stirreth up the multitude. Most probably I shall be scourged at the pillar in the hall of some modern Pontius Pilate. What of it? I shall continue my crusade with God's help for the humble Jew who has been the victim of persecution down the ages, and for the humble Christian whose wails have remained inarticulate, cost what it may. In my effort to arouse the decent elements of America to campaign against communism as well as Nazism, in my effort to appeal to the Jewish gentlemen who have risen to such prominence in the fields of radio, the press, and the cinema, the instruments which mold our public mind, I am characterized as being an anti-Semite. An anti-Semite because I decry atheistic Jews whom Jewry officially and consistently has not repudiated. May I reiterate what I emphasized last Sunday? There is no anti-Semitic question in America. There is an anti-communist question here. And there will continue to be an anti-communist question, veil it how you will, until we conquer or until it conquers us. From it, there is no decent retreat on the part of decent Christians and decent Americans. Towards it, there is no respectable silence on the part of respectable, organized Jews. Thus, once more, I incorporate in the record of this day's speech a story told in the New York Times in reporting the meeting of the American Jewish Congress held in New York last October. Speaking of this group representing the Jews of the United States of America, the New York Times of October 31st, in its story of the opening session of the American Jewish Congress, said, quotation, "The mention of communism threw the convention into an uproar when delegates and visitors attempted to shout down Abraham Levine, a St. Louis, Missouri delegate, who demanded that a proposed declaration of the convention's principles be amended to include a denunciation of communistic theory. After heated discussion, Mr. Levine withdrew his demand," unquote. My friends, this silence towards communism, this refusal to condemn it officially on the part of this representative body of Jews is beyond explanation. A reconvention of the American Jewish Congress is in order. A reconsideration of Mr. Levine's motion is also in order. Official Jewry must condemn officially not only the theory, but the practices of communism. Communism, whose policies have crimsoned the once blue river of Europe with the blood of 20 million martyrs, and which is making a charnel house of the cathedrals of Spain. To the highly intelligent Jews of America who recognize these truths, do I appeal. I humbly admit your influence, gentlemen, in banking, press, and radio. And I humbly suggest for your own sakes, and for the sakes of the less informed members of your race, that you, too, will recognize that there is no anti-Semitic question in America, but that there is an anti-communist question which must be solved. A question which cannot be solved except your genius and your assets are thrown into the battle on the side of God and country. In conclusion, I plead for impartiality in governmental decisions. And impartiality which will not only strike with all its might against the injustices of Nazism in regard to the Jews, but with equal strength will utilize its majesty in behalf of the persecuted Christians abroad, victims of communism. Before me, my friends, I have an original document which Mr. Roosevelt caused to be sent to a group of refugee Ukrainians resident in our nation. Ukrainians whose homes were confiscated, whose lands and businesses and chattels were seized, and whose relatives lie rotting in the soil, either of Hungary or of the Ukraine. These men and women and little children were the victims of Bela Kun, whose correct name is Aaron Cohen, the atheist Jew whose communist followers wrote their crimson page of disaster a few years ago, from 1922 till, quotations, this enlightened day, unquote, so referred to by our president. This original official document which Mr. Roosevelt, the President of the United States, caused to be sent to the chairman of these petitioners reads as follows. Sir, the receipt is acknowledged by reference from the White House of your telegram of December 14, 1934, addressed to the President, urging that he intercede with the Soviet government on behalf of Ukrainians in Soviet Ukraine who are being executed without trial during the new reign of terror instituted by the Moscow government. In reply, you are informed that this government is not in a position to make representations to foreign governments with respect to conditions which do not directly affect American citizens or interests. Very truly yours, for the Secretary of State, Robert F. Kelly, Chief. God forgive us. No intervention for Ukrainians and Hungarians, victims of Aaron Cohen, whose bodies now fertilize the golden wheat fields of mid-Europe, but a plenitude of intervention and publicity for the Jews, not one of whom has been officially murdered. May the Holy Trinity infuse into the minds of our rulers a spirit of justice, of fairness, both to Christian and Jew, and, if necessary, a spirit of militancy against the communists, both at home and abroad, whom up to this present moment this government has been protecting, aiding, and abetting, both by its silence, its cooperation, and its criminal good neighborliness. Good afternoon, my friends.
Gentlemen, you have listened to one of the most outstanding addresses delivered from the microphone of the Shrine of the Little Flower. Next week, Father Coughlin will be heard over these same stations, provided you are willing to support him in the presentation of these programs, which are paid for at full commercial rates. This is your program, not his. This is America's program. America comprised of Jew and Gentile, Christian and non-Christian. Please advertise this presentation, which we hope to make the most worthwhile hour on the air. And please write a letter to Father Coughlin this week to give him moral courage to carry on and to request a copy of this discourse to which you have just listened. We ask those who have written in last week for copies to be patient, if as yet they have not received their copy. Our mail is tremendous. Our staff is working overtime. This week at the latest, your copy will be in your hands. Until next Sunday afternoon, this is your announcer, Franklin Mitchell, again bidding you on behalf of Father Coughlin, good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have presented the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. The thoughts and opinions contained in this address were entirely those of the speaker and in no way reflect the policies of this station. We invite you to write your comments to WHBI, Newark, New Jersey.
Your dial is set at 1250 kilocycles. WHBI, Hoyt Brothers Incorporated, Newark, New Jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present at this time the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. After you listen to the address by Father Coughlin, you're invited to write your comments to WHBI, Newark, New Jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more it is my privilege to present to you Father Charles E. Coughlin from the Shrine of the Little Flower at Royal Oak, Michigan. He will speak to you this afternoon on a subject pertinent to persecution and communism. As you know, this hour is in no sense a donated hour. It is paid for at full commercial rates. This is your hour. This is your presentation. As long as you desire to have Father Coughlin, a guest in your home, each Sunday afternoon over these same stations, and at this same hour, he will be glad to speak fearlessly and courageously to you as he presents a message of Christianity and Americanism to Catholic and Protestant and religious Jew. Many thousands in this audience will desire to obtain a copy of this afternoon's address. Copies of this address can be had by writing directly to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Pictures of certain documents to which Father Coughlin is about to refer can also be had by all those writing in for a copy of this week's broadcast. Transcribed and directed by Mr. Emil Cote of New York, the Little Flower Choristers, with Mr. Cyril Gutherell at the organ before me, will sing for you the Advent hymn, Come, O Come, Emmanuel. During the singing of this hymn, please phone some friend or family to listen in to this broadcast, which will be of outstanding interest to every American. Immediately following, Father Coughlin will come to the microphone. And now may I present to you Father Coughlin.
Good afternoon, my friends. By way of introduction, and before I deliver the address prepared for this afternoon, I have this following announcement to make. Following last Sunday's discourse, a local newspaper said, quotations, "It is obvious that Father Coughlin either does not know what the word interview means, or is giving still further evidence of his congenital inability to tell the truth," unquote. These printed remarks were occasioned by a statement which I incorporated in last Sunday's address relative to the alleged Henry Ford Rabbi Franklin interview, an interview which was printed locally in Detroit. I was not present at this interview. It was reported to me in a statement signed by Mr. Harry Bennett of the Ford Motor Corporation, and which I read last Sunday, and which will be reproduced over Mr. Bennett's signature in Social Justice magazine next week. Because news reports printed last Monday tended to discredit the statement, I secured a second signed statement from Mr. Harry Bennett of the Ford Motor Corporation last Monday afternoon. It reads as follows: Dearborn, Michigan, December 5th, 1938. Quotations. A statement which resulted in casting reflections of an exceedingly serious nature upon the veracity of Father Coughlin appeared in the Detroit Free Press Monday, December 5th, 1938, based upon a statement which it was alleged I made. It labeled statements of Father Coughlin regarding Rabbi Franklin's recent visit to the Ford offices for the purpose of getting an expression of the Jewish situation in Germany as untrue. This is to definitely state that absolutely no interview was given in response to Rabbi Franklin's request by Mr. Ford to be printed as Mr. Ford's own statement in the press, but merely agreed with certain written expressions, and the statement given by Father Coughlin on December 4th, 1938, was an absolutely correct verbatim report of a statement having my own approval and signature, signed Harry H. Bennett, December 5th, 1938, unquote. I make this announcement to set at ease the minds of this radio audience and to let it be known that in preparing my broadcasts, I rest my assertions upon documentary evidence. Because the newspapers and news services saw fit not to publish the photostatic copies of the two original signed statements, which I handed to them last Monday afternoon following my visit to the Ford Motor Corporation, I shall have them printed in Social Justice magazine next week in order to complete the record. It is my hope that this announcement concludes a local issue as far as I am concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, last week a representative of the Jewish Community Council of Detroit sought to obtain adequate radio facilities to be used in broadcasting an official Jewish answer to my 3 previous addresses. Recognizing that this gentleman was confronted with many mechanical difficulties in obtaining a clearance of a full hour over a large group of radio stations, and upon such short notice, I conveyed to him through Mr. Leo Fitzpatrick an invitation for the General Jewish Council, a national body to which the local Jewish Council is affiliated, an invitation to use the facilities of my network on this hour and at my expense. The General Jewish Council has declined the invitation. However, over most of these stations, and at its own expense, the General Jewish Council will address this audience sometime later today. Their spokesman will not be a Jewish gentleman. He will be the Catholic attorney, Mr. Frank Hogan of Washington, District of Columbia. I wish to impress upon this audience that Mr. Hogan is speaking for the General Jewish Council, to which is affiliated all the local Jewish community councils of America. I take this opportunity to invite my audience to listen attentively to this Catholic spokesman as he pleads the case, shall I say of the Jews, or shall I say of the General Jewish Council and the local Jewish Community Council. This attorney's address, about to be delivered under the auspices of the General Jewish Council, will be better appreciated following the discourse which I am about to deliver, because I will deal pertinently with certain activities, constitutional activities, of the Jewish community councils which are related to the General Jewish Council. My friends, It is appropriate for me to re-express the thoughts which were woven in bold colors throughout the last 3 discourses. They are these. I hold no animosity towards the Jews. I distinguish most carefully between good Jews and bad Jews, as well as I do between the good Gentiles and bad Gentiles. I sincerely sympathize with the millions of humble religious Jews, both in America and elsewhere, who have been persecuted by a thoughtless world, a world which does not always distinguish between the good Jews and the bad Jews, a world which lashes at the pillar of persecution the innocent Jews for the misdemeanors of the guilty Jews. Openly and fearlessly do I admit that my main contention is with the atheistic Jew and Gentile, the communistic Jew and Gentile, who have been responsible and will continue to be responsible in great part both for the discriminations and the persecutions inflicted upon the Jews as a body. To prevent happening in America what has happened elsewhere, and to end once and for all the hostility of German Nazism towards Jews, I ask my fellow citizens not only to oppose Nazism, an effect of communism, but to fight manfully against communism itself. I further appeal to them to apply the basic principle of science in their common effort to destroy persecution. The basic principle which teaches us that in order to remove effects permanently, the causes which produce them must be removed first. And finally, I reminded both Jew and Gentile that ours is not a problem of anti-Semitism. Ours is a problem of anti-communism. Thus, the issue is clear. The Jews of America cannot afford to be identified with communism or with communistic activities. They are asked to disassociate themselves from the atheistic Jews who espouse communism. Therefore, every person worthy of the name of Christian stands prepared to oppose the excesses of Nazism, stands prepared to extend the right hand of sympathy towards the persecuted Jews in Germany. But every intelligent American Christian whose heart bleeds for his 20 million fellow Christians who were butchered by the Trotskys and Belakuns, the Bronsteins and the Cohens in Soviet Russia, in the Ukraine, in Hungary, and elsewhere, they appeal to the Jews of America to join with them in removing communism, the cause of Nazism. They appeal particularly to the eminent sons of Jewry who have risen so high in government, in journalism, in banking, in broadcasting, and in motion pictures, to launch an effective, determined campaign against the Red Menace, which has baptized the hillsides and valleys of Europe with the blood of 20 million Christian martyrs. The best answer that Jewry can give me or America is not a passionate denial that Jews, far beyond their proportion of population, are not interested in furthering communism. Official action will speak more eloquently than 10,000 denials. In asking the Gentiles of America to oppose the Gentiles of the Nazi Party in Germany, Jews are not seeking anything that is unreasonable. On the other hand, when the Gentiles of America ask the Jews in this country to oppose the Jews in Russia, in Spain, and elsewhere, who are supporting communism to our detriment and to the detriment of the Christians living abroad, we are asking nothing unreasonable. Oh, there comes a time in the life of every individual as well as in the life of every nation when righteousness and justice must take precedence over the bonds of race and blood. Tolerance then becomes a heinous vice when it tolerates the theology of atheism, the patriotism of internationalism, and the justice of religious persecution. No matter then what ties of blood and common parentage bind the God-fearing Jews in New York with the atheistic Jews in Moscow, those ties must be severed for God, for country,
and for the preservation of the teeming masses of Jews in America who have been victimized by the silence of their leaders and the propaganda of the press. Everyone recognizes that Soviet Russia has made anti-Semitism a crime. The entire world recognizes that Soviet Russia has made pro-Christianity, pro-theism, and pro-religion likewise crimes. Everyone recognizes the predominance of atheistic Jews in the pattern of Russian communism. Evidence is so overwhelming to substantiate this statement that it is idle for any informed person to attempt disputing it. On this point, let me quote for you from an article by James E. Abbey, which appeared in the New Outlook in February 1934. It says, Comrade Smirdovich, the Red Pope, an atheist, is the official restrainer and regulator of religion in the USSR. He is a member of the important Central Executive Committee. As the official Antichrist of the Soviet republics, he decides how far the remaining priests of the church may go towards preaching the word of God. Kindly, cultured, educated, tolerant in manner, Smirdovich says religion will die out when divorced from superstitious ritual, pomp, and fear. His job is to help kill it. Men of the Red Army sing as they march, continues this article. Over 1 million of these sons are under arms in Russia today, and millions are in reserve. More millions are being born than starve. He or those who control the Red Army control Russia, a force to be reckoned with. But the men who control Russia are not Russians. They are not Slavs. Stalin is a Georgian, a different race. Kaganovich is a Jew. Litvinov is a Jew. Karakan, Armenian. Smirdovich, who controls and destroys religion, is a Jew. Orjonikidze is Georgian. Kurtz is Austrian. Karl Radik, a Jew. Men in business for Russia in strategic positions, buyers and traders, are rarely ever Russian. Members of the Jewish race from all over the world predominate. Every member of the Foreign Office Press Censor Bureau is a Jew. Little men of Russia who help in responsible positions, heads of offices, trusts, are mostly Jews, unquote the article. Further unfortunate evidence of atheistic Jews dominating the destinies of communists in Hungary is also presented. From an official government document which I have before me, and a picture of which will be reproduced in Social Justice magazine, we learn of the close relationship existing between atheistic Jews and communism. In Hungary, under the atheistic Jew Bela Kun, Aaron Cohen, apostate Jews dominated communism with its mass murder of more than 20,000 Christians in a period of 130 days of horror. Out of 11 department heads in the Hungarian Communist cabinet, 9 were Jews. Out of 30 total members, there were 20 Jews. And the departments of the Interior, Finance, Education, Foreign Relations, War, Food and Supplies were 100% manned by Jews. My friends, I refer to these records for one purpose only, for it is my desire as a non-Jew to tell you, my fellow Jewish citizens, to tell you the truth, to inform you what thoughts millions of persons are entertaining. In Europe particularly, Jews in great numbers have been identified with the communist movement, with communist slaughter and Christian persecution. But which one of you will uphold the activities of these men, these Lunashevskis and Belakuns and Trotskys? None of you religious Jews who love your God, none of you intelligent Jews whose minds are too well developed to be captivated by the false philosophy of tolerance, tolerance towards atheism, tolerance towards mass murder, tolerance towards the progenitor of Nazism. Oh, the hour has struck when neither Jew nor Gentile in America can afford to be associated with communism, even through the medium of silence. I am giving voice to a sentiment which is expressed in millions of homes and in thousands of gatherings. Thus, for his collective safety, the American Jew must repudiate the atheistic Jew. Communism must be stamped out, else an illogical world will build up a defense mechanism against it in these United States, paralleling, if not surpassing, the same illogical defense mechanism which operates under Nazism. Ladies and gentlemen, there are millions of innocent Americans who do not grasp the essential meaning of communism. They are inclined to believe that only he is a communist who carries in his pocket a card proving that he has paid his dues to some communist organization. A card does not make a man a communist any more than a baptismal certificate makes a man a saint. The thoughts which a man entertains, the policy which he pursues, these are the internal causes which generate communists, and these causes are reduced in their final crystallization to the one word, atheism, and all it implies. Show me a man who disbelieves in God, and particularly who opposes the dissemination of knowledge concerning God, and I will show you an embryonic communist, one who, if he is logical, will soon stand beside Lunashkovsky and Smirdovich and their cohorts, determined to rid this world of all religion and supplant it with the doctrines of the Soviet. Show me a man whose policies completely ostracize God from our public institutions, and I will show you a person who indirectly is working hand in glove with the Belakuns, the Trotskys, the Stalins, and the Lenins. Any policy which pursues the course of secularizing our homes, our government, our public institutions, is a policy which logically leads to the adoption of the principles of communism with its resultant mass murder and economic chaos. On this point, my friends, do not be confused. Towards this godlessness which is imposed upon us through the so-called secularization of our public institutions, entertain no tolerance, any more than you would be tolerant towards our rattlesnake. For it is an insidious serpent which sooner or later will sting you to death if you caress it against your bosom. Having clarified that point, a point which is not disputed by any Christian or by any religious, God-fearing Jew, permit me to speak of its application in America. Permit me to refer to the General Jewish Council and the local Jewish community councils. At the outset, I graciously admit the contributions towards religion and culture accredited to Jews. I am not ignorant of the poems of David. I am no stranger to the saga lived by Moses and his contemporaries. Many precious hours have I spent in the companionship of the prophets of Israel. However, when the house of our civilization is wrapped in the lurid flames of destruction, this is not the time for idle eulogizing. When the house is on fire, its tenants are not apt to gather in the drawing room to be thrilled by its paintings and raptured by its sculpture, its poetry, its tomes of music, or its encyclopedia of science, which are there on exhibit. When the house is on fire, as is the house of our civilization today, we dispense with gratifying our vanities and call in the fire department to save our possessions, lest they be lost in the general conflagration. All about us the angry flames of communism, of godlessness, are devouring not only the contributions which Jewry has made to our generation, but also the benedictions which our Gentile ancestors have contributed towards our well-being. Behold, Russia is a shambles, China is a battlefield, France is a social chaos, Spain is a slaughterhouse, Mexico is a spiritual volcano, and even our own United States is beclouded with a crimson smoke which chokes our progress. We are concerned, then, with extinguishing this fire, before it consumes our inheritance, and before its flames of hatred enfold themselves around the millions of innocent Jews and Gentiles in a holocaust of persecution. American Jewry is also concerned with the welfare of the 3 million Jews resident in Russia. 3 million who, according to every valid report, now occupy many major places of prominence in the Soviet government, far beyond the proportion of their population. Well may American Jewry be concerned, for soon the pendulum of time will swing. Soon the 160 million Russians whose parents and relatives were massacred by the Trotskys and Lenins and Belakoons, soon they will break the shackles which bind them to poverty, to exploitation, and to slavery. What new chapter, then, will history write? God only knows. But this is certain. Russian Jewry will not be dealing with a Christian people, because the leaders of communism have robbed the Russian Christians of the doctrine of charity, Christ's doctrine. The Lunashovskys, the Litvinovs, and the commissars of the Kremlin have outlawed the Sermon on the Mount and pilloried to death the doctrine of brotherhood. Today, Stalin stands with his back against the wall, confronted by 160 million de-Christianized Russians who have been subjected to the preachments of hate, the gospel of blood, and the policy of revenge. All that is unfortunate. But blame not the forthcoming uprising in Russia upon Christians, whose churches have been closed and whose religion has been outlawed. Young Russia, new Russia, will be a barbaric Russia. The uprising of these Gentile barbarians, formed and fashioned as such by Smirovich and Lunashovsky, the haters of God and man, that uprising against these Jewish masters will be disastrous to the 3 million Jews, your co-nationals, my American Jews. I ask you, is it too late to come to their rescue? Is it too late to cease sending our congratulations to the murderers of Christians and destroyers of religion? Is it not opportune for you and for us, for Jew and for Christian, to demand of them a cessation of their persecution, of their godlessness, and save the lives of these 3 million minorities? This afternoon, the General Jewish Council, which is the central body of the Jewish Community Councils, is about to answer my so-called anti-Semitism, which in reality is anti-communism. This General Jewish Council, which is composed of the American Jewish Committee, the American Jewish Congress, the B'nai B'rith, and the Jewish Labor Committee, and therefore to which all the local Jewish community councils are related, has chosen for its spokesman a distinguished gentleman of my own faith, a most prominent attorney, in whose veins there courses the same Irish blood which flows in mine. Nevertheless, he is the engaged spokesman of the American Jewish Council. Not to him do I address these remarks, but rather to the client whom he represents. Because I love my fellow Christians both abroad and at home, because I love my fellow Americans, be they Jew or Gentile, I will not be silent in the face of an impending disaster. nor will I still my voice in pleading for the elimination of all persecution, be it that of Nazism or of communism whence it sprang, or of the economic injustices which in turn advance the Lenins and Trotskys and their atheistic breed to the pinnacles of power. Were I an enemy of Jewry, I would be silent. Were I anti-Semitic, I would bandage my eyes, refusing to view the realities of life, and let happen what will happen in America and Russia and elsewhere without protest. Therefore, using as my textbook the B'nai B'rith National Jewish Monthly Magazine for June 1938, a Cincinnati publication, let me prepare this audience for its reception of the General Jewish Council, to which is affiliated the Jewish Community Councils throughout America. For the information of all Christian Americans, Catholic and Protestant, let it be known on the authority of the B'nai B'rith National Monthly Magazine that Jewish community councils are generally composed of representatives of all the Jewish organizations of the city in which they are formed. The size of the Jewish Community Council reflects the type of community in which they exist, and they are comprised of from 7 to 165 Jewish organizations in some cities, with as many as 250 representatives. In the few short years of their existence, these councils have many accomplishments to their credit. They have brought together Jewish groups for joint action, Jewish groups which never before have met on a common footing. They have attracted into the orbit of active Jewish community life certain organizations which have in the past been detached from the center of Jewish group affairs. The authenticity of these statements is vouched for, I repeat, in the June 1938 edition of the B'nai B'rith National Jewish Monthly. This magazine informs us that in Cincinnati, for example, the local community council has representatives from 13 synagogues and temples, 11 Zionist and pro-Palestine groups, 6 local welfare agencies, 4 national hospital groups, representatives from the American Jewish Committee, the JDC, the B'nai B'rith, the Council of Jewish Women and its Junior Division, Friends of the Hebrew University, Jewish National Workers Alliance, and 11 other organizations. Over all the Jewish councils in America, there dominates the General Jewish Council, an organization, therefore, which more than any other Jewish organization speaks authoritatively for the Jews. In publishing the report of achievements accomplished by the Jewish Community Councils, we read on page 365 of the B'nai B'rith National Jewish Monthly for June 1938 the following astounding admission, quotations. In Bridgeport and Cleveland, the councils persuaded public school officials to stop Easter and Christmas practices which had been embarrassing to the Jewish children and had found serious objection among Jewish parents who had hesitated to deal with the matter individually, unquote. In referring to this remarkable quotation, the words I wish to emphasize are these: Christmas and Easter practices. By practices, I understand neither the teaching of religion, the reading and the interpretation of the Bible, nor the common recitation of prayers. These words, Christmas and Easter practices, connote for me in this connection the celebration of these two great holidays, the interchanging of gifts, the singing of Christmas carols, the innocent pageantry associated with the crib and the empty tomb. And in submitting this quotation, I do not wish to infer that the Jewish community councils are totally responsible for eliminating Christ or religion from our schools. I am glad to admit that this organization is within its constitutional rights. More than that, I admit that this action cannot by any stretch of the imagination be construed as intolerant or as intolerance. But I am not so illogical as to charge that the Jews alone have been responsible for banishing religion from our educational institutions. Many influences and policies originating from non-Jewish quarters have contributed their major share towards this unhappy condition. I am not so illogical as to charge that organized Jewry in America is opposed to the preachments and practices of Christianity within the walls of our churches or under the roof trees of our homes. But I am logical enough to comprehend and appreciate the truthfulness of Lenin's statement, "Give me a child for 3 years, and I will hand you back a communist." And I am Christian enough to assert that if God will remain expatriated from our schools, these public institutions will begin to contribute towards graduating a godless generation. In fairness both to the Jews and to my audience, let me repeat the use I am about to make of this quotation. I am restricting the words Easter and Christmas practices merely to the innocent celebrations in which our children participate immediately prior to the two great holidays, Christmas and Easter. Already the teaching of religion has been stricken from the curricula of nearly every public school. In many states, school authorities have seen fit to exclude even Bible reading. In this instance, I am concerned then with the passing of almost the last mention of Christ within our classrooms, where his birth, his death, and resurrection, great historical events that they were, even greater than the discovery of America and the signing of our Declaration of Independence, are no longer mentioned or celebrated in festal manner by our children. For this, all of us are to blame. All Christians, more than the Jews. In fact, the Jews are to be congratulated for succeeding in getting their policies practiced, especially when they are in the minority. But remembering that godlessness is the poison spring whence communism originates, remembering that this United States was founded by Christians, pioneered by Christians, and developed in great part by Christians, with no more than 4 million Jews claiming residence amongst our 130 million population, why do the local Jewish community councils cooperate with others in imposing their policies, their constitutional policies of opposition to Christmas and Easter practices? Why do they propagate that policy through the agency of law that is on their side? Why do they boast in their publications that they have sown seeds? What shall I call it? Seeds of godlessness. Were my advice of any value, I should counsel the Jews to refrain from joining with these others in adopting a program, ever so constitutional, mind you, which breeds resentment to their race. I find no fault with the Jewish councils for following out their constitutional rights. They are to be praised for that. Perchance I find fault with them for their injudiciousness in attempting to live to the letter of the law. This action lends itself, therefore, to serious misinterpretation. It excites the spirit of intolerance amongst many citizens who misinterpret any assault against the story of Bethlehem and the tragedy of Calvary, even though it be constitutional, particularly if it comes from those who do not profess Christianity. Intolerance towards men is always reprehensible, but oftentimes intolerance is provoked by injudicious and erroneous policy. Therefore, I appeal to the General Jewish Council and to the local councils. I ask you, even though you are within your constitutional rights, even though we dare not protest legally, why have you closed the minds of our children constitutionally to the beautiful story of Bethlehem and the Messiah? Was not that an act of poor judgment? Why have you blotted out the cycle of the Easter story with its Pilate's Hall, its crucifixion and its glorious resurrection of the victim of mob violence and hate? Oh, we Christians, we have no constitutional regret. We should not even complain, because you are within your rights. You were within your rights. But I repeat, it appears that you are injudicious. Even if you Jews and Gentiles, in great number, consider that these are idle dreams and poetry, these affairs of the practices of Christmas and Easter, why not leave us with our dreams and poetry? Dreams and poetry that we learned at our mother's knee, dreams and poetry which were carried here by Columbus in a Santa Maria, dreams and poetry which were told by La Salle and Brebeuf and Lallemont to Tecumseh and the Indian children, dreams and poetry which motivated the Pilgrim Fathers to brave the elements of a hostile nature, dreams and poetry which brought the Huguenots to seek refuge upon our shores, dreams and poetry which burned in the hearts of the Scotch Covenanters in the Virginias and Carolinas, dreams and poetry which both Catholics and Protestants regard not as dreams and poetry, but as the bread of truth and the wine of life. Oh, my fellow citizens, it was the dreams and poetry born in the crib of Bethlehem and spoken from the pulpit of the cross that made this country the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, how can the General Jewish Council and the Jewish Community Councils, who are about to answer me today through the lips of a fellow religionist and with the voice of a fellow descendant of the same Irish race which suffered death and persecution, how can they be so unkind to us, to organize with their admitted preeminence in banking, in press, in cinema, and in radio, and with the law on their side, to protest against the innocent practices of Christmas and Easter time? All the banking institutions can rob our Christian citizenry through the practice of usury. A controlled press can veil the eyes of a nation against the Christian blood which has run ankle-deep in Barcelona. Members of your race can devise reasons to exclude a voice from the airways which seeks to tell America the truth. And pitiless propaganda can exhibit itself upon the silver screens of our nation to deceive us. These things are not worthy of protest. They are negligible. Oh, but when constitutionally and legally you tell us in your official publication of instituting a successful program, to use your own words, of persuading the public school officials to stop Easter and Christmas practices which have been embarrassing to the Jewish children, then silence on my part is not right. I should speak to you and ask you, members of the Jewish councils, to be kinder towards us and not demand the letter of the law. My fellow Jews, please understand our Christian attitude towards all this. You are a minority, a small but powerful minority, and we are a majority, an easygoing, patient majority, not always conscious of our latent power. Sometimes we are a careless majority. The saintly Pope Pius X spoke of the heroism of Blessed Joan of Arc and contrasted it with the timidity of so many Catholics, particularly in our day. He said, in our time more than ever before, the chief strength of the wicked lies in the cowardice and weakness of good men. All the strength of Satan's reign is due to the easy-going weakness of Catholics. Yes, we are a democratic people also. But in our conception of democracy, Christmas and Easter were accepted as axiomatic truths by most of those who framed our Constitution, as axiomatic as the law of gravitation, which these founders troubled not to write into the document which safeguards our rights and our liberties. But that was a mistake. That was unfortunate for us. The acceptance of these truths of Christmas and Easter, I confess, is not so general today amongst all our Christians and citizens. However, in the hearts of those who have ceased practicing religion, or who regard it as a non-essential for the well-being of our national life, in their hearts there is a resentment towards any organized group which either directly or indirectly assails the ideals characterized by their mothers. My friends, when I quote for you the evidence of a program injudiciously but constitutionally designed by a minority group to cooperate with those who are aiming to complete the Christianization of America, I am presenting no novel program recently conceived either by the General Jewish Council or the Jewish Community Councils themselves. That program has been in our midst long before the General Jewish Councils were ever organized. However, I ask the religious Jews of America, and I believe you are in the majority, Jews who perhaps are not aware of this policy and program, I ask them to be kindly towards us. Russian communism was motivated by a man who swore he would drag God from his false heaven. Communism over the world is identified with this godlessness, this extinction of Christ and of God from the lives of men. Whether you are aware of it or not, this regrettable policy of godlessness is indelibly stamped with the hallmark of world communism. The words which I have spoken today are reaching Cleveland and Bridgeport and practically every other city in this nation where Christmas and Easter practices have been excluded from the public schools through the self-admitted agency of cooperative, constitutional Jewish activity. And I feel that the fine, intelligent, religious Jews of America will not persist in this instance in their constitutional right. With no rancor or resentment am I unveiling these thoughts today. I am simply protesting in the name of the inarticulate millions, protesting against those Jews and Gentiles who seek through intolerance to withhold from the children of this land the tender story of the Christ child and his glorious resurrection from the dead. Jews are not intolerant. No, I cannot believe that. My friends, Christians and religious Jews, I am motivated by a desire to strike courageously at all persecution. Let us therefore join together hand in hand to strike at the cause of all persecution, irreligion, godlessness, Christlessness. Jews of America, look back down the ages to the great traditions that are yours. Sounding high from the tops of Sinai spoke your God and my God to Moses. Carried down its slopes to the wanderers in the desert came Moses with the commandments which both of us revere. God is your God. God is my God. Why, therefore, shall you persist in your constitutional rights when we Christians revere our Christ as the second person of the most blessed Trinity? Why shall you persist? I know you will not. I know you will desist. Thus, when the spirit of Christmas is about to descend upon the entire world, I regret that I found occasion to remind this audience that the General Jewish Council responsible for disbarring not the Christian religion, not the preaching of the Bible, not the recitation of prayers, but the last vestiges of Christmas practices from our schools, that the General Jewish Council had engaged the services of a fellow Catholic to discuss my recent challenge. It was a challenge occasioned by a $400 million fine levied against 600,000 Jews, a challenge for Christians to protest against this and other Nazi persecutions of a minority people. But it is likewise the occasion for Christians to remind the Jews of their Trotskys, their Belikuns, and their Lunashotskys, and their commissars, who since 1917 until this present hour have been engaged not in levying fines against Christians, but in destroying them from the face of the earth. Consequently, I appeal to America, Jew and Gentile, to stand shoulder to shoulder against not only Nazism, but against communism whence it springs, and against godlessness and injustice which produced both of them. That is all I ask. That is all I plead for. In conclusion, may I tell you that more than 1900 years ago, when at the first advent this world was looking towards the birth of Christ in the manger, there were 3 wise men from distant lands determined to leave their homes, their occupations, to follow the silver shining of a star that led them over the sands of a desert to the crib of Bethlehem. Where are the wise men today? The same silver star is shining brightly above. The same clarion call has gone forth to you and to me as once it did to Melchior and Balthazar and Caspar, the Gentiles from the east who came to kneel before their brother and their God. Always this invitation today in vain for those of us who hear it. Shall the beckoning of the star shine in darkness for those who glimpse it? All too long have you and I both held aloof from our Master and our Lord. Victimized by poverty, by exploitation and war and depression, and perhaps motivated by a desire to have that which is being taken from us. I ask you, Christians, to come, cross over to Bethlehem, kneel before the crib of your Christ this Christmas. Bring him the gift of your heart that will love him, of your mind that will first know him, and of your whole soul, your whole person that will serve him and bring him back to his place of honor among the governments and nations of men. And as a token for this, my friends, search out some little child and grant that you will treat that little child kindly, charitably, and justly this Christmas. Good afternoon. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just listened to Father Coughlin delivering one of the outstanding addresses of this year. May I repeat that you are welcome to a copy of this broadcast simply by writing a letter addressed to Father Charles E. Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Father Coughlin asks me to invite you to listen to Mr. Frank J. Hogan, whom the General Jewish Council to which is affiliated all the local Jewish community councils, engaged to be their spokesman in answering Father Coughlin. He will be heard over these stations at an hour to be announced immediately following this broadcast. Mr. Hogan's broadcast originates at station WOL, Washington, D.C. Next Sunday, Father Coughlin will resume his place before the microphone to deal further with this question of communism and persecution. Until next Sunday afternoon, this is your announcer, Franklin Mitchell, bidding you good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've presented the... Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. After you listen to the address by Father Coughlin, you're invited to write your comments to WHBI, Newark, New Jersey.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Father Coughlin, whom I shall soon present, and on behalf of all those associated with him, I thank you sincerely for the splendid moral support which you are extending to this weekly broadcast, which is heard over these stations at this same hour each Sunday. Father Coughlin has been engaged in petitioning all Americans, Jews as well as Gentiles, to join with him in liquidating not only the persecution of the Jews extant in Germany, but also the persecution of Christians notorious in Mexico, Spain, and Russia. He has been insisting, despite all assertions to the contrary, that America is not interested in anti-Semitism. It is interested in anti-communism. All persons who have heard this recent broadcast are aware of this and are not disturbed by statements of those who refuse to receive the spoken, recorded words of Father Coughlin on this subject at their full face value. This is your broadcast. It is fully paid for at standard commercial rates by your contributions. It will last only as long as you see fit to support it. There are literally hundreds of thousands in this audience who wish to have a verbatim copy of the words spoken by Father Coughlin in these addresses. Copies of this afternoon's discourse can be had by writing directly to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. He will be glad to mail you a copy of this or any of the previous discourses, as there is no other place where copies of these broadcasts can be obtained. In a few minutes, exactly in 3 minutes and 40 seconds, Father Coughlin will come to the microphone to deliver another of his outstanding addresses on the subject, the Christian and the Jewish concepts of the Messiah. During these 3 minutes intervening, the Shrine of the Little Flower Choristers, transcribed and directed by Emil Cote of New York, with Mr. Cyril Guthrell at the console of the organ before me, will sing for you, O Come Divine Messiah. While the choir is singing this appropriate hymn, please telephone some friend or family to tune in to this broadcast. In this manner, it will be possible for you to help double this audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Father Coughlin in his address, The Christian and Jewish Concepts of the Messiahs.
Good afternoon, my friends. While we are busy preparing for the feast day of Christ's birth, it is appropriate that I submit for your consideration a discussion which will be concerned intimately with the question, is Christ the Messiah? Is he the long-expected deliverer of the human race? This question leads us into a litany of related questions which are clothed with significance, especially in this age of transition. The answers to them likewise are of significance when the world is considering either the rejection of Christ and his entire social system of deliverance, or to reaccept Christ and all his doctrines, which affect both the individual and society. Dissatisfaction with the present order of things is apparent in every sector of civilization. The machinery of economics has broken down. Absurd racial theories in the sphere of sociology have gained unreasonable support. In the field of education, an unsound program has been imposed upon nation after nation to the detriment of their citizens. In fine, the intellectual world is in chaos, chiefly because too many of our leaders have rejected the supernatural order of life which was ushered into the world at Bethlehem 1900 years ago, and substituted for it a natural order, which, judging from the results which this latter produced, has proven not only inefficient, but destructive. These thoughts are related to the word Messiah, a word which, translated into English, means the deliverer. These thoughts indicate that in the offing, a tremendous decision is about to be made by all nations, for we desire deliverance. Once more, nations will either reassert their belief in the supernatural Messiahs and the supernatural order of social life which he instituted, or they will complete their rejection of him, logically proceeding to exterminate him in the personal life of the individual. For it is untenable to retain side by side the individual doctrine of Christ and the social doctrine of Antichrist. I characterize this position as untenable because Christ, the Messiah, must be accepted as such both in our individual and social lives, which are so intimately intermingled that only with great difficulty can they be separated in practice. Christmas, then, is either a feast which marks the birth of the divine babe of Bethlehem, or it is an historic date which chronicles the birth of a fabulous idolatry. The babe
and the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan.
Father Coughlin is preparing to address you on two very important points. The first deals with bond inflation, and the second is concerned with the Neutrality Bill. During the next 3 minutes, while the Little Flower choristers with Mr. Guthrell at the organ sing for us the Crucifix, kindly telephone some friend or family to tune to this program. The information contained therein is of vital importance for our peace and our prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, copies of the address to which you are about to listen will be available to every person in this audience. Your copy can be secured by writing to Father Coughlin directly at Royal Oak, Michigan. Moreover, next week's Social Justice magazine will amplify the remarks which are about to be made this afternoon, giving detailed information on the Neutrality Act, which will either be rejected in full by the 1st of May or rewritten in such a manner as to keep us out of foreign entanglements. It is my pleasure to present to you Father Coughlin in his address entitled Bonds and Neutrality.
Good afternoon, my friends. Today I plan to address you on two closely related current topics. The first part of this discourse will deal with the threatening and possible financial crisis being brought about as a result of our institutions being overloaded with tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds. The second part will concern itself with the Neutrality Act, which expires on May the 1st of this year, and therefore which should command the attention of all persons who are intelligently desirous of having a second Neutrality Act written, which will be efficacious in keeping us free from foreign entanglements. Both of these subjects are definitely related to social justice. The first, insofar as we are anxious to attain prosperity, and the second, insofar as we are anxious to settle upon a program of peace. As for the first, the financial crisis threatening us as a result of our countries having been overloaded with debt bonds, let us dwell upon the following considerations. In our laudable effort to institute social reform, we have courted financial disaster. It is true that the Wagner Labor Act assured the right of labor to organize, but has not contributed much to establishing an actual, living annual wage. It is true that the Social Security Act gave expression to the theory of security, but it has not progressed beyond the theoretic stage. It is likewise true that the Gold Act, the creation of the Stabilization Fund, and other financial bills transferred many monetary powers and activities from Wall Street, New York, to Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington. But the transfer in practice has not benefited the nation. All in all, an ever-increasing national debt, now approximating $45 billion, obstructs our progress and nullifies our social reforms. Not disparaging the good intents of those responsible for creating this debt, I cannot help but compare their efforts in my own mind to the royal edict issued centuries ago by a certain king named Canute. Tradition tells us that this monarch, desirous of proving his might to his subjects, determined to do something about the problem of soil erosion. Instead of building a practical seawall to prevent the waves washing away the acres of England, he issued an edict forbidding the waters to trespass beyond certain limits, which he marked on the sands with his royal scepter. His legislation and his intent were perfect. Nevertheless, the method employed by King Canute was inefficient. And so with America. While humane legislation was written upon our statute books to repel the advances of the waves of depression, it will always be remembered as a praiseworthy attitude on the part of government. Nevertheless, many of us are constrained to contend that its method proved most inefficient. The man in the street probably doubts the soundness of these statements. Likely, he is more interested in a glamorous King Canute standing on the shores of time and fulminating against the angry waves of capitalism more than he is in the persistent rise of the tide of depression and the continuous wash of the waves of disaster against the shores of our prosperity. What are 45 or 50 billion dollars of debt to the ordinary factory worker or home renter? Must not this fabulous amount be absorbed in taxation by the rich and by the property owners, asks he? Therefore, more power to the government, thinks he, when the government reaches into the treasuries of corporations, of homeowners, and of farmers to liquidate these borrowings. Unfortunately, the man in the street forgets that it is he, the consumer, who always pays. He forgets that taxation is always added to the cost price he surrenders for his bread, his cigarettes, and his gasoline. He forgets that with every new $1 billion of debt money that is borrowed by the federal government, there is a new dime added to the cost of his groceries. He forgets that for every new $1 billion which Congress appropriates for federal expenses, there is $1 billion of purchasing power kept from the pocketbooks of the citizens. And finally, he forgets that when this occurs, the factory owner will not manufacture goods and will not require the services of the man in the street to produce them. I appreciate that part of our taxation money goes into the construction of public works. But I also know that a great deal of the $45 billion was wasted on relief that did not relieve. When will the man in the street remember that it is he who pays and pays and pays? I recognize that these are not pleasant things to obtrude upon the ears of this audience. Nevertheless, it is a plain fact that if this nation did not have to support $45 billion of debt represented in tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds, it would have $45 billion to utilize in production, $45 billion to be spent in manufacturing motor cars, clothing, and building construction, $45 billion of wealth money to speed up the wheels of production and consumption instead of $45 billion of debts to impede the activity of our economic body. Someday, the man in the street will begin to appreciate the difference between theory and fact, between social reform and economic reform, between legislation which does not produce salutary effects and legislation which does produce salutary effects. When he comes to that realization, he will discover that moving the control of debt money from Wall Street to Pennsylvania Avenue contributes no benefit to the welfare of America, even though this moving was accompanied by the fanfare of social reform. Someday he will recognize that every dollar of taxable debt created by the government under the present system of bond issues is a dollar, the major portion of which does not get into the national pay envelope. In 1929, America suffered from a financial crash. Those were the days when Wall Street controlled the finances of the nation. Those were the days when billions of credit or debt dollars, not actual dollars, were loaned by private institutions to states, municipalities, corporations, and individuals. The year 1929 saw the stock market soar to its zenith. To all keen analysts, it was obvious what would happen. They knew that Wall Street and its affiliates, which had loaned 20 and 30 times more credit money than was represented by actual assets, was operating on an unsound basis. And so did the lenders themselves. Consequently, when these inflated loans were recalled, the borrowers found themselves unable to meet the demands of the lenders. Then, with a market crash, and the private banks throughout the nation, which had used depositors' money to purchase stocks and real estate, they failed because when they attempted to sell their holdings, they were fortunate to trade them for 10 cents on the dollar. That was 1929, notable for its bank failures and its stock market crash. 10 years has made a difference in our lives. Since then, legislation has been passed by which the federal government protects bank deposits. The Security Exchange Commission has controlled to a certain degree the abnormal price advances on the stock market. Nevertheless, a more serious financial danger looms upon the economic horizon in America. The man in the street probably is not aware of it, any more than the man in the street was conscious of what was about to happen in 1929. If he were aware, he would not be the man in the street. What is this new financial danger that is threatening us? Briefly, it is related to a depreciation of government bonds. It is related to the imponderable burden of $45 billion of national debt which we owe. It is related to the $45 billion worth of tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds which individuals, banks, and particularly insurance companies have purchased. For the past 6 years, financial institutions and insurance companies have been investing their money in the purchase of these bonds. Now their portfolios are so heavily loaded with these investments that they cannot afford not to buy more bonds. Consequently, when a new issue of $5 billion of government bonds is offered for sale by the Treasury Department, the present bondholders are almost compelled to buy them in order to protect the value of the bonds which they already hold. Capital is actually forced today to invest in debt instead of production. Thus, a serious condition has arisen. If the present bonds had been successful in breaking the back of the Depression, in getting 10 million men back to work, in taking 21 million men and women off the dole, there would not be a serious reason to complain today. But because this method of issuing more bonds has not alleviated our national distress, it is evident that this practice of issuing governmental bonds and inflation must be abandoned. The insurance corporations and capital in general cannot go on forever buying bonds and investing in debt which does not relieve the situation. 6 years has proven that point, that this policy is about to breed a worse disaster than we experienced in 1929 if it is continued. Thus, if the man in the street is intelligent, he will begin to appreciate that the problem of decent wages, of employment, and of security cannot be settled by mere social reforms. Deeper and wider than any social reform is a necessary financial reform for the salvation of both capital and labor, so that men can get back to work at a profit for themselves and their families. Let the man in the street ask himself, what have these borrowed billions of tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable billions of bonds really accomplished? They have not hired the 10 million unemployed. They have not guaranteed a profit for the farmer. They have not multiplied private ownership. They have not put more money into the annual pay envelope of the employed. They have not abolished want in the midst of plenty. They have not spread contentment over the face of the earth. On the contrary, they have increased the cost of living. They have multiplied taxation. They have tended to breed socialism and radicalism. They have jeopardized the very existence of our national solvency. They have cast men on the breadline. They have threatened not only the existence of our insurance corporations, but of the billions of dollars which millions of citizens invested in these organizations. They have decreased the number of bank depositors, and finally they have increased the problem of insecurity. All these are not pleasant things to speak about. Nevertheless, I venture to fix our common attention upon these national facts, to suggest that this federal government bond inflation must not proceed any further without jeopardizing the existence of our form of government and the existence of our national institutions and insurance corporations. Every sane citizen is concerned with the safety of the honest investments of his fellow citizens. Every sane citizen is anxious to see the constant operation of factories, the payment of living annual wages to labor, and the continuation of insurance companies in which 30 million Americans have invested their earnings. But prosperity cannot be produced by taxing the capitalists and the workers out of existence to support the non-workers and the unfortunate men and women who are forced to seek their livelihood on the dole. Prosperity cannot be had as long as capital continues to invest in debt, and as long as capital refrains from investing in production. Every time $1 billion worth of bonds is purchased, it's $1 billion that does not get into industry, that does not employ men in factories, that does not feed children, that does not enter into pay envelopes. Thus, it is suggested that our federal financiers abandon the program of issuing these tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable government bonds, which are penalizing our gainfully employed citizens, which are threatening our industrialists and insurance corporations, and which are withdrawing billions of dollars from the channel of production, from pay envelopes, and from purchasing power. 6 years of the experiment associated with attempting to borrow ourselves out of debt by adding new debts, that's had its day. A continuation of this policy will bankrupt America economically and politically. Sooner or later, and perhaps sooner than the man in the street suspects, he's always the last to learn this. Sooner or later it will bring about an inevitable collapse of what remains of Americanism, when great groups of people begin to blame our ills not upon the financial theories operated by government, but upon government itself, upon representative government, if you please. I repeat what I said several Sundays ago. Namely, I fear an army of 10 million unemployed, 21 million dolesters, and 13 million exploited taxpayers more than I do the combined armies of Europe and Asia. An army that, instead of diminishing year by year, has been increasing not only in numbers, but in resentment. Let us be honest, my friends, in our attitude towards government. Let us rejoice in the fine social pronouncements which it made during the past 6 years, even though we are sorely disappointed because its financial activities have proven a failure. But let us recognize that 10 billion more borrowed bond dollars of the same type added to our present national debt will increase our national taxation by almost 20%. It will force our insurance corporations and financial institutions either to buy these $10 billion of bonds or to suffer a depreciation in the value of bonds they already hold, and that means failure. It will withhold $10 billion from industry where men earn their livelihood. It will increase the army of unemployed and decrease the purchasing power of the nation. Therefore, let us encourage our representatives and senators and executives to act promptly and courageously in removing this menace from our midst. There's nothing to be gained either by industry, labor, agriculture, education, or religion manifesting a hostile spirit towards government if we criticize some of government's methods. It is a kindly criticism, spoken not against men, but against policies, with the hope that our executive and congressmen will be encouraged to abandon the hand-shovel system of digging a Panama Canal and of adopting the steam shovel system of plenty for all. With the solidified backing of this nation, and especially with support coming from you and from the man in the street, possibly our government can be persuaded at this late hour to use the billions of dollars of gold buried at Fort Knox. Possibly instead of issuing interest-bearing, tax-exempt, and non-negotiable bonds for sale, the government will decide to issue negotiable, non-interest-bearing bonds for salaries to all public servants, and thereby stimulate the purchasing power of the nation without adding to taxation and without forcing capital, as represented by insurance companies and banks, to invest money in debt. At least a sufficient amount of this kind of money, of which I've spoken, can be created to restore the necessary purchasing power, which will not only remove the danger of a bond collapse, but which will enable our factories to reopen, our idle to be employed, and our national solvency to be guaranteed. My fellow citizens, we must get back to work in private industry. We can't go on working for the government. Prosperity only comes when industry is active, when the laboring men are paid honest living wages, and when taxation is reduced to a minimum. Prosperity only comes when capital invests in labor, and when labor invests in capital. Further details on this subject will appear in Social Justice magazine. As logical as this proposal appears, namely, our government's utilizing the gold against which to issue negotiable bonds to pass out in salaries to our government employees, I am of the opinion that it will not be entertained too quickly. Preferred to it, I am afraid that we will pass some kind of a Neutrality Act which will permit us to open our factories, to produce munitions and shells and airplanes and cannons as we enter into the blood business, and from the blood business gain a semblance of prosperity. Therefore, the second part of this afternoon's address concerns itself with the Neutrality Act, which expires on May the 1st of this year. In these days, when there is a possibility of another world war, there is a plenitude of evidence pointing towards our being entangled in it. To many persons, this evidence is not manifest because warmongers are most careful not to disclose their plans. 25 years ago, under the pretext of saving democracy, a war was plotted and planned in secret. We have every reason to suspect that the leopard does not change his spots, that another world war is being plotted and planned with the same secrecy as heretofore. Plotted indirectly, if you will, by certain internationalist financiers and politicians who are planning, even in the face of impending financial disaster, to speed up American employment by manufacturing arms and munitions for foreigners as Europe prepares to enter a war of extinction unto death. And in this plan, political party lines mean nothing. Prominent public personages of both parties are busy campaigning for a Neutrality Act, which, if it is successfully supported, will certainly lead America into war. Permit me to outline the elements which, to my mind, should find expression in a safe Neutrality Act. Elements, if you agree with them, should bestir you today to go into action. American, Christian, democratic action to encourage our congressmen to support a real George Washington American Neutrality Act of no foreign entanglements. Wars are no longer declared. The 20th century fashion has been streamlined to fit the style of modern internationalism, which has outlawed the declaration of wars. Foreigners are not the only ones who adopted this new style. According to Senator Shipstead, we Americans have fought 6 undeclared wars. He informs us that we made war on Mexico in 1916 and captured Veracruz without any declaration of hostilities by Congress. That we made war on Russia in 1918, after the World War, without even a proclamation of hostilities by the President. That together with the British Navy, we bombarded Nanking in 1926. and that at other dates we took over Haiti, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic without the benefit of declaration of war by Congress. Now that declared wars are out of fashion for both foreigners and Americans, we should be concerned with the passage of a neutrality bill which will take that fact into consideration. Second, and of more importance, we should be interested in the writing of a neutrality bill which will outlaw the spread of propaganda in our nation. Propaganda designed to condition our people for entrance into an undeclared or declared war. And third, we need a reaffirmation of George Washington's policy of no foreign entanglements in the preamble of our Neutrality Act. This means that we are entitled to an expression on the part of this administration and of all future administrations of the adopted foreign policies which will prevent agencies of government such as the Treasury Department or the Department of Commerce from entering into certain trade alliances, financial alliances, and other alliances which little by little and step by step lead to hostilities with foreign nations. And fourth, secret agreements, if not treaties, must be taken into consideration by our new Neutrality Act. For it has happened in the past, and it can happen in the future, that such secret agreements impose obligations upon Congress which do not permit Congress in a given crisis any other alternative but to enter into a war. It's true that Congress declares war, but if secret treaties and agreements and alliances pre-exist the crisis, Congress can do nothing else but declare war. On these points I will touch in the following minutes at my disposal. A neutrality bill which does not penalize propaganda is useless because it merely concerns itself with the actual engaging in war and does not anticipate the series of events which lead to war. Wars are foisted upon us by warmongers who operate like thieves in the night. It was their propaganda which led us to the slaughter more than 20 years ago. It is this same propaganda with which we are vitally concerned in our neutrality bill today. To bear out this point and prove it, I refer you to an article written in Harper's Magazine in 1918 by Sir Gilbert Parker, the Chief of Staff of British propagandists. It was his job, so he reveals, to condition our president, our congressmen, and our people into financing and fighting the world war in behalf of the so-called democracies of Great Britain and France. This English baronet, who represented the British government in propagandizing America, admits that he was responsible for American publicity from the very day war broke out between England and the Central Powers. According to Senator Gerald Nye, who recently condensed Sir Gilbert Parker's article, which appeared originally in Harper's Magazine, there were several methods employed by Sir Gilbert Parker which were efficacious in their results. Recognizing that it is Congress which declares war, but also recognizing that Congress readily succumbs to the mass determination and conditioning of the people, Sir Gilbert adroitly operated on the American people. Oh, he was not concerned with the constitutional right of Congress to declare war. He knew that if he conditioned the people through propaganda, Congress could not help but declare war. That's his own admission. Consider how efficient this propaganda proved to be. Long before we entered into the World War, we were spending $24 million a day to help the Allies defeat the Central Powers. Consider that approximately $15 million a day was going directly to the Allies, represented by loans and by credits for munitions. For years, this practice continued. For years, we kept piling up investments in favor of one of the warring factions. Investments that were directly and immediately related to war. And then, when 1916 and 17 came, it stood to reason that if our nation had invested its money in a foreign nation already engaged in war, then we were rendered susceptible to the persuasion of propagandists to follow through with investments of soldiers. Consequently, the Neutrality Act, which expires on May the 1st, should not be abandoned, but should be rewritten to take this fact into consideration, so that at some future date another Sir Gilbert Parker will not be permitted to conduct his operations within our shores. Relative to secret commitments, promises, and obligations originating from executives in the State Department or the Treasury Department, and not from Congress, let us be intelligent enough to recognize that no government official is childish enough to tell the American public the real truth of foreign relations. If some citizen directly or indirectly makes the accusation that secret treaties or obligations have been entered into, it's the practice of government officials vehemently to deny the veracity of such charges. That has been the custom in the past. It will be the custom in the future. And to exemplify this, momentarily, let us turn our attention to Great Britain and learn from a concrete example how this operates. 28 years ago, in 1911, March 8th, in the House of Commons, I quote Senator Nye, Mr. Mackinnon Wood, the Undersecretary for British Foreign Affairs, absolutely denied any secret treaty existed between England and France. On November 27, 1911, Sir Edward Grey, a former cabinet officer, said there was no secret articles of agreement in 1904 and at no other secret date. He denied emphatically that France and England had any secret engagements whatsoever. As late as 1913, Lord Hugh Cecil charged in the House of Commons that there was a general belief of a secret treaties existing between France and England. But Mr. Asquith, the former Prime Minister, said that this was not true. His direct words were these, quotations, "If war arises between European powers, there are no unpublished agreements which will restrict or hamper the freedom of the government or parliament to decide whether or not Great Britain should participate in a war," unquote the Prime Minister. On August 3rd, 1914, the very day war broke out, Sir Edward Grey denied that there was a secret treaty or any treaty existing between England and France. But then, behold what happened 3 days later. In the House of Lords, Lord Lansdowne admitted that there were treaties not signed. That was the first admission which came like a lightning flash upon the disillusioned British people. Then followed a veritable rain of admissions, of disclosures. The diplomatic lie was out of the bag, and on August 8th, 1918, Lord George stated in the House of Commons, quotations, we had a compact with France that if she were wantonly attacked, the United Kingdom would go to her support. And the former Premier, Mr. Bonar-Law, also stated in that same year that secret treaties had existed between England and France. And on February 8, 1922, Mr. Austin Chamberlain made the same admission. I cite these things, my friends, to show you that secret diplomatic relations to bind one country to another do exist, and that officials of government are in the habit of denying their existence. Therefore, in the Neutrality Act, which expires on May the 1st, there should be incorporated a clause to the effect that no secret treaty or obligation or promise made by the President, by the Secretary of State, by the military staff, or by any other official, save Congress, has binding power, because such secret obligations unconstitutionally force Congress to a commitment which Congress oftentimes is not free to disregard. Senator Gerald Nye said on the Senate floor on March the 3rd, quotation, "The key to our present situation, in my humble opinion, is the Stabilization Fund, which for over 5 years has linked our Treasury Department with those of Great Britain and France. From that financial link, there has grown up a relationship as secret, as implied, as confidential, as to require no more treaties to sanction it than England and France had in 1911, 12, and 13, when the statesmen of England denied before Parliament and the Cabinet that any alliances existed. Out of these secret understandings, under which the French franc is supported on the very eve of Hitler's negotiations with Mussolini," continues Senator Nye, "the so-called democracies of England and France are wedded to our American Treasury to the point where the Treasury supersedes the Secretary of State in the diplomatic negotiations as among sovereign powers." My friends, if the Neutrality Act wishes to build up a barricade which will prevent our entrance into a foreign war, it should take into consideration this infamous Stabilization Fund, which, without benefit of publicized treaty, without benefit of open treaties openly arrived at, has linked our destinies to the empires of Great Britain and France, and thereby has committed us, indirectly at least, to a possible foreign entanglement. By all means, let us have a Neutrality Act which not only takes into consideration the last step of declaring war, but which will take into consideration the first steps which lead to war, namely propaganda emanating from foreigners, secret diplomatic commitments originating from ambassadors and executives of government who are not congressmen, financial policies such as the Stabilization Fund, and their secret negotiation with foreign powers for selling arms and munitions to those nations engaged in war. From available sources, we now know how our nation was conditioned to enter the last World War. We who boast of the freedom of the American press should take preventative measures in our Neutrality Act, lest this freedom of the press be so abused that it degenerates into a gullible press. On this point, and in reference to the Neutrality Act, let me remark that previous to 1918, Lord Northcliffe, one of the most powerful publishers in Great Britain, established a mission in New York. This propaganda mission was successful in establishing a supply of favorable reports to the American newspapers. It was a mission, according to Mr. Frank Anstey, a member of the Australian Press Commission on the Western Front, that had 4,500 agents in the United States, 4,500 newspaper men, publicists, warmongers, running up and down and across America and finding expression for their propaganda in the columns of our daily papers to work upon the gullibility of our American editors and through them upon the passions of our American public. How far can the Neutrality Act encompass this situation so as to prevent its recurrence in days to come? Propaganda in America, which leads us to war, should find some clause in the Neutrality Act and should be punished as a felony. More than 20 years ago, Great Britain and France won the war, not so much by bullets and machine guns as it did by the silver-tongued words and chastely written paragraphs of its generals in the fields of literature, journalism, and publicity. So important was this department for England that Colonel Hammersley, a member of the British Parliament, said on the floor November 7, 1918, quotations, "To my mind, an end is put to the Ministry of Information, and if activities are withdrawn from America, it will not be short of a calamity to this country," unquote the British Member of Parliament. This gentleman spoke the truth. He admitted the true press agent activities in America, activities that drained us of our wealth and of the flower of our youth, activities which helped to spread the lie that we were fighting a war to make the world safe for democracy. The Allies would not have won. Imperialism would not have conquered. International financialism would not have been sustained except through the agency of propagandists who worked in America. My friends, we are keenly interested in the preservation of peace and in the attaining of prosperity. Therefore, I call upon you to tell you that this is the opportune time for action. Action before May the 1st, 1939. By that date, a new Neutrality Act will have been written. Perhaps it will be written to give the President full power to declare war. Perhaps it will be written to give us the benedictions of new propagandists in our nation. Perhaps it will only be a Neutrality Act in name. Perhaps it will be the first chapter of our entrance into the last chapter of our existence. From this day forward, then, I ask you to interest yourselves in suggesting to your congressman your personal thoughts on this subject. Let us encourage these congressmen to pass a Neutrality Act that will stifle propaganda. A Neutrality Act that will prevent executives outside Congress making commitments, financial or otherwise, to any foreign power. We want a Neutrality Act because we want peace. We want a Neutrality Act
that will prevent America from engaging in the blood business. We want a Neutrality Act which will keep America from financing directly or indirectly any belligerent nation that engages either in a declared or undeclared war. We want a Neutrality Act which will limit the use of our soldiers and sailors, our munitions and arms and money to the defense of America inside American territory and inside American waters. It's not our business to become the policemen of the world. We have plenty at home with which to engage our attention. At the same time, my friends, encourage our congressmen to discontinue the issuance of tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds, which experience has proven have not been efficacious in solving the problems of unemployment, of decent wages, and of depression. Encourage your congressmen to alleviate the tax burden, to protect industry and agriculture, which are the sources of our wealth, and also to protect the investments which millions of our people have made in insurance corporations. This financial reform is directly related to the passage of a genuine Neutrality Act. If we have no financial reform, rest assured we'll go into the blood business to protect the tax-exempt, non-negotiable, interest-bearing bonds, and thus permit the foreign nations to invest in our heavy industry. My friends, let us recognize that the most efficient means to accomplish all this is direct contact by every individual with his senator and his representative. These gentlemen are willing and anxious to abide by the judgment of their constituents. And in conclusion, I want you to know that in the past 5 years, our insurance corporations and financial institutions have invested $17 billion of money entrusted to them by the citizenry of this nation in the purchase of bonds and debt, and have loaned only $1 billion to industry. There's the record, a record which cannot endure. How long can we endure if we continue to invest the wealth of our nation in debt? How long must Congress sustain a financial system which has now reached the point where it forces our insurance corporations to continue investing in these bonds, lest the bonds which they now hold will depreciate and chaos will eventuate? I speak these things to you, not in the spirit of bitterness, but in the spirit of hope. A hope that you will bestir yourselves in your churches, your clubs, your societies, and your homes to strike a blow for Christian American peace abroad and Christian American prosperity at home. My friends, 3 weeks ago today, I made an appeal to the members of this audience for volunteers. I asked for 5,000 responsible persons to undertake to distribute social justice magazines in their own neighborhoods and communities. I am proud to report that 2,500 such persons have manifested their interest in this project. Social Justice magazine carries no advertising, although a plenitude of it is available. But lest it should be suspected that this publication which is printed at one of the largest union shops in the world, is controlled by the advertising dollar, we gladly forego all such revenue. Social justice is designed to propagate social justice for all. Therefore, this afternoon, I ask all those who are interested, both in the Neutrality Act and also in our financial and economic and social problems, to become interested in distributing social justice magazines, each in his own community, or else directly subscribe here for 1 year at $3. I do not wish to appear to be commercial, but both this program as well as social justice magazines are yours. They are not mine. They are yours, and I'm your spokesman, telling you the truth as I see it and as I know it. May I now take this opportunity to inform you that a copy of this afternoon's address will be given to you gratis if you write to me this week. Good afternoon, and God bless you.
Only by vitally interesting yourselves in your congressman will you succeed in having written a neutrality bill which will guarantee our future peace. Ponder upon Father Coughlin's advice today. Organize among your friends, in your clubs and societies, to appeal to Congress to pass a neutrality bill that will be a neutrality bill. Once more, may I remind you that a copy of this afternoon's address is yours for the asking. Address your letter to Reverend Charles E. Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Your announcer is Franklin Mitchell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we presented the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. The thoughts and opinions contained in this address were entirely those of the speaker and in no way reflect the policies of this station. Your dial is set at 1250 kilocycles.
WHBI, Hoyt Brothers Incorporated, Newark, New Jersey.
Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan.
The events which have transpired during the past few hours are of startling, dramatic significance to the entire world. Certainly they point towards war, economic war and crimson, lurid military war. The Republic of Czechoslovakia has been dismembered. Hungary has reached out to assimilate Ruthenia. The German Chancellor is on his march to the east, to the oil fields of Romania, to the wheatlands of the Ukraine. The last subterfuge of democracy has been shelved in France. Daladier has been vested with the indefinable powers of a dictator. At home, our government executives have declared economic war against Germany. Our papers carry the startling news of an official announcement made by our government executives through virtue of tremendous powers vested in them by Congress that a 25% penalty tariff on goods coming from Germany is now the order of the day. These are sanctions. These sanctions mean economic war. They are the modern method of instituting an undeclared war. Moreover, an Associated Press dispatch appearing today in metropolitan newspapers declares that the General Jewish Council, after a period of 6 years of indefatigable effort, has achieved the boycott against Germany for which it had been working. Still, withal, no boycott is discussed in the matter of Russia. All these percussions and repercussions originate from the powder keg of the so-called Peace Treaty of Versailles. The injustices legislated in 1918 have exploded upon the world in 1939. The Munich Pact, which gave promise of peace a few months ago, has melted in the fires of passion because the peace which it molded was fashioned from the wax of hypocrisy. There can be no peace without economic peace. On every side, questions are rife. Whither are we going? What of our future? What is the story behind the story? What of the Neutrality Act? What of war? Social Justice magazine, in its next week's issue, will discuss these questions thoroughly, fearlessly, and factually. The internationalistic disturbers of the world, long busy in their laboratories of destruction, are mixing the chemicals of propaganda in the mortar of secrecy. Most effectively, they use the pestle of intrigue, of hate, and of lust for power. This compound must be counteracted. Last week, according to the daily newspapers, a little lad, 10 years old, was selling social justice on the subway trains of New York City. He was assaulted by a man named Silver, who was arrested. He and his type are also active. I speak these things to you as a challenge on behalf of Social Justice magazine to invite 5,000 more fearless, responsible persons to volunteer to distribute this news weekly, which is determined to play its part in counteracting the warmongers and in keeping America free from foreign entanglements as the events of the past week move us nearer and nearer to the brink of crisis. Social Justice magazine is of the opinion that if the international disturbers, the warmongers, and the type of persons such as they who intimidate the distributors of Social Justice magazine are not challenged at this time, both liberty and peace will vanish from our earth, and so will our doctrine of no foreign entanglements. Read of all these things in next week's Social Justice magazine. This afternoon, Father Coughlin will discuss a very factual subject which he entitles Social and Economic Reforms. Write to Father Coughlin directly at Royal Oak, Michigan, to arrange for your weekly copy of Social Justice or to volunteer to become a responsible distributor. Copies of this address to which you are about to listen will be gladly mailed to all those who request it. And now, Father Coughlin.
Good afternoon, my friends. All winter long, the priests at the shrine of the Little Flower literally have been immersed in the tears and sorrows of suffering humanity. I doubt if our 10-year-old depression produced more pain and grief and distress than was witnessed this past winter. We have seen, as have many other pastors and social workers, a gradual, constant increase in human casualties. Families which in former years managed barely to escape the ravages of poverty finally succumbed. How long must this continue in this land of wealth and plenty? In this land of kindliness and splendid ability? Coming in such constant contact with this ever-pressing problem of social distress, I am more convinced now than at any other time of the necessity for sound social reform. I am more persuaded in 1939 than I was in 1929 of the necessity to abandon any economic traditions which obstruct their fulfillment. During 1938, there were 22 million persons on relief. 1 out of every 5.5 persons in our nation. These families on relief were not living on the other side of the railroad track. We have discovered them in our residential districts, in every neighborhood. Oh, they are pitiful cases. Could you feed a family of 4 where the father receives $1.69, the mother and 2 children under 10 years of age $1.39 each, a total of $5.79 each week for relief. It can't be done. It can't go on. This social sin must be abandoned by America. However, this is not the time for lamentation. These are days when calmly, righteously, and fearlessly the decent element of American people is planning to act, not for the destruction of American institutions, but for the construction of a more equitable and humane plan of producing and distributing our wealth. There is a sufficient number of us who are so well informed that we refuse to accept the "it can't be done" philosophy of the reactionaries who are still content to adore the false god of rugged individualism and his gospel of modern capitalism. Oh, the mills of justice and information grind slowly. We know that only within recent weeks the government's report on American incomes for the fiscal year of 1935 and 6 found publication in an obscure corner of the New York Times. We know that of the 39 million Americans who filed tax reports that year, 10,390,000 families reported incomes of less than $750 for the year. Ponder what that means. Nearly 1/3 of all American families buying food, paying rent, begging second-hand clothing, and seeking medical care as they struggle to keep body and soul together on $750 for 365 days to be divided among 5.5 persons. Even more startling is the revelation that 22 million families, not persons, representing nearly 60% of our population, were supported on incomes of less than $1,250 a year. Oh, where is the world-famed American standard of living, which is represented by a national family average income of $1,050 a year? Where are the arguments of the proponents of modern capitalism when faced with this fact, a fact which cannot long endure without its repercussions crackling under the dome of the Capitol at Washington? I have a thesis to present to you today. It is this: social reforms are absolutely necessary, but they cannot be attained unless they are preceded by or accompanied with economic reforms. In plainer language, we have an abundance of vast resources. We have 130 million mouths to feed and bodies to clothe and shelter. We have plenty for all and plenty of skilled hands and trained minds with which to produce it. But the artificial barrier erected between production and consumption, which we call capitalistic economics, must be broken down to permit the waters of this plentiful production to flow unimpeded to these 130 million citizens. Starvation, deprivation, and man-made depressions contingent upon a man-made devisal of political economy, must either retire gracefully or be forced to retreat into oblivion. A new economy, which can be no more detrimental than the old at least, will be inaugurated. I advanced this opinion when challenged with a statement made last week by the Federal Reserve Board, a government institution established to supervise the non-government, privately owned institution known as the Federal Reserve Bank. The statement of the board members reads as follows, quotations. In view of all these causes, the board does not favor the enactment of any bill based on the assumption that the Federal Reserve System or any other agency of the government can control the volume of money and credit and thereby raise the price level to a prescribed point and maintain it there, unquote. These words are equivalent to this. We cannot control prosperity or depression. We cannot do anything about poverty or distress. We cannot enact any legislation to permit production meeting the demands of consumption. We are Marie Antoinettes who piously tell the people of the United States that if they have no bread, let them eat cake. Let us not depart from our thesis. Social reforms are positively required and absolutely supported by the majority of clean-minded Christian Americans. But since every child is aware that in our complex life we cannot obtain clothing or food or shelter without money, and since money is the accepted means through which the necessities of life are obtained, shall we Americans complacently accept this Olympian pronouncement from the officers of the Federal Reserve Board as final, and therefore, in the spirit of predestination, patiently accept the sufferings which are multiplying around us? Must we abandon all hope for sound social reform because these theologians of the God of Gold inform us that from the hell of depression there is no redemption? As early as 1932, it was my privilege to point out the need for our federal government's interesting itself in necessary public works and particularly in slum clearances. It is my contention that the federal government should interest itself both in planning and executing necessary public works such as reforestation, flood relief, the electrification of highways, the development of water power, and the clearance of slums. My suggestion did not encompass the thought that the government should compete with private industry. However, in times when the labor market is surfeited and when private industry cannot engage the services of workmen, I propose that these public works should be undertaken by the government through the agency of private contractors in order to give employment at not less than living wages and in order to enable the government to issue, through those thus employed, a sufficiency of tax-free purchasing power. Above all, I never advocated that the government should borrow money from the privately owned institution known as the Federal Reserve Bank to finance these necessary projects, because such money is not tax-free. It is money which these institutions create 10 and 20 times above what they actually possess. It is money which eventually is represented in tax-exempt bonds, which the rich corporations and individuals of the nation purchase. It is money which multiplies depressions instead of removing them. Experience has proven that if rich corporations and individuals invest in bonds issued by the government to the privately owned Federal Reserve Bank, capital is actually investing in depression and debt, not in progress and in production. On the other hand, money issued directly by the government against the wealth of the nation is tax-free at its very origin. It is negotiable and therefore can be transferred from citizen to citizen. And thus, it permits rich corporations and individuals to invest their capital not in debt, but in production. Moreover, it has been my constant opinion since 1932 that whenever the purchasing power of the country is normalized, men who are working on government projects can then find re-employment in private industry where wages should be higher and where they can work not only at a living wage, but at a profitable wage. I am glad to give re-expression to these thoughts today because they are concerned with economics, with living wages, with finances, without which the social evils of poverty and slums cannot be abolished. With this preliminary remark, let us turn our attention to the United States Housing Authority, which came into existence in the year 1937 as a result of the United States Housing Act. It was established, as the legislative document says, quotations, to provide financial assistance to the United States and political subdivisions thereof for the elimination of unsafe and unsanitary housing conditions, for the eradication of slums, for the provision of decent, safe, and sanitary dwellings for families of low income, and for the reduction of unemployment and the stimulation of business activity, unquote. Observe, my friends, carefully the words that it was authorized to provide financial assistance to attain these objectives. Consequently, unless the finances are sound, the objectives will fail. Here, then, is a definite objective of social reform, namely, the slum clearance and the adequate housing facilities. Here is an effort being made to bring about this objective under the same economic system which prevailed in the high day of rugged, ragged, individualistic capitalism. Here is a concrete attempt on the part of government to clear slums and build houses for the unfortunate one-third of our fellow citizens by using the obsolete method of capitalistic bond issue. Let us find out how it operates. Let us analyze its future prospects from official facts now available. And we will discover that if we retain the private issuance and control of money, that if two-thirds of our citizens who are gainfully employed suffer an ever-increasing rise in taxation to liquidate these bonds and their interest for the one-third living beneath the standard of American living, and that if capital invests in debt instead of production, our social reforms will not operate. In fact, they will force those citizens now living in the twilight between the sunshine of prosperity and the darkness of distress, they will force them to suffer added financial burdens through taxation and thereby to enlist themselves with those who already have succumbed before the onslaught of capitalistic economy. Carefully analyzing the law which created the United States Housing Authority, Congress in effect said this: we authorize the United States Housing Authority to clean out the slums in the big cities of our nation, to build in their places safe, sanitary, and substantial homes. We go on record for this social reform, but we also go on record to maintain intact the economic financial abuses of capitalism, which in the first place built these slums, and which do not permit the residents in these hovels to earn a decent livelihood. In the 18 months since the Housing Act became effective, our government has been engaged in slum clearance. From its latest report, an official document whose figures cannot be contradicted and issued on December 22nd, 1938, we can trace accurately and judge clearly how this well-designed social reform has been and will continue to be a menace, a veritable menace, because it was not accompanied or preceded by an economic reform. At this juncture, I quote for you Senator Tidings of Maryland, who says, as I see it, as the act is now written and as it is now being administered, the government of the United States of America has launched upon the greatest scheme of state socialism it has ever entered into. It seems to me to be on the Russian model. While undoubtedly accomplishing some of the objectives set forth in the act, it is creating disadvantages and burdens for the remaining poorly housed people of the nation to an extent almost unbelievable. Do the people of America know, continues he, that the families now living in the slums or in unsafe and unsanitary houses are to be rehoused in new, modern, high-priced apartment buildings which cost more per family unit than the average house of the average American family? Do the people of America know that a part of the rent of those who will live in these government-financed houses, which supplant slums, is to be paid by the government of the United States under contract for a period of 60 years in the future? And do the people of America know that those who will live in these new government-financed houses will be exempt in whole or in part from their proportionate share of local taxation? These questions were asked by Mr. Tidings of Maryland on the floor of the United States Senate. They are not radical questions. They do not indicate that the senator is opposed to the social reform of slum clearance. They simply suggest that this slum clearance project proposes to adopt as wards of the state millions of citizens insofar as the government pays rent for them. And moreover, they indicate that there is little hope for those poor persons ever being gainfully employed because the government proposes to pay rent for them for the next 60 years. Oh, can America remain a democratic nation dedicated to private ownership, to private enterprise, and to private initiative, if to millions of its citizens there is proposed a policy of free rent, either in whole or in part? Because no economic reform, and by this I mean financial reform, because no economic reform preceded this laudable social proposal, because no financial or economic arrangement was evolved by which the dwellers in the slums could obtain work in private industry at a living wage, they will occupy new houses without the obligation of paying full rent. They'll be wards of the city, the state, and the federal government, for whom our gainfully employed citizens, or citizens engaged in less than living wages work, will pay taxes to liquidate the tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds which make this venture possible for only a few years to come. Oh, had the government instituted a sound financial reform when it passed the social reform of the Housing Act, had the government issued tax-exempt negotiable bonds predicated against the wealth of the nation, and had the government abandoned the capitalistic system of the private issuance of money together with the philosophy of the Federal Reserve Board, there would have been no necessity for imposing taxes upon the 2/3 of our citizens who are engaged in supporting the 1/3 in partially rent-free houses for the next 60 years. Senator Tidings continues to say, quotation, "Of course, the people of America do not know this. Indeed, it is my belief that many members of Congress do not know this, and that if both the people and the Congress would demand that the act be withdrawn and its entire philosophy changed," unquote. Mr. Tidings adds the following statement. "Let me resort to facts to prove my contention," says he, "to point out what is now going on in the United States Housing Authority. The United States Housing Authority was empowered to borrow $500 million in the name of the government, and then to lend this sum to states and cities of the United States for the purpose of tearing down unsafe and unsanitary houses and slums and rebuilding in their stead substantial, safe, and sanitary homes, the lowest income groups in any community to be given first preference in occupying these new quarters. So far, 141 apartment houses in 22 states of the nation, the District of Columbia, and the Hawaiian Islands have been contracted for and are being constructed under the United States Housing Authority. The total cost of these 141 apartment houses, which will provide living quarters for 64,431 families, will be $356,695,341, or an average cost per apartment house of $2,529,045. Now, this gives us an average cost of each unit in the apartment house of $5,520. According to another agency of our government, whose activities are wholly confined to insuring private homes, the average cost of the average American home lived in by the average American citizen today is $5,384. Thus, the slum families who will occupy the new apartment houses and built at government expense will live in apartments which cost $136 more than does the average house occupied by the average American family. Moreover, by the contract entered into between the United States Housing Authority and the cities of America, These new apartment houses supplanting the slums, and consequently the families that will live in them, are to be exempted in whole or in part from local taxation. But that's not all, continues the senator. The United States Housing Authority, and that means the government, has made contracts with each of the cities where this work is underway, providing that a part of the rent of each family residing in the apartment house is to be paid out of the Treasury of the United States. Let me repeat that sentence. The government has made contracts providing that a part of the rent of each family residing in these new apartment houses will be paid by the United States Treasury. These are all facts, and they are very salient facts. Let me refer further to the report issued on December 22nd, 1938, wherein the United States Housing Authority, referring to its contracts with the cities where the apartment houses are to be constructed, states that it has guaranteed to pay to these cities for a period of 60 years the sum of $13,864,364 each and every year. In exchange for this money, the municipalities are to be exempt in whole or in part from the government apartment houses of taxation. Further, the municipalities are to charge the occupants of these new apartment houses not rentals on the ordinary basis, which would retire the cost of constructing the apartment, but a rental far below the figure. Senator Tidings continues with this last observation. He says, note that the rents to be paid by the United States government over the 60-year period on these 141 projects will amount to $831,861,840. This is approximately 2.5 times the original cost of erecting these apartment houses. In other words, according to the contract the Housing Authority already made, and taking their own figures, the annual rent subsidies over a period of 60 years will take from the federal treasury 2.5 times as much as the apartment houses cost to build in the first place. My friends, I repeat, the trend in world affairs today is definitely away from capitalism. By capitalism, I do not mean the same philosophy of private ownership, of private enterprise, and the profit system. These principles existed long before capitalism was ever conceived. In this instance, I am more concerned with the philosophy of capitalism, which maintains that government should not participate in public works when necessary and in competition with private industry, and that government should not even be interested in issuing or controlling the value of money. I also include the industrial philosophy which, for the past century, was identified with capitalism, namely, the policy of paying men by the hour only when they worked. These abuses are part and parcel of our present economics, and I repeat, the trend is definitely away from them. It has often been said that this depression was man-made. In no wise can it be blamed on divine providence. It was not accompanied by a national drought or by the destruction of our factories. Oh, no. It was notable for the planned destruction of farm products, for the cessation of industry in a period when men were hungry and naked, and when citizens were most anxious to purchase the products of the factory.
It was remarkable for abnormal inflation of debt money, over which only last week the Federal Reserve Board admitted it had no control. While the entire nation applauds Mr. Roosevelt and the New Deal government for their worthy objectives to institute social reform, does not the whole scheme appear to be doomed if these reforms are totally dependent upon finances which are still controlled by the Federal Reserve Bank, judging by the official statements which these institutions made? If we agree that the exploited, the underprivileged, and the unfortunates of the laboring class shall be housed, clothed, and fed, do we not also agree that under our present financial system, as evidenced by the figures which I read for you in the Housing Act, do we not also agree that this is being accomplished to the detriment of our entire social structure? There are more men unemployed and more families on the dole in 1939 than there were in 1936, despite our social reforms, because they were not preceded by or accompanied with economic reforms. This nation cannot sustain the principles of private propertyship if our social reforms are predicated upon such an unsound basis. The evidence of the past several years is eloquent in supporting this contention. Instead of achieving social reform, we will degenerate into socialism. Instead of preserving democracy, we will institute a species of totalitarianism. Instead of gaining prosperity, we will acquire a new standard of American livelihood calculated to lower us to the common denominator of poverty. One thing alone will be saved, and that is the sanctity of the economic system of capitalism with its financial, industrial, and agricultural abuses. The entire question of slum clearance becomes crystal clear when we ask ourselves, who are going to pay for these new apartments? If the occupants cannot pay the rent for them, the cost of their erection must be shared by the non-occupants through the process of taxation. Is it not logical to anticipate that year by year, thousands, nay millions, of those tax-paying citizens will find it more difficult to obtain employment because industry finds it more difficult to sell its products when the purchasing power of the country, instead of being used to buy food and shelter and clothing, is being siphoned from the pay envelopes of our citizens to liquidate tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds. Therefore, I believe that I understand why Senator Tidings characterized our slum clearance program as socialistic and classified it as belonging to the Russian type. The intelligent senator understood that the social reform could not work satisfactorily under our present economic system. Nevertheless, whether it operates satisfactorily or not, a social reform is on its way. No political power can stem its advance. No propaganda can stifle its demand. A social reform is coming with socialism or without socialism, as you and I and the rest of us decide in the next few months.
It will not avoid socialism or communism or Nazism or whatever you care to call it. It will avoid it only by our establishing a sound economic reform which will preserve our best traditions and release us from the economics of internationalism. From the official data made available to Senator Tidings by the United States Housing Authority, we learn many more interesting facts corroborating this statement, facts which concern the new apartments and their occupants who have been rescued from the slums. The figures covering the houses which were built before the Housing Authority was created show that the apartments were occupied by 13,210 families earning less than $1,800 a year, and that the average family earned not much more than $720 to $840 a year. Now, if an apartment costs $5,540, which is the average cost, how much rent would have to be received a year in order that the apartment could carry itself on the principle that a man should earn his bread by the sweat of his brow? I mean his own brow, not his neighbor's brow. In general real estate practice, one would have to get a return of 10%, which would have to be $554. If a 10% return is required of a man who is making $60 a month or $720 a year, how can he afford to pay on an apartment rent which amounts to $554 a year, which leaves him 50 cents a day to feed and clothe his wife and children? How can it be done? When the program of the United States Housing Authority is finally carried out, there will be 1,150,000 families in the United States who will be having a part of their rent paid each year for 60 years at the rate of $215 a family per year. 1 out of every 30 families in America will be living in houses built by the government and presented to municipalities free of any cost to them. These houses will cost more per family than the average American dwelling home. Now, in citing all these facts, I do not wish to create the impression that I am anxious to return to the old methods of capitalism. For more than 10 years, I've been pointing out its inequalities and iniquities. I'm just as reluctant to create the other impression that I'm anxious to subscribe to all the social reforms similar to the slum clearance if these social reforms are planned and executed on the basis of the capitalistic financial system. For this, as I have shown, leads to socialism. There is a happy medium which is worth considering after several years of flagrant failure to get men back to work at a living annual wage and to distribute the produce of America for consumption. And the happy medium is this: let us have social reform by all means. Christian social reform based on the principle that whatsoever we do to the least of Christ's little ones, we do unto him. Let the government undertake every social project in harmony with that principle. But in the name of common sense, let the government abandon the capitalistic economy of private bond issuance and the private control and regulation of money through which wealth is controlled and concentrated in the hands of a few, and through which these slums came into existence, so that the cost of its new social projects will not be priced
with the tag of destruction. There is no need for America to follow the example either of Russia or of Germany. There's no need for us to erect a totalitarian state, to sacrifice democracy, to abandon private ownership, and to bid farewell to our political liberties as we reach out for social reforms. My friends, we are not in a dilemma. It's not a case of our being destroyed either by remaining as we are or by proceeding along Christian lines of social reform. Sooner or later, a majority of us will recognize that the time is opportune to cease borrowing ourselves out of the depression with tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds which have increased the depression. Sooner or later, we will abandon the pagan economics which deny men living wages, which force men into idleness, which rob the well-circumstanced citizens through the process of taxation, and which tend to reduce all of us to the same level of those nations against which we are inveighing so vigorously. Meanwhile, as I bring to your attention the distinction between social reform and economic reform, may I also stress the basic necessity for moral reform? Today, in many sectors of the world, religion is being persecuted out of existence and tyranny flourishes. It is also evident in our own country that many citizens have abandoned their early religious training and have adopted the policies of naturalism. My friends, naturalism, like capitalism, has run its course. If we entertain valid hopes for sound reform, I plead with you to revitalize all our activities, both individual and public, with the neglected principle of Christ, which is, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his justice, and all these things will be added unto you. I plead with you to sanctify your own soul, and to be willing to accept this basic social doctrine of Christ as a foundation upon which every other social doctrine is built. I plead with you to adopt the principle that the lowliest laborer in our nation is our brother. And from that point, let us begin to reconstruct the edifice of a sane civilization which will clothe the poor, house them and sustain them by fashioning an economic system which will permit them to earn their bread by the sweat of their brow. Naturalistic economic systems built upon the quicksands of individualism must be abandoned. They lead inevitably to chaos, with its accompanying dissolution of democracy, prosperity, and religion. In conclusion, may I not only recommend the Catholic Charities Drive, now in progress in New York, but also the words of the Master from the 25th chapter of St. Matthew, where we read the following: I was hungry, and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me to drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. Naked, and you covered me. Sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to see me. Then shall the just answer him, saying, Lord, when did we see thee hungry and feed thee, thirsty and give thee drink? And when did we see thee a stranger and took thee in, or naked and covered thee? Or when did we see thee sick, or in prison, and came to thee? And the king answering shall say to them, Amen, I say to you, as long as you did it to one of the least of these, my brethren. You did it to me. God bless you.
Father Coughlin's address is finished. In the remaining minutes at our disposal, Father Coughlin has a most important announcement to make to you. I simply ask, have you written your letter to your congressman about the Neutrality Bill? And now, once again, Father Coughlin.
My friends, the interest in Social Justice magazine has grown tremendously during the past 2 months. More than 70,000 subscribers have been added to our list during that time. Keenly conscious of the events which have transpired in Europe this past week, have a definite tendency towards a world war, and keenly interested in keeping America free from European entanglements, Social Justice magazine, under my personal direction, is planning a program of definite propaganda to counteract a warmongering campaign controlled by international disturbers to embroil us in this disaster. Our plan is this. We are arranging a nationwide contest for all school children enrolled in classes from the 5th to the 12th grades inclusive. We plan to interest every one of these children in all these grades to write a short essay on the general subjects of how best can we keep America out of war. In fact, I will be more correct in stating that there will be 8 contests running at the same time. Each child will compete against his or her classmates only, and a suitable subject will be selected for each class. Now, a total of approximately $16,000 in prizes will be awarded to the children of the United States, equitably apportioned to each class. This contest is for Catholic, Protestant, Jew, and Gentile attending parochial, private, or public schools. Moreover, to engage the attention of you parents and teachers and all other adults, prizes running into the thousands of dollars will be awarded for the best essays which you will contribute. Short essays, essays to the point. This is a project of Social Justice magazine under my own direction. Its main objective is to keep America out of war. Its main purpose is to build up sentiment and propaganda against the warmongers. And its main hope is to interest every child in the nation, to the extent that every child will become an advocate of no foreign entanglement. Next week's issue of Social Justice and the following week will carry further and full information. Meanwhile, may I thank publicly the many thousands of persons who make this publication possible, and particularly those thousands who courageously have volunteered to act as distributors in the cause of social justice, peace, Christianity, prosperity, and Americanism. Any responsible person in this audience is welcome to act as a distributor in his own city or neighborhood. Once more, encouraged by the success of the past few weeks, and looking forward to the success of thousands, yes, hundreds of thousands of children and parents and teachers interesting themselves in this grand national contest, 8 contests, in fact, at once, I appeal for another 5,000 responsible persons to act in the capacity of distributors at a profit for themselves. Please write to me directly at Royal Oak, Michigan, and I will mail you full particulars to act as a distributor. Boys and girls, parents and teachers, all between 5th grade, grammar school, 12th grade inclusive high school, make up your minds now that you are going to be an entrant in this grand contest, competing against the boys and girls of your own class, competing for prizes ranging for each class of $1,000 first prize down to other lower prizes. All of you, boys and girls, parents and teachers, can enter this contest, can build up a spirit of propaganda, if you will, to keep America out of foreign entanglement. Meanwhile, parents, encourage your child to prepare to enter this nationwide contest, which will be outlined, I repeat, in the following issues of Social Justice. Your boy or girl may win $1,000, but above all, your boy or girl can play his part in keeping America at peace. That is all the more reason why persons already subscribing to Social Justice will desire to renew their subscription. I thank all of you for this generous, wholesome support which helps to make this broadcast possible. Good afternoon. God bless you. Write directly here to my office for full information and for a copy of the address to which you have listened this afternoon.
For those of you who wish to become volunteers, to become a responsible distributors of Social Justice magazine, as well as those of you who wish the address Social and Economic Reforms given by Father Coughlin this afternoon, write directly to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Until next Sunday afternoon at this same hour, this is your announcer, Franklin Mitchell, bidding you good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've presented the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. The thoughts and opinions contained in this address were entirely those of the speaker and in no way reflect the policies of this station. WHBI, Hoyt Brothers Incorporated, Newark, New Jersey. Ladies and gentlemen, we present at this time the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan.
Before Father Coughlin delivers his address entitled, Our Problem is in America, it is our pleasure to present the Shrine of the Little Flower Male Choristers. These 60 boys and men are recruited from the Shrine School and the neighborhood. Under the direction of Mr. Cyril Guthrill, they will sing for you the Sanctus from the Mass of Maria Auxilium Christianorum.
This afternoon, Father Coughlin will speak to you on a subject which touches upon European affairs and our relation to the present crisis. This address, according to our estimate, will evoke more controversy than those which he previously delivered. He takes a bold stand for Christianity and Americanism. The current events and historical background used in this address challenge the interest of all listeners. Please be informed that a copy of this address is yours for the asking. Write directly to Father Coughlin at Woodward and 12 Mile Road, Royal Oak, Michigan. Last Sunday, Father Coughlin spoke to you about a nationwide anti-war contest. He has entrusted me with the conduct of this great competition. Therefore, as contest manager, permit me for a few moments to give you the facts concerning this most worthy enterprise. $16,000 in cash prizes will be paid to 135 readers of Social Justice magazine between today and July 1st. These handsome awards, 135 of them, will go to winners in the Social Justice magazine anti-war essay contest. You can win as high as $1,500 in cash by writing a short essay on the attitude America should take on foreign war. This great nationwide educational competition is for every American or Canadian, regardless of race or creed, above the 4th school grade. In fact, there are 9 separate and distinct contests divided according to the age and educational qualifications of contestants. For school pupils, the division is made by grade from the 5th to the 12th inclusively. Each grade has its own topic upon which essays will be written. Each grade has its own separate list of cash prizes. A contestant in one grade will not in any way be in competition with pupils in higher or lower grades. And consider for a moment these substantial cash prizes. Pupils of the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades who send in the best essays on America's attitude towards foreign war will win grand prizes of $500,
Grand prizes for the 8th, 9th, and 10th grades are $700, $800, and $900 respectively. And the grand prizes for the 11th and 12th grades are $900 and $1,000 respectively. The total of cash prizes to be awarded to school pupils is $12,250. And now for adults, those who are no longer school pupils. Grown-up men and women in the United States and Canada will compete for $3,750 in cash prizes in the All-American division of this great contest. The topic is, how best can America be kept out of war? An adult in the All-American division will in no way be in competition with school pupils. All essays submitted in the contest, which officially opens on April 3rd, will be judged by a select board of judges, of which Father Coughlin will act as chairman. Enter this great contest today. Write personally to Father Coughlin, Royal Oak, Michigan. Full instructions will be sent you immediately. Remember, you have as good a chance to win a substantial cash prize as any person in the United States or Canada. Parents, be sure to have your children enter the social justice anti-war contest at once. Besides affording them an opportunity to reap neat fortunes in cash, it will make them better Americans. Teachers of grade schools will kindly withhold entry of their pupils until they receive a letter from Father Coughlin with full instructions within the next few days. And here's something important. For the convenience of those of the radio audience who are not subscribers to Social Justice Magazine, a trial subscription of 3 months will be given you if you enter the anti-war contest. This trial subscription is absolutely free to all persons who are not now subscribers and to enter the anti-war contest at once. Just write to Father Coughlin today. State in your letter that you wish to compete for the cash prizes in the anti-war essay contest. Please be sure to write Contest Department in the lower left-hand corner of your envelope. Immediately your letter is received, you will be placed on the subscription list for 3 months, free, and all instructions regarding the anti-war essay contest will be sent you. Remember, you can win $1,500 by June the 10th, the closing date of the contest. So, write to Father Coughlin today. And now, Father Coughlin, in his address, Our Problem is in America.
Good afternoon, my friends. Yesterday, New York was the scene of another parade. Many thousands of people, innocent people, duped by propaganda and leftist leadership, joined the procession to protest against Hitler's seizure of Czechoslovakia. The entire world sympathizes with the Czech people. Since the 15th century, until the signing of the Peace Treaty of Versailles, this nation was without an autonomous government. For 20 years, this synthetic republic, torn with internal dissension and besieged with external aggression, dissolved into thin air without a shot having been fired. Thus we mark the passing of another so-called democracy. Once again, therefore, the cry is raised in America to save democracy. However, it is raised mostly by those who are more interested in destroying Germany than they are in restoring Czechoslovakia. It is no wonder that a great sector of American opinion questions the motives of the men and women who were responsible for yesterday's parade. Inspect the records, and you will find that these professional sympathizers are not so much concerned with democracy as they are with other hidden objectives. They are the same group that was silent when Christians were persecuted unto death in Mexico in the name of democracy. They are the same group that for 6 years has been busy boycotting more than 60 million Christians, Catholic and Protestant, resident in the Third Reich in the name of democracy. They are the same group that openly supported the loyalist communists in Spain
interesting themselves to the extent of organizing men, money, and propaganda in America to help murder priests, nuns, and civilians in the name of democracy. They are the same group that applauded the recognition of the blood-drenched flag of Soviet Russia and failed to protest the murder of more than 20 million Christians in the name of democracy. They are the same group that aided and abetted the growth of radicalism in America, both in the ranks of government and labor, in the name of democracy. For these persons, the dissolution of Czechoslovakia is but a convenient occasion to further the cause of tyranny and aggression in the name of democracy. An occasion to sound the drums of international war with the hope of stimulating the wicked passion of hate in the breasts of innocent citizens in the name of democracy. I am of the opinion that there are a sufficient number of Americans ready to challenge them because we suspect the subversive motives which they hide under the sanctimonious veil of their sympathy. How many in this audience are aware that artificial synthetic republic of Czechoslovakia was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? Although its originators understood that Slovakian water and Czech oil were never intended to mix, although this young republic was doomed to dissolution from the outset because it was established under the false principle of racial conflict within the precincts of a nation, its creators cared not so long as it served their purpose. Again, I repeat, our sympathies are extended both to the Czechs and to the Slovaks, whom miscreants throughout the ages have used as pawns upon the chessboard of politics. Nevertheless, granted that the Slovaks did not invite Hitler to assimilate their territory, granted that this 20th century Napoleon rode roughshod over every liberty of the Czechs, granted that all his territorial acquisitions and economic conquests of the past 2 weeks not only shocked the world, but created a threat to the so-called democracies of Europe, France and Russia, and to the well-advertised democracy of Great Britain, this does not offer a valid reason why we Americans should entangle ourselves in foreign affairs which inevitably lead to war. Once again, may I inform you that Great Britain is not a democracy in any sense of the word. It is an empire of 486 million persons who are ruled, regulated, and in some instances exploited by the members of the British Parliament, elected to office by no more than 45 million residents of England and Scotland. Nor is France a democracy. It too is an empire boasting of more than 100 million population resident outside Europe. A population that was subjugated by cannon, bayonet, and intrigue. Nor is Russia a democracy. Its 1 million persons are dominated by a party of communists numbering less than 2 million. A political party which has outlawed Christianity and religion. A political party which has all but crushed the last vestige of liberty from the bodies and souls of the Russians whom they victimized with their atheism. If the conscience of Americans is offended because the principles of real democracy, of self-determination, of home rule have been crushed to earth by the iron heel of the German stormtroopers, let our indignation be impartial and therefore virtuous. Let us lament over the plight of the British, French, and Russian victims of conquest, who, since the Battle of Plassey in 1757 to the massacre of Moscow in 1923, have been appealing for liberty and justice and sympathy to the deafened ears of civilization. If the imperial conquest by Great Britain and France and the diabolical persecution by Soviet Russia are the outstanding examples of European democracy, then it is my opinion that the sooner that type of hypocrisy perishes from the face of the earth, the better for all mankind. Only the unlettered or dishonest American identifies our theories of democracy with the political and economic slavery upon which these types in Europe have been constructed. Instead of working ourselves to a point of frenzy in behalf of the European democracies, we should express our anxiety because uninformed thousands of Americans are prone to follow a warmongering leadership in New York and elsewhere. Have the European nations treated Americans justly? For the past 20 years, they've been molding cannons, building battleships, constructing marginal lines, and spending billions upon billions of dollars in preparation for the forthcoming war that was hatched at the unjust Treaty of Versailles. Have these nations repaid us the debts which they owe? Millions upon millions of dollars were loaned by the United States of America for Germany's rehabilitation following the World War. These obligations were repudiated. Billions upon billions of dollars were loaned to England and France before our entrance into the World War, during our participation in it, and again after the Peace Treaty of Versailles. Were these obligations honored? Since 1918, more than $91 million was loaned to the Republic of Czechoslovakia. More than 20 years have elapsed, and not one penny even of the interest on that loan has been repaid. A loan which now amounts to $193,576,596. In all, more than $30 billion have been poured into Europe by you, the American taxpayers. And all we have received in return is the gift of communist radicals, imported propagandists, and expatriated refugees. These debts are being borne by you, the taxpayers of America. These repudiated loans are partly the cause why economic chaos has supplanted economic democracy in this nation, why a tyranny of finance has Hitlerized your homes, your farms, your factories, your insurance corporations, why you have been forced to goose-step either in the standing army of unemployment or in the reserve forces of bankruptcy. Whether you know it or not, you Americans, through the voice of your government, have been taught to hail the international bankers. All that is left of us, of democracy, is its political aspect. Will you suffer the propagandists, the warmongers, to use Czechoslovakia as a springboard to hurl you into a European cauldron of war and thereby sacrifice all that remains of our liberties, including our political democracy? Already we have sacrificed enough to no avail. 20 years ago, we failed to make the world safe for democracy. 20 years ago, we were partially instrumental in producing the chaos and worldwide depression which have encompassed us. From a financial consideration, it has been estimated that over and above the repudiated debts of Europe, the World War cost you, the taxpayers of this nation, $51 billion in actual money spent for destruction, and approximately $250 billion represented in a loss of production in our fields and factories. $250 billion worth of wealth which we did not create, worth of wages which were not paid as a result of the worldwide depression. Oh, if the dead could but return, the dead whose bodies were mangled by shrapnel and bayonet, there would be 10 million voices raised at this moment on every frontier in Europe and on the island shores of England to plead with their people to abandon the policies of futile slaughter. Ask the impoverished Frenchman or the tax-burdened Englishman what benefit the World War produced. He will tell you that wars settle nothing, that they produce nothing but misery and devastation, and he'll count for you not only the 10 million lives that were lost, but the 20 million who were maimed and injured, the 13 million reported as missing, the 10 million refugees who were despoiled of their property and citizenship, the 7 million orphan boys and girls who were scattered, wandering over the face of the earth, and the 6 million babies who were born nameless and destitute, all the products of the World War, all in the name of democracy. Do you appreciate what these numbers mean? Pause to picturize them. If for yesterday's parade in New York City, we could substitute the parade of the 10 million dead soldiers marching from sunrise to sunset 5 abreast, they would require 92 days to pass a given point, and they would raise their voice in loud acclaim to inform the world that wars are the great destroyers and catchwords like democracy are the great betrayers. Already you taxpayers of America are overburdened with debt. Do you recognize that more than 60 cents of every tax dollar you contribute to government is used to defray the expenses of the last war and to prepare for the next? Do you recognize that the cost of our entrance into another world war will mean the abolition of private industry and of representative government? I ask you, has war become our chief industry? Has slaughter become our chief concern? Will the propaganda which once seduced us to leave our own in order to make the world safe for democracy, will this same propaganda succeed again? Answer these questions to the satisfaction of your conscience, and then ask yourselves, shall we take the first steps which lead to the final step of destruction? Shall we be patient with the internationalists, the disturbers, and the professional agitators who are more interested in Czechoslovakia and in Europe than they are in the reconstruction of America? Every Christian American has a heart that is easily attuned to the chords of sympathy. It is natural for us to respond to the victims of persecution wherever they may be. But why not permit charity and sympathy to begin at home? Why close our eyes and hearts to the 22 million worse than refugees sentenced to live upon dole rations in our midst? Why shut our ears to the pleas of 12 million jobless working men whom our undemocratic financial system practically has despoiled of their right to life, liberty, and happiness? Why permit the internationalists and warmongers who are more concerned with the minorities of Europe to distract our attention from our own problems? Last week, the New York Daily News, the largest paper in circulation in America, said, "There's a great deal of breast beating among the local Reds and their fellow travelers over the latest development. As we get it, the Red interpretation is that Chamberlain and Delage are to blame. And the Czechoslovakia's blow-up is felt to be another move in a British-French plot to stick Hitler on Russia. We can't get so excited about it and don't see why other Americans should." My friends, the Daily News is right. This is an affair for us to watch and not to mix in. It is right when it says that the agitators are either Reds or sympathizers with the Reds. If they were not Red sympathizers, long since they would have paraded against the persecution of 150 million or more Christians in Russia. Long since they would have demanded that if this government sees fit to place a 25% punitive tax on German imports, it would have put at least a 50% restrictive tax on Russian goods. If they were honest, those over the past 6 years have boasted in the public press that they were working to boycott Germany. If they were honest, they would have been interested during the past 20 years in boycotting Russia. These things have not been done. These things they will not do because they are using Czechoslovakia, democracy, Hitler, aggression, and all such catchwords to play upon the pipes of American sentiment in behalf of communist internationalism. Their propaganda grows apace. But meanwhile, the Americans who believe in the policies of Christ, the Prince of Peace, are becoming more convinced that they are being victimized by Christ's enemies, who goeth about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour, roaring in the press, roaring on the radio, and roaring from the silver screen. He is the same father of lies today as he was yesterday. He pursues the identical policies of destruction under the mask of sympathy, charity, and humanitarianism, the same which he employed in the instance of the temptation of our first parents. And he offers to his victims the same fruit of deception, which, if they eat thereof, they will be cast from the Garden of Eden. Be not deceived. The enemies of the Prince of Peace are motivated by the single desire to devour our liberty, our morals, our homes, our farms, our industries, yes, and our immortal souls. Their breed has not changed one iota from their ancestors, whom Christ condemned. He characterized them as sons of the devil and predicted that the desires of your father you will do. my fellow citizens, we are either with Christ, the Prince of Peace, or we are against him. There's no middle ground. From a historical viewpoint, it is time that the nations of the world learn the lesson that no permanent peace can be brought about by protecting injustice and by perpetrating more of them through the instrumentality of such mockeries as the Peace Treaty of Versailles. If we are content to weigh history in the scale of facts instead of fancy, this statement will become clear. However, we will be disinclined to meddle in European affairs, which are partly the result of that iniquitous instrument of international law. It is admitted that America is much concerned over what has transpired in Europe recently. On every hand, there is raised the cry, "Stop Hitler!" But who considers the sanity and soundness of inquiring who started Hitler? An inquiry which will be labeled by the Reds and their sympathizers as pro-Nazi or pro-fascist. Well, discounting their childish, unreasonable charges, let's ask, who started Hitler? That's a fair question, and here's a fair answer. At the beginning of the World War, Great Britain, France, and Russia were allied. They were opposed by the Central Powers headed by Germany. For years previous to 1914, Russia had been accused of being the persecutor of certain minorities. Thus, seizing the occasion of the World War, international bankers, both in Germany and the United States, bought and paid for a revolution within Russia and forced her to sign a separate peace with Germany. And from that moment on, it appeared as if victory were on the side of the Kaiser. Within a year, the Russian Revolution evolved into ripe, red, rank communism. Eventually, America cast her lot with England and France. Meanwhile, there began the slaughter of Christians in the land of the Soviets. 20,400,000 of them gave up their lives under Lenin and Trotsky and their fellow assassins. From the outset, communism was international. It was not satisfied to operate within the confines of Russia. It sent its emissaries into Hungary under Bela Kun, known to historians as Cohen. It attempted to overthrow Poland by an unjust aggression. With a program of world revolution, atheism, and anti-Christianity as its fundamental principles, it established its agents in Italy, in France, in Mexico, in Spain, in every nation under the sun. Down with God! Down with Christianity was its war cry. Down with nationalism was its inspiration. Success attended its efforts in Mexico, where, for all practical purposes, religion was outlawed, property was confiscated, and liberty was lost. Spain, likewise, became its victim. These things we Americans know, but we are not so well informed about Germany. Taking advantage of the depression which was consequent upon the World War, the disciples of Lenin and Trotsky numbered in Germany more than 5 million persons who are determined to capture this Christian land inhabited by more than 16 million Catholics and Protestants. The government of Germany struck back in the days of the Republic. Its blows were weak. Its technique was futile. As a result, communism kept growing alarmingly. At length, when democratic measures failed to stem the tide of this red flood, there appeared Adolf Hitler upon the scene,
just as Il Duce Mussolini had appeared in Italy under similar circumstances. And finally, the red tide was stemmed. Communism was overcome, and Hitler rose to power. No one denies that there has been a persecution in Germany for these past 6 years. A persecution, however, which never resorted to the sword. But no one estimates that the persecution under Hitler of Catholic, Protestant, and Jew was as vile or vicious as the Lenin-Trotsky type. Who started Hitler? Ask those who in the first instance contributed to the Russian Revolution. Ask Lenin and Trotsky and the internationalists who spread their poison of hate, hatred for God and nationality, over the face of Europe and the world. Ask those who are responsible for murdering twice as many men, women, and children as were killed in the World War, because for the most part they were guilty of believing in God and worshiping Jesus Christ. Probably they can give you an inkling to the question who started Hitler. Or again, ask the signatories of the Treaty of Versailles, and particularly the ghost of Clemenceau, the former pagan premier of France, and attend to the answer they will give. Who started Hitler? It was the signatories of the Treaty of Versailles who recognized Soviet atheistic Russia in the first place. It was they who imposed a $57 billion fine payable in gold upon the outraged German Christian people who are not responsible in the first instance for the decisions of their imperialistic Kaisers. It was they, the signatories of Versailles, who drained from Germany its last ounce of gold. It was they who imposed upon the German people the indignities of foreign armies marching in their streets. It was they who made of Germany the police beat of the world. It was they who placed upon the innocent women and children of that nation unbearable economic burdens inspired by hate and revenge. It was they who dismembered the empire piece by piece and evolved a program of encirclement so that never again would German commerce, German industry, and German goods compete with the victors upon the shores of the seven seas. It was they who robbed Germany of colonies which she had purchased with money, while they kept their own colonies which they had purchased with the bloody sword at Plassey and elsewhere. For these injustices, the peace treaty of Versailles will go down in history, better known as the Revenge Treaty of Versailles. Who started Hitler? Arrange together these segments of information, and you will discover that Adolf Hitler is nothing more than the logical, historical effect of an illogical, historical cause. Let them who started Hitler stop Hitler. First, by undoing the iniquities of the Peace Treaty of Versailles, and secondly, by turning their attention to communism, against which Nazism was originated. If Adolf Hitler and his policies are the sin of this year, that sin is upon the souls of those who bought the Russian Revolution and its consequent communism, who paid for a policy of anti-God and anti-nationalism to be spread throughout the world, and who excogitated the document of Versailles, which was written with a savage pen of revenge dipped into the crimson ink pot of hate. No one can
stop Hitler or his historical successor in Germany or elsewhere, until the injustices against God and man are eradicated from the hearts of diplomats and intriguers. And no one can remove from our midst the intriguers until the warmongers who worship the God of gold and through it control propaganda are summarily put in their places. I recognize that in broadcasting these facts, I am on the unpopular side of a question. Probably more letters of condemnation shall reach my desk than letters of commendation. But I also recognize that centuries ago, he became unpopular who was the first to drive the money changers from the temple. They who turned a house of prayer into a den of thieves. I am accustomed to condemnation, accustomed to unpopularity with a certain class which has persisted in making a den of thieves of this world by exploiting the masses of every nation. They are the same ones who seduced your fathers or brothers or sons into the last war, which you thought was a war to make the world safe for democracy. They are identical with those who at the present moment are working on your gullibility. Oh, I do not blame the ordinary man in the street for adopting the attitude which apparently is the popular one. He reads certain statements in the public press and is prone to believe them. But he's not trained to ask himself where these statements originated, nor to distinguish between an official government release and an unofficial news item which is introduced with such vacuous, misleading words as "it is reported on reliable authority," or "it is understood," or "according to sources close to the government," and so ad infinitum. Nevertheless, it is time for the man on the street to recollect how those of the last generation were propagandized to death, destruction, and depression for having believed the half-truths and the garbled words of those who prevailed upon America to pull the chestnuts of the internationalists from the fires of their own kindling. My friends, I hold no brief for National Socialism because I regard it today, as I've said oftentimes over this microphone, not only as hostile to the Jews but also to Christians, insofar as it has been persecuting them politically, insofar as it attempts to dictate what shall be taught and what shall not be taught in the pulpit and the schools, and insofar as it sets up its own politicians to be the final court of decision in matters of morality and religion. Nevertheless, since we've turned our attention to history and have traced Nazism to communism, Hitler to Lenin, and worldwide injustice to the Treaty of Versailles, let me reiterate the opinion that there's no stopping Hitlerism, which has now crossed national boundaries, until Leninism is first stopped. Communism was the first to internationalize itself. It was the occasional cause, at least, of Hitler's genesis, and as long as it persists in its activities and is protected under the subterfuge of democracy, so long can the world expect a long line of Hitleresque aggressors. If real democracy and Christianity in America or elsewhere are unable to stamp out the scourge of Moscow, and it is my hope that we Americans will succeed in doing it now that the followers of Christ are aroused, then some dictatorial form of Nazism will appear here before which we will bow down complacently as did Germany, rather than be devoured by the red serpent of hate. In a recent editorial, the Milwaukee Journal remarked,
Our old IOU friends, France and England, are in trouble again. They've grimly held to the gains of the peace table. We must lift democracy high above the ugly truculence of autocracy, said President Roosevelt, sailing to review the Navy. Lift democracy above autocracy? Make the world safe for democracy. How similar these sound. But whoever cherishes democracy should realize that no nation will emerge from another world conflict without a dictator at its head. No nation will be able to survive the ruin and decay of another such struggle with its depressions, its unemployment, and wreckage of trade, and its destruction of national wealth, except under dictatorship. In these 20 years, we ought to have learned some things. We ought to have learned to be very careful not to be jockeyed into a corner from which there's no escape except through war. We ought not allow ourselves to be talked into a fury over ideologies and other people's ways of government, unquote the Milwaukee Journal. This editorial comment is a fair expression of the sentiment in America and of keen-minded journalists who fear not to tell the truth. Meanwhile, the Reds, so characterized by the New York Daily News, hold their parades in New York City to the disgust of all Americans who are endowed with respectable memories and sound judgment. They are so blind that they cannot see the hidden hand of the ubiquitous internationalists, using them for cat's paws to the detriment of our nation. And they're so filled with hate for Hitler that they have no time to consider Stalin. My friends, let us hate no man. And let us recognize that the German people, 80 million of them, who are mostly staunch Catholics and God-fearing Protestants, are well able to care for their own destiny. Time, the healer of all things, eventually will demand an accounting from the Rosenbergs, the Goebbels, the Goerings, and the Hitlers, none of whom would have been in existence today unless the circumstances of Versailles and of communism had called them into being. All these things taken into consideration should incline Americans and the lovers of the Prince of Peace to protest vigorously against this red internationalist propaganda which is inciting our people to take the first steps which lead to the ultimate steps of war and destruction. But as much as the followers of social justice are disinclined to grasp the blood-stained hand of Moscow, they do not subscribe to any theory for boycotting Russia, for that is not a step in the right direction by those who entertain hope of converting Russia. And on the same principle, we deeply regret that our government officials have seen fit to boycott Germany, because this only adds fuel to the fire and gives an excuse to the German government to remind us Americans of the law of self-preservation. It might be well then to ask ourselves these questions. Should not the European nations be more concerned with Germany's aggressions than we are in America? If so, what European nation has had recourse to the boycott against either Russia or Germany? While no person can applaud Hitler for treating the Munich Peace Pact as a scrap of paper, is it not true that the platforms of our present political parties have been treated as scraps of paper
and that the bonded word of England and France, who borrowed billions of dollars from us and promised to repay them, are likewise scraps of paper? As a matter of fact, what national or international document has not been treated as a scrap of paper? As a parting thought, I leave this with you. Already 75% of our population can testify that there's no semblance of economic democracy in the United States. Is this, then, the type of government that we wish to inflict upon Europe, where, despite all her faults and persecutions, Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Germany have thrown off the yoke of international banking and solved the problem of unemployment? It is true this has been accomplished with a loss of political liberty, but, my friends, we in America still possess a portion of that political liberty. We still possess the power to regain all of it, plus our economic liberty. And above all, we still possess the will to perfect the theory of all democracy, which in no sense falls under the category of the French, the British, or the Russian type, and which in no sense is identified with the domination of the international bankers who are ruling us today. The spirit of the founding fathers is still in our midst. The policy of George Washington's no foreign entanglements is still our heritage. Thus, let us hold fast to these priceless possessions. Be not duped by the internationalists who dwell amongst us. Before it is too late, let us build up barricades to protect the principles of the Prince of Peace, resolved to turn our attention to our own affairs before we lend ear to foreign broils, which are the outcome of foreign injustice. However, bear this point in mind. We want democracy in America, but we want justice with it. In fact, justice matters more than democracy. Actions are more realistic than hypocritical catchwords. A democracy, an American democracy that recognizes the fugitive murderers from Barcelona as the legitimate government in Spain, a government which could not have continued its sacrilege for more than 2 years except for a plentiful supply of American money and munitions. That democracy does not know the meaning of the word. And a democracy which continues to recognize the ruthlessness of Russia towards God and Christianity also lacks a clear understanding of the meaning of democracy. My friends, we want democracy in America, but we want justice with it. Justice matters more than democracy. And there can be no democracy without Christ, and no democracy without justice. That is the conclusion of this address, my friends, which I shall be glad to mail to you this week upon your requesting. May I take this occasion to thank this audience for its generous financial and moral support. Without you, this hour would be impossible. Of course, it is impossible for me to include many thoughts in these Sunday lectures. To supplement these talks and to keep you informed on the most important activities of Congress and the happenings in Europe and America, I edit this weekly magazine, Social Justice, which favors no political party, which accepts no advertising, and which is dedicated to battle against persecution and for social justice wherever it exists. Its editorial matter, of course, is opposed to communism and Nazism both. It stands for the principles of staunch Christianity, and its motive is to restore democracy to America, where democracy is fast falling into disrepute. Flooded as we are with weekly periodicals which are extremely partisan, un-American, and radical, under the guise of truth, I'm encouraged to ask you to join with our subscribers in supporting social justice. And particularly, do I ask you to become a distributor in your own neighborhood and to enter this contest for the school children between the grades of 5 and 12, 5th and 12th grades. This contest and all appertaining to will appear in full in next Sunday's Social Justice magazine. I would that 100,000 children and adults will find time to compete, find time to strike a blow for democracy and Christianity in America. God bless every one of you. And now, Mr. Franklin Mitchell.
The Little Flower male choristers, directed by Mr. Cyril Guthrow, sing for us Populi Meus by Palestrina. Those of you desiring copies of the address, Our Problem is in America, given by Father Coughlin this afternoon, write directly to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Undoubtedly, this speech will be the subject of much discussion and even controversy. Until next Sunday afternoon, this is your announcer, Franklin Mitchell, bidding you good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've presented the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. The thoughts and opinions contained in this address were entirely those of the speaker and in no way reflect the policies of this station. Your dial is set at 1250 kilocycles. Ladies and gentlemen, we present at this time the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan.
This afternoon's presentation is prefaced by the singing of Adoramus Te Christi, We Adore Thee, O Christ, by the male choir of the Shrine of the Little Flower under the direction of Mr. Cyril Guthrow. Immediately following, Father Coughlin will be presented to this audience. Have you received this week's copy of Social Justice magazine? It is filled with news and information of vital interest to us all. Its meteoric rise in circulation, probably the fastest growing magazine in America today, rests on the merits of the publication only. More than 100,000 new subscribers have joined our ranks within the last few weeks. Father Coughlin is engaged in arousing the justified sentiments of his compatriots against our entrance into a foreign war. To bestir enthusiasm for this project, Social Justice magazine is conducting a national stay-out-of-war contest. More correctly, there are 9 contests being conducted simultaneously, one for each group of boys and girls in America in every grade from the 5th to the 12th grades inclusive, and one free for all. In this latter group, every American, regardless of age, is eligible. On behalf of Social Justice magazine, may I congratulate the thousands of responsible persons who during the past month have manifested an interest in distributing social justice in their neighborhoods. There is room for more, for at least 5,000 more responsible persons to engage in this work that is profitable for themselves as well as for social justice. Every school child in America will be interested in this publication. Every parent will encourage that interest. Every school is virgin soil for the new distributor during the progress of this stay-out-of-war campaign. There is good news for every person in this audience. Father Coughlin plans to remain on the air all summer long at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Week by week, his messages will become more pertinent and more appreciated. There are many thousands of persons in this audience who probably have missed some of Father Coughlin's previous lectures. Thus, he has compiled the last 12 lectures in a well-bound book. I have been instructed by Father Coughlin to tell you that this book is yours for the asking. Only 100,000 copies have been ordered for the first edition. Thus, all those who write to Father Coughlin this week will have their names on the preferred list for prompt delivery and will receive a copy of this book almost immediately. This book of 12 discourses contains material of worldwide and national interest. It contains information as to why America should stay out of foreign entanglements. This afternoon, in keeping with the spirit of Holy Week, Father Coughlin will outline for you the events which transpired in the life of Christ between Palm Sunday and Good Friday. Recognizing that this is your broadcast, paid for at full commercial rates, and realizing that it is your will on this occasion to dispense with a lecture peculiarly related to social justice, may I present Father Coughlin in his address entitled The History of Holy Week.
Good afternoon, my friends. Reverently may I unfold the story of the chief incidents of Christ's passion and death, beginning with Palm Sunday and terminating with Good Friday. It is the season of the Passover. Great crowds from every section of Palestine are gathering at Jerusalem to celebrate the feast. Among them came Jesus from Bethania, he whose many miracles and doctrines had been discussed in practically every town and hamlet of the Holy Land. As yet, however, the Jews knew him only as man. They recognized him as a mighty prophet and wonder worker. As yet, he had not publicly and fully disclosed to his admirers and followers the full proof that he is also the Messiah and the Savior, the Son of God. Therefore, taking advantage of the festal day of the Passover, when a cosmopolitan crowd gathered in and about Jerusalem, Christ decides that this is the proper time to demonstrate
that he is the Messiah, under whose leadership the people at large will be rescued from spiritual and temporal bondage. Some months previous to this day, Christ had fled from an enthusiastic multitude wishing to crown him king. Unfortunately, this was due to the false idea which the people had entertained, for they believed that Christ's kingship was of this world, one of sword and conquest, one where might was right. Now, however, the hour to manifest himself as God had come. It was the afternoon of the first day of the week. To his disciples he gave a peculiar order, the first of its kind that he had ever given. Go ye into the village that is over against you, and immediately at your coming in thither, you shall find an ass tied and a colt with her, upon which no man yet hath sat. Loose him and bring him hither. And if any man shall say to you, What are you doing? Say ye that the Lord hath need of him, and will immediately send him back hither. These scriptural words are remarkable because of the tone of authority which they exhibit. Here Jesus manifests himself as the Messiah, who by virtue of that title exercises the right of commandeering, of requisitioning his people's material possession. The order was fulfilled. Mounted upon this humble beast of burden, surrounded by his disciples and the pastoral people of Judea, instead of by princes and by sword-bearing soldiers, the procession begins. It wends its way towards the holy city. Garments are spread on the roadway. Palm branches are strewn before him. The voices of the multitude are raised in shouting, Hosanna to the Son of David. Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. My friends, here was a twofold exclamation prophetically spoken. The words, Hosanna to the Son of David, are equivalent to, Long live the King, our ruler. The words, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord, are a confession in the divinity of Jesus Christ. Oh, evidently the masses of the people, by using such salutations, accepted Christ as God. This belief, however, was not shared by their leaders. From the earliest days of our Lord's public life, we constantly meet the Pharisees dogging his footsteps, spying on him, tempting him. Today these enemies were active, for their jealousy and hatred become manifest on the occasion of this demonstration, the like of which had never occurred in or near Jerusalem. Well, here was proof, thought they, that Christ's popularity among the people was more than a passing fancy. Do you see, they said one to another, do you see that we prevail nothing? Behold, the whole world is gone after him. Why have we not been more energetic in destroying this Jesus even from the outset? Another Pharisee, wishing to dampen the enthusiastic ardor of the popular demonstration, approached the Christ with the request, Master, Master, rebuke thy disciples. They intimated that this manifestation of joy and gladness was motivated by vulgar and demagogic appeals. Christ's reply to these intriguers was this: I say to you that if these shall hold their peace, the stones will cry out. As if he said, if I do not bring redress to these my people, nature herself will rebel. And so the procession moves on within the gates of the city itself. As Jesus beheld the proud temple, he recalled the history of Jerusalem. In the past, it was a most loving history on God's part. At present, it was a history mostly of ingratitude and unbelief. And in the future, it would be a story of the terrible but just reprisals of heaven. 40 years later, the Emperor Titus from Rome would encamp outside the walls of Jerusalem as he prepared to destroy it. No wonder then that the master wept and paused in his triumphal march to exclaim, O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, if thou also hadst known, and that in this thy day the things that are to thy peace. Oh, but now they're hidden from thine eyes. For the days shall come upon thee, and thine enemy shall cast a trench about thee, and compass thee round and straiten thee on every side, and beat thee flat to the ground, and thy children who are in thee. And they shall not leave in thee a stone upon a stone, because thou hast not known the time of thy visitation. The same prophecy of Christ is echoed, my friends, in every nation which refuses to accept his doctrines on justice and charity. Wiping the tears from his eyes, tears which the joyous, laughing throng most likely had not perceived, the triumphal march is resumed. The ranks of the procession are augmented. The hosannas and shouts of jubilation are swelling. All Jerusalem has acclaimed him. All save the Pharisees. Christ, whose kingdom is not of this world, has made his triumphal entrance into the city of David. He is the new king, the Prince of Peace, whose doctrines are designed to captivate every human heart, to encompass every land. Oh, he is the Christ that cometh in the name of the Lord, Jesus, the Son of God. Monday of Holy Week. When the sun had set, Christ retired to the town of Bethania, there to spend the night in rest and in prayer. Early Monday morning, he again sets out with his apostles to visit Jerusalem. As yet, he has eaten nothing. Coming to a fig tree whose leaves were green, Christ perceived that it bore no fruit. Momentarily he paused to remark, may no man hereafter eat fruit of thee any more forever. Such a malediction against the fig tree would be hard for us to explain unless we understood it in its symbolic sense. It is this: Many cities and nations resemble the barren fig tree. Oh, they are glorious perchance in their material achievement. Magnificent buildings, external pomp, and proud wealth. These things resemble the foliage of the tree. But what profits all this if, like Jerusalem of old, these cities reject the word of God and bear no lasting fruit, which neither death nor time can destroy? These are the cities against whom the malediction of the Lord was directed when on this Monday of Holy Week he cursed the barren fig tree. As he enters the city the second time, his heart must have been sorely crushed as he beheld the death to which the people had fallen. There was poverty on every side. There were evidences of a selfish, negligent, debased priesthood. See the merchants who in the very court of the temple sold beasts and birds intended for sacrifice. Behold the abuses which have grown round the religion of God. Money changers clustered around their tables, counting coins instead of counting prayers. Traffickers exacting usurious rates from pilgrims in need of their services. Monday of Holy Week. Once again, therefore, by an impressive act of authority, Jesus asserts himself as the militant Messiah. With holy indignation, he began to drive out buyers and sellers, animals and men from the house of God which they were defaming. Who dare stand in his way? He overturns the tables of the money changers. He spills their filthy gold and silver upon the pavements. No cringing Christ was he. What cared he for the piercing eyes of Annas and Caiaphas and the high priests who protest against his actions? They dare not resist him. All yield to the dominance of his irresistible will. All flee like sulking cowards before the scourge with which he flayed them. The walls of the temple shall not house lily-livered scoundrels who bow in reverence before the God of gold. Is it not written, said he, my house shall be called a house of prayer to all nations, but you have made it a den of thieves. What a dramatic moment. A house destined for public worship, for the preaching of God's justice, for the altar of God's sacrifice, perverted to the worship of gold and to the philosophy of greed. A cowardly priesthood defending a gold traffic, the impounding of usury, while the people starved and sorrowed. Outside the temple was enacted another scene. The money changers began to gather to plot against Christ's life. Oh, they'll first destroy his influence by maligning him. They will resurrect their idol of injustice and of gold, even at the cost of his life. This was Monday of Holy Week, when Christ signed his death warrant by entering into combat with the powers of evil, of compromise, and of cowardice. Following this impressive episode, there occurred two incidents of a wholly different nature, exemplifying the Savior's kindness of heart. As he left the temple, he beheld the cripples, the unfortunates, begging alms at the gate. These persons he cured. Then some children, as so the gospel tells us, gathered about their hero and raised their little voices to re-echo, Hosanna to the Son of David. A spokesman for the Pharisees approached him and said, Hearest thou what these say? His question inferred, Do you not notice that even these children speak of you as though you were the divine Messiah? And will you tolerate such a blasphemy? Will you not silence them? For they know not what they say. Christ replied, Yea, but have you not read, out of the mouths of infants and of sucklings, thou hast perfected praise? Both the question of the Pharisee and the answer of the Christ indicate the conflict of the ages that is about to come. If Christ will escape the violence of Pharisees, he must always forbid children of the world to regard him as their God and their defender. He must never interfere in the game of politicians, of the money changers. He must let ignorance perpetuate itself. For the rest of that day, the people enthusiastically followed their Jesus, who taught them and mingled amongst them. When eventide was come, he again withdrew to Bethania, there to rest and pray, there to prepare for Tuesday's work. Tuesday of Holy Week. As Christ prayed and wept, his enemies were active. 4 different groups of them met in the darkness of night to complete their plans for his crushing defeat. They would attack him one after the other. The 4 of them, members of the Sanhedrin, the Pharisees, the Herodians, and the Sadducees. They would lay clever snares for him in which such wise as he would compromise himself before his countrymen, and compromise himself before the Romans, while they waited their chance to seize him and put him to death. Early Tuesday morning, Christ again came into Jerusalem. What a day this was for him. It was a day of conflict, of intrigue. First, the delegation of the Sanhedrin, made up of several of the chief priests, lawyers, and notables, came upon the master unexpectedly as he was teaching. The Sanhedrin, by the way, was composed of the 71 priests and notables who ruled over the destinies of the Jews. Christ is teaching before the portico of the temple. Making a way through the crowds which surrounded him, the spokesman of this committee confronted the master and said, By what authority dost thou do these things? As if he said, Why are you teaching the people these strange truths? Why are you not content to say your prayers and perform your liturgical duties instead of mingling religion with politics and prating about justice? Tell me the authority which permits such an outrage. Is not your place in the synagogue? Thereby the strife was thus begun upon a point of capital importance. the authority of the Messiah is questioned. Oh, it's bad enough for Christ to claim that he's the Son of God, but it is worse for him to assume the authority of teaching truth to the downtrodden and justice to the oppressed. Of course, Jesus did not reply directly to their question, so clearly hostile was their purpose. He merely said to them with wonderful calmness and appropriateness, I also will ask you one word, which if you shall tell me, I will also tell you by what authority I do these things. Now, the baptism of John, whence was it? From heaven or from men? This question amounted to asking, was John the Baptist a prophet or an impostor? These few words, my friends, thwarted the maneuver of the Pharisaical adversary. The dilemma that Christ put to them was unanswerable. For to acknowledge the divinity of John's mission would be tantamount to admit that our Lord's mission was also divine. And to deny the divinity of John's mission would be equivalent to invite physical violence from the throng gathered about the Messiah. As to be expected, these Pharisees withheld the truth and said, we know not. Oh, what a stupid, weaseling subterfuge. By declaring themselves unable to judge the nature of the Baptist's ministry, they also showed themselves incapable of passing judgment on the origin of the Savior's mission, or of comprehending the authority by which he preached the gospel of justice and of charity to the poor. Now that these men had opened hostility, Jesus took the offensive and laid them before the public with parable. There was a man, a householder, who planted a vineyard and made a hedge round about it, and dug in it a press, and built a tower, and let it out to husbandmen, and went into a strange country for a long time. And at the season, he sent to the husbandmen a servant to receive of the husbandmen of the fruit of the vineyard, who, having laid hands on him, beat him, and sent him away empty. Again he sent to them another servant, and him they wounded in the head, and used him reproachfully. And again he sent another, and him they killed, and many others, of whom some they beat, and others they killed. Therefore, having yet one son most dear to him, he also sent him unto them last of all, saying, well, they will reverence my son. But the husbandmen said one to another, this is the heir. Come, let us kill him and cast him out of the vineyard. Oh, what a castigation of the false leadership which had characterized the history of these high priests of Judea for ages. This parable was their answer. They had been killers of prophets and priests throughout the years. Yes, these very men who had accosted Christ this morning, they who were preparing to kill the Son of God, who had come into their midst to protect the poor, they were likened to the husbandmen. By this and by other parables, the members of the Sanhedrin and the Pharisees were discomfited. Next, then, come the Herodians to catch him in his speech. You know the Herodians, those ultra-nationalists whose only God was the state and whose only religion was party politics. Thus, wishing to embarrass the master before the throng, one of these Herodians held up a coin before Christ and asked the question whether or not it is lawful to render tribute to Caesar. A question which was tantamount to this: if you're a good Jew, are you willing to rebel against the Romans and refuse them the taxation which they impose upon us? Christ was not at all deceived by their hypocritical maneuver. "Why do you tempt me?" said he. "Show me the coin of the tribute." After a silver coin was handed to him, Christ looked at it and said, "Whose image and inscription is this?" A young Pharisee said, "Caesar's." Taking the Pharisee's reply for his starting point, the divine master gave one of his most profound decisions. A saying pregnant with happy consequences when followed in practice. "Render therefore to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's." My friends, Christ was no communist, no Nazi. He stood not for anarchy, but for law, not for atheism, but for religion, not for state worship, but for God worship. A religion which by its principles protects the state. A religion which by its principles finds entrance into the affairs of state. A religion which refuses to be used as a tool of government. Next came the Sadducees to tempt him. They asked him, which is the greatest commandment of the law? A law, by the way, and according to them, that had been reduced to 365 negative prohibitions and to 248 positive mandates. Well, here was the opportunity for Christ to explain once and for all, both for Jew and for Christian, the sum total of all law. The law which bids farewell to slavery. The law before which every other human enactment must become obsolete. Hear him as he speaks this Magna Carta of morality, of justice, and of charity. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with thy whole heart, with thy whole soul, with thy whole strength. This is the greatest and the first commandment. And the second is like unto this: thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Thereby confounding his questioner, Christ quotes from the Old Testament to emphasize that his religion cannot comprehend how a man can say that he loves God without loving his neighbor. Be that neighbor Samaritan or outcast. Thus was Tuesday morning of 40 Week occupied by Christ in warding off the 4 cowardly thrusts of those who failed to answer him in his speech. They argued not against the truths that he spoke, but against the authority with which he spoke, and also by using the ancient subterfuge of vituperation. Tuesday afternoon and evening of this Holy Week shall never be forgotten. Christ realized that it was impossible for him to soften the hearts of these treacherous men. Every hope of leading them to better dispositions was now lost. How faithfully history repeats itself. This modern world has its Sanhedrin of legislators, its Pharisees of social leaders, its Herodian communists and Nazis, its Sadducees of wealth, all of whom conspire against the Christ. It was important this Tuesday afternoon to put the disciples and the multitudes on their guard against the godlessness of their sinful leaders. And therefore Christ began a discourse to them, saying, "The scribes and the Pharisees have sitten on the chair of Moses. All things, therefore, whatsoever they shall say to you, observe and do. Oh, but according to their works do you not. For they say and do not." Thus fortifying himself in these words against the charge of insubordination to lawful authority, Christ continues, "All their works they do for to be seen by men. For they make their phylacteries broad, and they enlarge their fringes, and they love the first places at feasts, and the first chairs in the synagogue, and salutations in the marketplace, and to be called by men Rabbi." As if to say that by wearing a scroll of prayers across their foreheads, they possess piety, and by dressing in fine linens and purple and wide fringes, they were better than the rest of men, and had a right to exploit the masses. Well, with this introduction, Jesus enters into the 8 vehement apostrophes in which he pronounces maledictions upon the exploiters. "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you shut the kingdom of heaven against men, for you yourselves do not enter in, and those that are going in you suffer not to enter. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you devour the houses of widows, praying long prayers. For this you shall receive the greater judgment. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you go round about the sea and the land to make one convert, and when he's made, you make him the child of hell, twofold more than yourselves. Woe to you, blind guides that say, whosoever shall swear by the temple, it is nothing, but he that shall swear by the gold of the temple, is a debtor. Ye foolish and blind, for whether is greater, the gold, or the temple that sanctifieth the gold? Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you tithe mint and anise and cumin, and have left the weightier things of the law. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you make clean the outside of the cup and of the dish, but the inside is full of rapine and uncleanliness. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you are like the whited sepulchres which outwardly appear to men beautiful, but within are full of dead men's bones and of all filthiness. These are the 8 condemnations with which on that momentous Tuesday afternoon Christ castigated those holier than thou, those cowardly leaders of the Jews, those seducers of mankind. These are the 8 condemnations specified by Christ against the exploiters of his day, and also memorable in our own day, because the powers of darkness continue to struggle against the powers of truth. No wonder as the sun was setting into the depths of the west, and as Christ was wending his way back to Bethania, he paused upon the hillside and looked once more at the scene of his victory.
and the scene of his betrayal to exclaim, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets and stonest them that are sent unto thee, how often would I have gathered thee together, thy children, as the hen doth gather her chickens under her wing, and thou wouldst not. Thou wouldst not. And thus approaching the haven of his rest, sorrowfully to Peter and James and John, he said those words foretelling his death. The hour is come, said he, that the Son of Man should be glorified. Amen, amen, I say to you, unless the grain of wheat falling into the ground die, itself remaineth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. He that loveth his life shall lose it, and he that hateth his life in this world keepeth it unto life eternal. Wednesday of Holy Week. Tuesday was gone. Wednesday was a day spent in teaching his apostles and his disciples. Meanwhile, the great city was adding the last touches in preparation for the festivity of the Paschal feast. Already, Christ had said to his followers, you know that after 2 days shall be the Pasch, and the Son of Man shall be delivered to be crucified. All prudence in the meantime had been cast aside by the Sanhedrin, by Annas and by Caiaphas. Oh, they must seize Christ at any price. If necessary, they must suborn witnesses to besmirch him and to accuse him. And if necessary, they will resort to the knife of an assassin. On second thought, however, is it not better to seize him secretly in the silence of the night? And even better, perhaps one of his associates, one of his friends will betray him. Oh, little did they know that at this very instant, Judas Iscariot is on his way to the council of the Sanhedrin to bargain for the life of the master. He will sell him for 30 pieces of silver. 30 pieces. And will obtain immunity. 30 pieces, the price paid from the time of Moses for a good slave. Thursday of Holy Week. Thursday morning, the feast day of the Passover. As the sun was rising, Peter and John take leave of the Master. They are going to Jerusalem under specific orders to secure a room, purchase food, and arrange for all the liturgical needs required for celebrating the Paschal Supper. Wine pressed from the ruddiest grapes, unleavened bread, recalling the rigors of the march from Egypt to the Promised Land, bitter herbs such as lettuce, cress, and parsley, together with haricot, a sauce mixed with dates, almonds, figs, and grapes, all mashed and seasoned in vinegar. And finally, the Paschal lamb itself, an unblemished yearling, the symbol of salvation, the prefigurement of Christ. Thursday afternoon, Jesus bids a fond farewell to Bethania. Farewell to Lazarus and Martha and Mary, whom he loved. It was nearly sundown when he and the apostles arrived at the house where Peter and John had prepared the supper.
In the upper room, the blinds already are drawn, the candles lighted. Silently the groups stand round the festive board. In every household in Jerusalem at this moment, this same scene was being enacted, waiting for a signal. Of a sudden, the blast of silver trumpets sounded from the temple tops. It was the signal for the feast to begin. The story of the Passover is recited. The wine cup is lifted to the lips of all. The feet of the apostles are washed by the Master. A feast with the Christ, a feast of the Christ, is about to be partaken. Need I tell you of the Iscariot? He was there, the only Judean. All the rest were Galileans. Clean men, said Christ, all save one, the one to whom he shall reach bread dipped. But behold the miracle that is transpiring before the eyes of the apostles. Quickly, quietly, was the coming of the divine child at Bethlehem years ago. Quickly, quietly, follows the birth of the Blessed Sacrament. Bread becomes his sacred body by the same power that God became a fleshly man. The promise of the 6th chapter of St. John is fulfilled. Here on this great Paschal feast is born the manna of the New Testament. Food, spiritual food for the wanderers in the desert of life as they journey towards the kingdom of God. My flesh is meat indeed. My blood is drink indeed. The same blood that shall be shed for the salvation of the world. Long into the night sat Christ with his apostles as he told them the story. I am the way, the truth, and the life. While revelers joyed in the streets below, the chosen few heard the Master speak of the morrow of his death. They listened to him as he said, if thou lovest me, keep my commandments. Their tears are brushed aside as they learn that they will not be left as orphans, but that Christ and the Holy Ghost will take up their abode in them. It is almost the hour of midnight as Christ rises to depart. He whispers to them, love one another. My peace I leave unto you. Good Friday. Gethsemane with its bloody sweat. Gethsemane and Judas, the traitor's kiss, and the mob. Good Friday, as he is led to the palace of Annas and Caiaphas. His lips burn and his heart is heavy as he remembers the Hail Rabbi of his trusted apostle. Then comes the travesty of the trial. From Annas to Caiaphas, from Caiaphas to Pilate, from Pilate to Herod, from Herod back to Pilate, Christ is moved from court to court. And Caiaphas, the high priest of the Jews, was the only one who found cause for action against this innocent one. Purchased witnesses swearing against him. High priest determined to murder him. Listen as Pilate speaks. Tell me, I adjure thee, art thou the Christ, the Son of the living God? Listen to Christ's one boast. Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will build it up again. Quickly follow the scourging at the pillar, the crowning of thorns. Then comes the memorable scene of the Axihomo. Behold the man in whom Pilate found no just cause. Shall not the hearts of the angry mob be softened, thought he? What evil has Christ done? Has he not cured their sick and fed their poor and comforted their afflicted? I think so. Thus feeling assured that now he could release Christ legally, the Roman governor asked the crowd to look upon the bleeding, mangled Christ. Whom shall I release unto you, Christ or Barabbas? Barabbas the murderer or Christ, your benefactor? Give us Barabbas, was their ungodly answer. Crucify Christ, was their sacrilegious reply. Friday afternoon. You know the story of Christ's triumphant march through Jerusalem. Now watch him walk along these same streets carrying a cross. Simon of Cyrene, who helped him. Veronica, who bathed his brow. The women of Jerusalem who wept for him. And above all, his dearest mother, who will remain brave for him. And Calvary's heights are gained. Then the nails, the hammer, the uplifted cross, the last drop of blood. Your God, my God, hangs upon the cross for our redemption. His life has been lived for us and laid down for us. What will you and I do for him in return? He said, we remember in Pilate's hall, destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will build it up again. Well, they have destroyed it. They have nailed his hands that had blessed them, and his feet that went about doing good, to a cross. Will Christ rise from the dead and prove indisputably for all centuries to come that he is the Messiah, that he is your crucified God. Good afternoon, my friends. God bless every one of you. I shall be happy to include this discourse in the book of sermons which I have just compiled, the last 12 discourses, and send it to you this week or next week if you write to me for it. Good afternoon. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize that silence is more golden than words, having listened to the scholarly narrative on the passion of the divine Redeemer. May the Prince of Peace who died for the world, may his death not be in vain. May we Christians of America be resolute in proclaiming his principles, in practicing his counsels, as we firmly determine to follow him along the pathways of peace. In conclusion, may I remind you that a book of some 200 pages, containing the last 12 lectures delivered by Father Coughlin, is yours for the asking. Please write to Father Coughlin this week and ask him to mail you your copy so that you may reread these last 12 lectures and understand the subversive influences which are endeavoring to hurtle us into war. Also, the reasons why we Americans should hold ourselves aloof from those who live by the sword. Address your letters to Reverend Charles E. Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. And until next Sunday afternoon at this same time, this is your announcer, Franklin Mitchell, bidding you good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've presented the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. The thoughts and opinions contained in this address were entirely those of the speaker and in no way reflect the policies of this station. WHBI, Hoyt Brothers Incorporated, Newark, New Jersey, on your dial at 1250 kilocycles.